Fakhreddin was seen to great advantage among his mountains. He was an object of universal regard, and anxious to maintain the repute of which he was proud, and which was to be the basis of his future power. It seemed that he was always in a gracious and engaging position. Brilliant, sumptuous, and hospitable, always doing something kind, or saying something that pleased, the emirs and sheiks, both Maronite and Druze, were proud of the princely scion of their greatest house, and hastened to repair to Cenobia, where they were welcome to ride any of his 200 steeds, feast on his flocks, quaff his golden wine of Lebanon, or smoke the delicate tobaccos of his celebrated slopes. As for Tancred, his life was novel, interesting, and exciting. The mountain breezes soon restored his habitual health, his wound entirely healed. Each day brought new scenes, new objects, new characters, and there was ever at his side a captivating companion, who lent additional interest to all he saw and heard by perpetually dwelling on the great drama which they were preparing, and in which all these personages and circumstances were to perform their part and advance their purpose. At this moment Fakhreddin proposed to himself 2 objects. The first was, to bring together the principal chiefs of the mountain, both Maronite and Druze, and virtually to carry into effect at Cenobia that reconciliation between the 2 races which had been formally effected at Beirut, in the preceding month of June, by the diplomatic interference of the great powers, and through the signature of certain articles of peace to which we have alluded. His second object was to increase his already considerable influence with these personages, by exhibiting to them, as his guest and familiar friend, an English prince, whose presence could only be accounted for by duties too grave for ordinary envoys, and who was understood to represent, in their fullest sense, the wealth and authority of the richest and most potent of nations. The credulous heir of Syria was favourable to the great mystification, in which Lord Montacute was an unconscious agent. It was as fully believed in the mountain, by all the Habeshes and the Eldadas, the Khazins and the Elvasuds, the Ellers and the Haydars, great Maronite families, as well as by the Druze Jinblats and their rivals, the House of Yezbek or the House of Talhuk or the House of Abunekt, that the brother of the Queen of England was a guest at Cenobia as it was in the stony wilderness of Petacy. Amit Raslan the Druze and Butros Keroni the Maronite, who agreed upon no other point, were resolved on this. And was it wonderful, for Butros had already received privately 200 muskets since the arrival of Tancred, and Raslan had been promised in confidence a slice of the impending English loan by Fakhreddin. The extraordinary attention, almost homage, which the emir paid his guest entirely authorized these convictions, although they could justify no suspicion on the part of Tancred. The natural simplicity of his manners, indeed, and his constitutional reserve, recoiled from the state and ceremony with which he found himself frequently surrounded and too often treated. But Fakhreddin peremptorily stopped his remonstrances by assuring him that it was the custom of the country, and that every one present would be offended if a guest of distinction were not entertained with this extreme respect. It is impossible to argue against the customs of a country with which you are not acquainted, but coming home one day from a hawking party, a large assembly of the most influential chieftains, Fakhreddin himself bounding on a Kachlani steed, and arrayed in a dress that would have become Solomon the Magnificent, Tancred about to dismount, the Lord of Cenobia pushed forward, and, springing from his saddle, insisted on holding the stirrup of Lord Montacute. "I cannot permit this," said Tancred, reddening and keeping his seat. "If you do not, there is not a man here who will not take it as a personal insult," said the emir, speaking rapidly between his teeth, yet affecting to smile. "It has been the custom of the mountain for more than 700 years. Very strange, thought Tancred as he complied and dismounted. All Syria, from Gaza to the Euphrates, is feudal. The system, generally prevalent, flourishes in the mountain region even with intenseness. An attempt to destroy feudalism occasioned the revolt against the Egyptians in 1840 and drove Mehemet Ali from the country which had cost him so much blood and treasure. Every disorder that has subsequently occurred in Syria since the Turkish restoration may be traced to some officious interposition or hostile encroachment in this respect. The lands of Lebanon are divided into 15 muqatas, or feudal provinces, and the rights of the muqatajis, or landlords in these provinces, are power of punishment not extending to death, service in war and labor in peace, and the collection of the imperial revenue from the population, who are in fact their vassals, on which they receive a percentage from the port. the administration of police, of the revenue, and indeed the whole internal government of Lebanon, are in the hands of the Muqtadis, or rather of the most powerful individuals of this class, who bear the titles of emirs and sheikhs, some of whom are proprietors to a very great extent, and many of whom, in point of race and antiquity of established family, are superior to the aristocracy of Europe. There is no doubt that the founders of this privileged and territorial class, whatever may be the present creeds of its members, Muslimin, Maronite, or Druze, were the old Arabian conquerors of Syria. The Turks, conquerors in their turn, have succeeded in some degree in the plain to the estates and immunities of the followers of the first caliphs, but the Ottomans never substantially prevailed in the highlands, and their authority has been recognized mainly by management, and as a convenient compromise amid the rivalries of so many local ambitions. Always conspicuous among the great families of the Lebanon, during the last century and a half preeminent, has been the house of Shehab, possessing entirely one of the provinces, and widely disseminated and powerfully endowed in several of the others. Since the commencement of the 18th century, the virtual sovereignty of the country has been exercised by a prince of this family, under the title of Chief Emir. The chiefs of all the different races have kissed the hand of a Shehab. He had the power of life and death, could proclaim war and confer honors. Of all this family, none was so supreme as the Emir Bashir, who governed Lebanon during the Egyptian invasion, and to whose subdolous career and its consequences we have already referred. When the Turks triumphed in 1840, the Emir Bashir was deposed, and with his sons sent prisoner to Constantinople. The Porte, warned at that time by the too easy invasion of Syria and the imminent peril which it had escaped, wished itself to assume the government of Lebanon, and to garrison the passes with its troops. But the Christian powers would not consent to this proposition, and therefore Qasim Shehab was called to the chief emirate. Acted upon by the patriarch of the Maronites, Qasim, who was a Christian Shehab, countenanced the attempts of His Holiness to destroy the feudal privileges of the Druze Muqtadis, while those of the Maronites were to be retained. This produced the civil war of 1841 in Lebanon, which so perplexed and scandalized England, and which was triumphantly appealed to by France as indubitable evidence of the weakness and unpopularity of the Turks, and the fruitlessness of our previous interference. The Turks had as little to do with it as 1,000. Guizot or Lord Palmerston, but so limited is our knowledge upon these subjects that the cry was successful, and many who had warmly supported the English minister during the previous year, and probably in equal ignorance of the real merits of the question, began now to shake their heads and fear that we had perhaps been too precipitate. The Porte adroitly took advantage of the general anarchy to enforce the expediency of its original proposition, to which the great powers, however, would not assent. Qasim was deposed after a reign of a few months, amid burning villages and their slaughtered inhabitants, and as the Porte was resolved not to try another Shehab, and the great powers were resolved not to trust the Porte, diplomacy was obliged again to interfere, and undertake to provide Lebanon with a government. It was the interest of two parties, whose cooperation was highly essential to the settlement of this question, to prevent the desired adjustment, and these were the Turkish government and the family of Shehab and their numerous adherents. Anarchy was an argument in the mouth of each, that the Lebanon must be governed by the Porte, or that there never could be tranquillity without a Shehab prince. The Porte in general contented itself with being passive and watching the fray, while the agents of the great powers planned and promulgated their scheme of polity. The Shehabs were more active, and their efforts were greatly assisted by the European project which was announced. The principal feature of this administrative design was the institution of two governors of Lebanon, called Kaymakams, one of whom was to be a Maronite and govern the Maronites, and the other a Druze and govern his fellow countrymen. Superficially, this seemed fair enough, but reduced into practice the machinery would not work. For instance, the populations in many places were blended. Was a Druze Kaymakam to govern the Christians in his district? Was the government of the two Kaymakams to be sectarian or geographical? Should the Christian Kaymakam govern all the Christians, and the Druze Kaymakam govern all the Druzes of the Lebanon? Or should the Christian Kaymakam govern the Christian Muqatas, as well as such Druzes as lived mixed with the Christians in the Christian Muqatas, and the Druze Kaymakam in the Druze country exercised the same rights? Hence arose the terms of mixed Druzes and mixed Christians, mixed Druzes meaning Druzes living in the Christian country, and mixed Christians those living in the Druze country. Such was the origin of the mixed population question, which entirely upset the project of Downing Street. Happy spot, where they draw up constitutions for Syria and treaties for China with the same self-complacency and the same success. Downing Street decided upon the sectarian government of the Lebanon. It was simple and probably satisfactory to Exeter Hall, but Downing Street was quite unaware, or had quite forgotten, that the feudal system prevailed throughout Lebanon. The Christians in the Druze districts were vassals of Druze lords. The direct rule of a Christian kaymakam was an infringement on all the feudal rights of the Jinblats and Yezbeks, of the Talhuks and the Abdul Maliks. It would be equally fatal to the feudal rights of the Christian chiefs, the Khazins and the Eldadas, the Elers and the Eldahas as regarded their Druze tenantry, unless the impossible plan of the Patriarch of the Maronites, which had already produced a civil war, had been adopted. Diplomacy, therefore, seemed on the point of at length succeeding in uniting the whole population of Lebanon in one harmonious action, but unfortunately against its own project. The Shehab party availed themselves of these circumstances with great dexterity and vigour. The party was powerful. The whole of the Maronites, a population of more than 150,000, were enrolled in their ranks. The Emir Bashir was of their faith, so was the unfortunate Qasim. True, there were several Shehab princes who were Muslimin, but they might become Christians, and they were not Druzes, at least only 2 or 3 of them. The Maronite clergy exercised an unquestioned influence over their flocks. It was powerfully organized, a patriarch, numerous monasteries, 9 prelates, and an active country priesthood. Previously to the Civil War of 1841, the feeling of the Druzes had been universally in favor of the Shehabs. The peril in which feudalism was placed revived their ancient sentiments. A Shehab committee was appointed, with perpetual sittings at Deir el-Kama, the most considerable place in the Lebanon, and although it was chiefly composed of Christians, there were several Druzes at least in correspondence with it. But the most remarkable institution which occurred about this time was that of Young Syria. It flourishes. In every town and village of Lebanon there is a band of youth who acknowledge the title, and who profess nationality as their object, though behind that plea the restoration of the House of Shehab generally peeps out. Downing Street, frightened, gave up sectarian diplomacy and announced the adoption of the geographical principle of government. The Druzes, now that their feudal privileges were secured, cooled in their ardour for nationality. The Shehabs, on the other hand, finding that the Druzes were not to be depended on, changed their note. Is it to be tolerated for a moment that a Christian should be governed by a Druze? Were it a Moslem, one might bear it. These things will happen, but a Druze who adores a golden calf, worshippers of Eblis, one might as well be governed by a Jew. The Maronite patriarch sent 200,000 piasters to his children to buy arms. The superior of the convent of Mashmushi forwarded little less, saying it was much better to spend their treasure in helping the Christians than in keeping it to be plundered by the Druzes. Bishop Tubia gave his bond for a round sum, but afterwards recalled it. Bishop Joseph Jazini came into Sidon with his pockets full, and told the people that a prince of the house of Shehab would soon be at their head, but explained on a subsequent occasion that he went thither merely to distribute charity. In this state of affairs, in May 1845, the Civil War broke out. The Christians attacked the Druzes in several districts on the same day. The attack was unprovoked and eventually unsuccessful. 20 villages were seen burning at the same time from Beirut. The Druzes repulsed the Christians and punished them sharply. The Turkish troops, at the instigation of the European authorities, marched into the mountain and vigorously interfered. The Maronites did not show as much courage in the field as in the standing committee at Deir el-Kama, but several of the Shehab princes who headed them, especially the Emir Qais, maintained the reputation of their house and displayed a brilliant courage. The Emir Fakhreddin was at Canobia at the time of the outbreak, which, as it often happens, though not unpremeditated, was unexpected. He marched to the scene of action at the head of his troops, and when he found that Qais had been outflanked and repulsed, that the Maronites were disheartened in proportion to their previous vanity and insolence, and that the Turkish forces had interfered, he assumed the character of mediator. Taking advantage of the circumstances and the alarm of all parties at the conjuncture and its yet unascertained consequences, he obtained for the Maronites a long-promised indemnity from the Porte for the ravages of the Druzes in the Civil War of 1841, which the Druzes had been unable to pay, on condition that they should accept the geographical scheme of government. And having signed with other emirs and sheiks the 10 Articles of Peace, he departed, as we have seen, on that visit to Jerusalem, which exercised such control over the career of Lord Montacute, and led to such strange results and such singular adventures. Chapter 43, Festivities in Canobia. Galloped up the winding steep of Canobia the sheik said Jinblat, one of the most popular chieftains of the Druses, amiable and brave, trustworthy and soft-mannered. 4 of his cousins rode after him. He came from his castle of Muktara, which was not distant. He was in the prime of manhood, tall and lithe, enveloped in a burnous which shrouded his dark eye, his white turban, and his gold-embroidered vests. His long lance was couched in its rest, as he galloped up the winding steep of Canobia. Came slowly, on steeds dark as night, up the winding steep of Canobia, with a company of 20 men on foot armed with muskets and handjars, the 2 ferocious brothers Abunekt, Nassif and Hamud. Pale is the cheek of the daughters of Marin at the fell name of Abunekt. The Abunekts were the Druze lords of the town of Deir el-Kamar, where the majority of the inhabitants were Christian. When the patriarch tried to deprive the Druzes of their feudal rights, the Abunekts attacked and sacked their own town of Deir el-Kamar. The civil war being terminated, and it being agreed in the settlement of the indemnities from the Druzes to the Maronites that all plunder still in possession of the plunderers should be restored, Nassif Abunekt said, I have 500 silver horns, and each of them I took from the head of a Christian woman. Come and fetch them. But all this is forgot now, and least of all should it be remembered by the meek-looking individual who is at this moment about to ascend the winding steep of Canobia. Riding on a mule, clad in a coarse brown woolen dress, in Italy or Spain we should esteem him a simple Capuchin, but in truth he is a prelate, and a prelate of great power. Bishop Nicodemus, to wit, prime counsellor of the Patriarch, and chief prompter of those measures that occasioned the Civil War of 1841. A single sacristan walks behind him, his only retinue, and befitting his limited resources, but the Maronite prelate is recompensed by universal respect. His vanity is perpetually gratified, and when he appears, sheik and peasant are alike proud to kiss the hand which his reverence is ever prompt to extend. Placed on a more eminent stage and called upon to control larger circumstances, Bishop Nicodemus might have rivaled the Bishop of Autun, so fertile was he in resource and so intuitive was his knowledge of men. As it was, he wasted his genius in mountain squabbles, and in regulating the discipline of his little church, suspending priests, interdicting monks, and inflicting public penance on the laity. He rather resembled De Retz than Talleyrand, for he was naturally turbulent and intriguing. He could under no circumstances let well alone. He was a thorough Syrian, at once subtle and imaginative. Attached to the house of Shehab by policy, he was devoted to Fakhreddin as much by sympathy as interest, and had contrived the secret mission of Archbishop Murad to Europe, which had so much perplexed 1,000. Guizot, Lord Cowley and Lord Aberdeen, and which finally, by the intervention of the same Bishop Nicodemus, Fakhreddin had disowned. Came caracoling up the winding steep of Canobia a troop of horsemen, showily attired, and riding steeds that danced in the sunny air. These were the Princes Kais and Abdullah Shehab, and Francis el-Kazin, whom the Levantins called Cassino, and the principal members of the young Syria party, some of them beardless sheiks, but all choicely mounted, and each holding on his wrist a falcon, for this was the first day of the year that they might fly. But those who cared not to seek a quarry in the partridge or the gazelle might find the wild boar or track the panther in the spacious woods of Canobia. And the Druze chief of the house of Jezbek, who for 500 years had never yielded precedence to the house of Jinblat, and Sheikh Fawr Kanj, who since the civil war had never smoked a pipe with a Maronite, but who now gave the salam of peace to the crowds of Habeshs and Dardas who passed by, and Butros Kerami, the nephew of the patriarch, himself a great sheik, who inhaled his nargileh as he rode, and who looked to the skies and puffed forth his smoke whenever he met a son of Eblis, and the house of Talhuk, and the house of Abdul Malik and a swarm of Elvasuds, and Ellers and Eldahers, emirs and sheiks on their bounding steeds, and musketeers on foot, with their light jackets and bare legs and wooden sandals, and black slaves, carrying vases and tubes, everywhere a brilliant and animated multitude, and all mounting the winding steep of Canobia. The great court of the castle was crowded with men and horses, and 50 mouths at once were drinking at the central basin. The arcades were full of sheiks, smoking and squatted on their carpets, which in general they had spread in this locality in preference to the more formal saloons, whose splendid divans rather embarrassed them, though even these chambers were well attended, the guests principally. Seated on the marble floors covered with their small bright carpets, the domain immediately around the castle was also crowded with human beings. The moment anyone arrived, his steed was stabled or picketed, his attendants spread his carpet, sought food for him, which was promptly furnished with coffee and sherbets and occasionally wine, and when he had sufficiently refreshed himself, he lighted his nargileh. Everywhere there was a murmur but no uproar, a stir but no tumult, and what was most remarkable amid these spears and sabres, these muskets, handjars, and poniards, was the sweet and perpetually recurring Syrian salutation of peace. Fakhreddin, moving about in an immense turban of the most national and unreformed style, and covered with costly shawls and arms flaming with jewels, recognized and welcomed everyone. He accosted Druze and Maronite with equal cordiality, talked much with said Jinblat, whom he specially wished to gain, and lent one of his choicest steeds to the Jezbek, that he might not be offended. The Talhuk and the Abdul Malik could not be jealous of the Habash and the Eldada. He kissed the hand of Bishop Nicodemus, but then he sent his own nargileh to the Emir Ahmet Raslan, who was Kaimakam of the Druzes. In this strange and splendid scene, Tancred, dressed in a velvet shooting jacket built in St. James Street, and a wideawake which had been purchased at Bellamont Market, and leaning on a rifle which was the masterpiece of Purday, was not perhaps the least interesting personage. The emirs and sheiks, notwithstanding the powers of dissimulation for which the Orientals are renowned, their habits of self-restraint, and their rooted principle never to seem surprised about anything, have a weakness in respect to arms. After eyeing Tancred for a considerable time with imperturbable countenances, Francis L. Kazin sent to Fakhreddin to know whether the English prince would favour them by shooting an eagle. This broke the ice, and Fakhreddin came, and soon the rifle was in the hands of Francis L. Kazin. Sheikh said Jinblat, who would have died rather than have noticed the rifle in the hands of Tancred, could not resist examining it when in the possession of a brother sheikh. Qais Shehab, several Habashes and Eldadas gathered round, exclamations of wonder and admiration arose, sundry asseverations that God was great followed. Freeman and Truman, who were at hand, were summoned to show their lord's double-barreled gun, and his pistols with hair-triggers. This they did, with that stupid composure and dogged conceit which distinguish English servants in situations which must elicit from all other persons some ebullition of feeling. Exchanging between themselves glances of contempt at the lords of Lebanon, who were ignorant of what everybody knows, they exhibited the arms without the slightest interest or anxiety to make the sheiks comprehend them, till Tancred, mortified at their brutality, himself interfered, and having already no inconsiderable knowledge of the language of the country, though from his reserve Fakhreddin little suspected the extent of his acquirements, explained felicitously to his companions the process of the arms, and then taking his rifle, and stepping out upon the terrace, he levelled his piece at a heron which was soaring at a distance of upwards of 100 yards, and brought the bird down amid the applause both of Maronite and Druze. "He is sent here, I understand," said Buttrose Kerami, "to ascertain for the Queen of the English whether the country is in favour of the Shehabs. Could you believe it? But I was told yesterday at Der el-Kammer that the English consul has persuaded the Queen that even the Patriarch was against the Shehabs." "Is it possible?" said Raphael Farah, a Maronite of the house of Eldada. "It must be the Druzes who circulate these enormous falsehoods." "Hush," said young Syria in the shape of Francis L. Kazin, "there is no longer Maronite or Druze. We are all Syrians, we are brothers." "Then a good many of my brothers are sons of Eblis," said Buttrose Kerami. "I hope he is not my father." "Truly I should like to see the mountain without the Maronite nation," said Raphael Farah. "That would be a year without rain." "And mighty things your Maronite nation has done," rejoined Francis L. Kazin. "If there had been the Syrian nation instead of the Maronite nation, and the Druze nation, and half a dozen other nations besides, instead of being conquered by Egypt in 1832, we should have conquered Egypt ourselves long ago, and have held it for our farm. We have done mighty things truly with our Maronite nation." To hear an El Kazin speak against the Maronite nation, exclaimed Raphael Farah with a look of horror, "a Natipan that has 200 convents." "And a patriarch," said Buttrose Kerami, "very much respected even by the Pope of Rome." "And who were disarmed like sheep," said Francis. Not because we were beaten, said Buttrose, who was brave enough. We were persuaded to that, said Raphael. By our monks, said Francis, the convents you are so proud of. They were deceived by sons of Eblis, said Buttrose. I never gave up my arms. I have some pieces now that, although they are not as fine as those of the English prince, could pick a son of Eblis off behind a rock, whether he be Egyptian or Druze. Hush, said Francis L. Kazin. You love our host, Buttrose, these are not words that will please him. Or me, my children, said Bishop Nicodemus. This is a great day for Syria, to find the chiefs of both nations assembled at the castle of Ashehab. Why am I here but to preach peace and love? And Buttrose Kerami, my friend, my dearly beloved brother Buttrose, if you wish to please the patriarch your uncle, who loves you so well, you will no longer call Druzes sons of Eblis. What are we to call them? Asked Raphael Farah pettishly. Brothers, replied Bishop Nicodemus, misguided but still brothers. This is not a moment for brawls, when the great Queen of the English has sent hither her own brother to witness the concord of the mountain. Now arose the sound of tabors, beaten without any attempt at a tune, but with unremitting monotony, then the baying of many hounds more distant. There was a bustle. Many sheiks slowly rose, their followers rushed about. Some looked at their musket locks, some poised their pikes and spears, some unsheathed their handjars, examined their edge, and then returned them to their sheath. Those who were in the interior of the castle came crowding into the great court, which in turn poured forth its current of population into the tableland about the castle. Here, held by grooms or picketed, were many steeds. The mares of the Emir Fakhreddin were led about by his black slaves. Many of the sheiks mounted, prepared for the pastime that awaited them. There was to be a grand chase in the oak forest, through part of which Tancred had already travelled, and which spread over a portion of the plain and the low hilly country that encompassed it. 3 parties, respectively led by the Emir Fakhreddin and the Kaymakams of the 2 nations, were to penetrate into this forest at different and distant points, so that the sport was spread over a surface of many miles. The heads of the great houses of both nations accompanied the Emir of Canobia. Their relatives and followers, by the exertions of Francis L. Kazin and young Syria, were in general so disturbed that the Maronites were under the command of the Emir Raslan, the Druze Kaymakam, while the Druzes followed the Emir Haydar. This great hunting party consisted of more than 800 persons, about half of whom were mounted, but all were armed. Even those who held the dogs in leash were entitled to join in the sport with the same freedom as the proudest sheik. The 3 leaders having mounted and bowed gracefully to each other, the cavalcades separated and descended into the plain. The moment they reached the level country, the horsemen shouted and dispersed, galloping in all directions, and many of them throwing their spears. But in a short time they had collected again under their respective leaders, and the 3 distinct bodies, each a moving and many-coloured mass, might be observed from the castled heights, each instant diminishing in size and lustre, until they vanished at different points in the distance, and were lost amid the shades of the forest. For many hours throughout this region nothing was heard but the firing of guns, the baying of hounds, the shouting of men. Not a human being was visible, except some groups of women in the villages, with veils suspended on immense silver horns, like our female headgear of the Middle Ages. By and by figures were seen stealing forth from the forest, men on foot 1 or 2, then larger parties. Some reposed on the plain, some returned to the villages, some reascended the winding steeps of Canobia. The firing, the shouting, the baying had become more occasional. Now a wearied horseman picked his slow way over the plain, then came forth a brighter company, still bounding along, and now they issued, but slowly and in small parties, from various and opposite quarters of the woodland. A great detachment in a certain order were then observed to cross the plain and approach the castle. They advanced very gradually, for most of them were on foot and joining together evidently carried burdens. They were preceded and followed by a guard of cavalry. Soon it might be perceived that the produce of the chase was arriving. 25 wild boars carried on litters of green branches, innumerable gazelles borne by their victors, transfixed by 4 spears, and carried by 4 men a hyena. Not very long after this caravan had reached the castle, the firing, which had died away, recommenced. The sounds were near at hand. There was a volley, and almost simultaneously there issued from various parts of the forest the great body of the hunt. They maintained no order on their return, but dispersed over the plain, blending together, galloping their steeds, throwing their lances, and occasionally firing a shot. Fakhreddin and his immediate friends rode up to the kaimakam of the Druses, and they offered each other mutual congratulations on the sport of the morning. They waited for the kaimakam of the Maronites, who, however, did not long detain them, and when he appeared their suites joined, and cantering off at a brisk pace, they soon mounted in company the winding steeps of Canobia. The kitchen of Canobia was on a great scale, though simple as it was vast. It was formed for the occasion. About 50 square pits, some 4 feet in length and about half as deep, had been dug on the tableland in the vicinity of the castle. At each corner of each pit was a stake, and the 4 supported a rustic gridiron of green wood, suspended over each pit, which was filled with charcoal, and which yielded an equal and continuous heat to the animal reposing on the gridiron. In some instances a wild boar, in others a sheep, occasionally a couple of gazelles. The sheep had been skinned, for there had been time for the operation, but the game had only been split open, cleared out, and laid on its back with its feet tied to each of the stakes, so as to retain its position. While this roasting was going on, they filled the stomachs of the animals with lemons gashed with their daggers, and bruised pomegranates, whose fragrant juice, uniting with the bubbling fat, produced an aromatic and rosy gravy. The huntsmen were the cooks, but the greatest order was preserved, and though the emirs and the great sheiks, heads of houses, retiring again to their divans, occupied themselves with their nargilés, many a mukhataji mixed with the servants and the slaves, and delighted, preparing this patriarchal banquet, which indeed befitted a castle and a forest. Within the walls they prepared rice, which they piled on brazen and pewter dishes, boiled gallons of coffee, and stewed the liver of the wild boars and the gazelles in the golden wine of Lebanon. The way they dined was this. Fakhreddin had his carpet spread on the marble floor of his principal saloon, and the 2 kaimakams, Tancred and Bishop Nicodemus, said Jinblat, the heads of the houses of Jezbek, Talhuk and Abdul Malik, Hammud Abunekt, and 5 Maronite chieftains of equal consideration, the emirs of the house of Shehab, the Habash and the Eldada, were invited to sit with him. Round the chamber which opened to the air, other chieftains were invited to spread their carpets also. The centre was left clear. The rest of the sheiks and rukatajis established themselves in small parties, grouped in the same fashion, in the great court and under the arcades, taking care to leave free egress and regress to the fountain. The retainers feasted, when all was over, in the open air. Every man found his knife in his girdle, forks were unknown. Fakhreddin prided himself on his French porcelain, which the Jinblats, the Talhuks and the Abunekts glanced at very queerly. This European luxury was confined to his own carpet. There was, however, a considerable supply of Egyptian earthenware and dishes of pewter and brass. The retainers, if they required a plate, found one in the large flat barley cake with which each was supplied. For the principal guests there was no want of coarse goblets of Bohemian glass. Delicious water abounded in vases of porous pottery, which might be blended, if necessary, with the red or white wine of the mountain. The rice, which had been dressed with a savoury sauce, was eaten with wooden spoons by those who were supplied with these instruments, but in general the guests served themselves by handfuls. 10 men brought in a framework of oaken branches placed transversely, then covered with twigs, and over these, and concealing everything, a bed fully an inch thick of mulberry leaves. Upon this fragrant bier reposed a wild boar, and on each side of him reclined a gazelle. Their bodies had closed the moment their feet had been loosened from the stakes, so that the gravy was contained within them. It required a most skilful carver not to waste this precious liquid. The chamber was filled with an invigorating odour as the practised hand of Habaz of Deir el-Kama proceeded to the great performance. His instruments were a silver cup, a poniard and a handjar. Making a small aperture in the side of the animal, he adroitly introduced the cup, and proportionately bailed out the gravy to a group of plates that were extended to him. Then, plunging in the long poniard on which he rested, he made an incision with the keen edge and broad blade of the handjar, and sent forth slice after slice of white fat and ruby flesh. The same ceremony was performing in the other parts of the castle. 10 of the pits had been cleared of their burden to appease the first cravings of the appetite of the hunters. The fires had been replenished, the gridirons again covered, and such a supply kept up as should not only satisfy the chieftains, but content their followers. Tancred could not refrain from contrasting the silent, business-like way in which the Shehabs, the Talhuks, the Jinblats, and the Habash performed the great operation that was going on, with the conversation which is considered an indispensable accompaniment of a dinner in Frankston. For we must no longer presume to call Europe by its beautiful oriental name of Christendom. The Shehabs, the Talhuks, the Jinblats, and the Habash were sensible men, who were of opinion that if you want to talk you should not by any means eat, since from such an attempt at a united performance, it generally results that you neither converse nor refresh yourself in a satisfactory manner. There can be no question that, next to the corroding cares of Europeans, principally occasioned by their love of accumulating money which they never enjoy, the principal cause of the modern disorder of dyspepsia prevalent among them is their irrational habit of interfering with the process of digestion by torturing attempts at repartee, and racking their brain at a moment when it should be calm, to remind themselves of some anecdote so appropriate that they have forgotten it. It has been supposed that the presence of women at our banquets has occasioned this fatal and inopportune desire to shine, and an argument has been founded on this circumstance in favour of their exclusion from an incident which, on the whole, has a tendency to impair that ideal which they should always study and cherish. It may be urged that if a woman eats she may destroy her spell, and that, if she will not eat, she destroys our dinner. Notwithstanding all this, and without giving any opinion on this latter point, it should be remembered that at dinners strictly male, where there is really no excuse for anything of the kind, where, if you are a person of ascertained position, you are invited for that position and for nothing else, and where, if you are not a person of ascertained position, the more agreeable you make yourself the more you will be hated, and the less chance you will have of being asked there again, or anywhere else, still this fatal frenzy prevails, and individuals are found who, from soup to coffee, from egg to apple, will tell anecdotes, indulge in jests, or, in a tone of levity approaching to jesting, pour forth garrulous secret history with which everyone is acquainted, and never say a single thing which is new that is not coolly invented for the occasion. The princes of the houses of Shehab, Qais and Asad and Abdallah, the Habash and the Eldada, the great houses of the Druzes, the Jinblat and the Yezbek, the Abunnikt, the Talhuk and the Abdul Malik, were not of this school. Silently, determinedly, unceasing, unsatiated, they proceeded with the great enterprise on which they had embarked. If the two nations were indeed to be united, and form a great whole under the sceptre of a Shehab, let not this banquet pass like the hypocritical hospitality of ordinary life, where men offer what they desire not to be accepted by those who have no wish to receive. This, on the contrary, was a real repast, a thing to be remembered. Practice made the guests accustomed to the porcelain of Paris and the goblets of Prague. Many was the goodly slice of wild boar, succeeded by the rich flesh of the gazelle, of which they disposed. There were also wood pigeons, partridges, which the falconers had brought down, and quails from the wilderness. At length they called again for rice, a custom which intimated that their appetite for meat was satisfied, and immediately Nubian slaves covered them with towels of fine linen fringed with gold, and while they held their hands over the basin, poured sweet waters from the ewer. In the meantime, Buttrose Keremy opened his heart to Raphael Farah. "I begin," said Buttrose, quaffing a cup of the vino di oro, "to believe in nationality." "It cannot be denied," said Raphael Farah, judiciously shaking his head, "that the two nations were once under the same prince. If the great powers would agree to a Shehab, and we could sometimes meet together in the present fashion, there is no saying prejudices might wear off." "Shall it ever be said that I am of the same nation as Hammud Abunnikt?" said Buttrose. "Ah, it is very dreadful," said Raphael, "a man who has burned convents." "And who has 500 Maronite horns in his castle," said Buttrose. "But suppose he restores them," said Francis L. Kazin. "That would make a difference," said Raphael Farah. "There can be no difference while he lives," said Buttrose. "I fear 'tis an affair of blood," said Raphael Farah. "Taking horns was never an affair of blood," said Francis L. Kazin. "What should be an affair of blood," said Buttrose, "if—" "But nothing else but taking horns can be proved," said Francis L. Kazin. "There is a good deal in that," said Raphael Farah. After confectionery which had been prepared by nuns and strong waters which had been distilled by the hands of priors, the chieftains praised God and rose, and took their seats on the divan, when immediately advanced a crowd of slaves, each bearing a nargileh which they presented to the guests. Then gradually the conversation commenced. It was entirely confined to the exploits of the day, which had been rich in the heroic feats of forest huntsmen. There had been wild boars, too, as brave as their destroyers, some slight wounds, some narrow escapes. Sheik said Ginblat inquired of Lord Montacute whether there were hyenas in England, but was immediately answered by the lively and well-informed Qais Shehab, who apprised him that there were only lions and unicorns. Bishop Nicodemus, who watched the current of observations, began telling hunting stories of the time of the Emir Bashir, when that prince resided at his splendid castle of Betedin, near Deir el-Kama. This was to recall the days when the mountain had only one ruler, and that ruler a Shehab, and when the Druze lords were proud to be classed among his most faithful subjects. In the meantime, smoking had commenced throughout the castle, but this did not prevent the smokers from drinking reiki as well as the sober juice of mocha. 400 men, armed with nargileh or chibuk, inhaling and puffing with that ardour and enjoyment which men, after a hard day's hunting and a repast of unusual solidity, can alone experience. Without the walls, almost as many individuals were feasting in the open air, brandishing their handjars as they cut up the huge masses of meat before them, plunging their eager hands into the enormous dishes of rice, and slaking their thirst by emptying at a draught a vase of water, which they poured aloft as the Italians would a flask of wine or oil. And the most curious thing, said Freeman to Truman, as they established themselves under a pine tree, with an ample portion of roast meat, and armed with their travelling knives and forks, and the most curious thing is that they say these people are Christians. Who ever heard of Christians wearing turbans? Or eating without knives and forks, added Truman. It would astonish their weak minds in the steward's room at Bellamont if they could see all this, John, said Mr. Freeman pensively. A man who travels has very great advantages. And very great hardships too, said Truman. I don't care for work, but I do like to have my meals regular. This is not bad picking though, said Mr. Freeman. They call it gazelle, which I suppose is the foreign for venison. If you called this venison at Bellamont, said Truman, they would look very queer in the steward's room. Bellamont is Bellamont, and this place is this place, John, said Mr. Freeman. The Hamir is a noble gentleman, every inch of him, and I am very glad my lord has got a companion of his own kidney. It is much better than monks and hermits, and low people of that sort, who are not by no means fit company for somebody I could mention, and might turn him into a papist into the bargain. That would be a bad business, said Truman. My lady could never abide that. It would be better that he should turn Turk. I am not sure it wouldn't, said Mr. Freeman. It would be in a manner more constitutional. The Sultan of Turkey may send an ambassador to our Queen, but the Pope of Rome may not. I should not like to turn Turk, said Truman very thoughtfully. I know what you are thinking of, John, said Mr. Freeman in a serious tone. You are thinking, if anything were to happen to either of us in this heathen land, where we should get Christian burial. Lord love you, Mr. Freeman, no, I wasn't. I was thinking of a glass of ale. Ah, sighed Freeman, it softens the heart to think of such things away from home as we are. Do you know, John, there are times when I feel very queer, there are indeed. I catch myself a-singing Sweet Home one night, among those savages in the wilderness. One wants consolation, John, sometimes, one does indeed, and for my part I do miss the family prayers and the home-brewed. As the twilight died away, they lighted immense bonfires, as well to cheer them during their bivouac, as to deter any adventurous panther, stimulated by the savoury odours, or hyena, breathing fraternal revenge, from reconnoitring their encampment. By degrees, however, the noise of the revellers without subsided, and at length died away. Having satisfied their hunger and smoked their chibouks, often made from the branch which they had cut since their return from hunting, with the bud still alive upon the fresh green tube, they wrapped themselves in their cloaks and sheepskins, and sunk into a deep and well-earned repose. Within, the sheiks and mukatajis gradually, by no means simultaneously, followed their example. Some, taking off their turbans and loosening their girdles, ensconced themselves under the arcades, lying on their carpets and covered with their pelisses and cloaks. Some strolled into the divan chambers which were open to all, and more comfortably stowed themselves upon the well-stuffed cushions. Others, overcome with fatigue and their revel, were lying in deep sleep, outstretched in the open court, and picturesque in the blazing moonlight. The hunting party was to last 3 days, and few intended to leave Canobia on the morrow, but it must not be supposed that the guests experienced any very unusual hardships in what the reader may consider a far from satisfactory mode of passing their night. To say nothing of the warm and benignant climate, the Easterns have not the custom of retiring or rising with the formality of the Occidental nations. They take their sleep when they require it, and meet its embrace without preparation. One cause of this difference undoubtedly is that the Orientals do not connect the business of the toilet with that of rest. The daily bath, with its elaborate processes, is the spot where the mind ponders on the color of a robe or the fashion of a turban. The daily bath, which is the principal incident of Oriental habits, and which can scarcely be said to exist among our own. Fakhreddin had yielded even his own chambers to his friends. Every divan in Canobia was open, excepting the rooms of Tancred. These were sacred, and the emir had requested his friend to receive him as a guest during the festival, and apportion him one of his chambers. The head of the house of Talhouk was asleep with the tube of his nargileh in his mouth. The Yezbek had unwound his turban, cast off his sandals, wrapped himself in his pelisses, and fairly turned in. Bishop Nicodemus was kneeling in a corner and kissing a silver cross, and Hammud Abunekt had rolled himself up in a carpet, and was snoring as if he were blowing through one of the horns of the Maronites. Fakhreddin shot a glance at Tancred, instantly recognized. Then, rising and giving the salam of peace to his guests, the emir and his English friend made their escape down a corridor, at the bottom of which was one of the few doors that could be found in the castle of Canobia. Baroni received them, on the watch lest some cruising sheik should appropriate their resting place. The young moon, almost as young and bright as it was 2 months before at Gaza, suffused with luster the beautiful garden of fruit and flowers without. Under the balcony, Baroni had placed a divan with many cushions, a lamp with burning coffee, and some fresh nargilehs. "Thank God we are alone," exclaimed Fakhreddin. "Tell me, my Tancred, what do you think of it all?" Chapter 44, Fakhreddin's Debts. "It has been a great day," said Tancred, not to be forgotten. "Yes, but what do you think of them? Are they the fellows I described, the men that might conquer the world?" "To conquer the world depends on men not only being good soldiers, but being animated by some sovereign principle that nothing can resist," replied Tancred. "But that we have got," rejoined Fakhreddin. "But have they got it? We can give it to them." "I am not so sure of that. It seems to me that we are going to establish a theocratic equality by the aid of the feudal system." "That is to say, their present system," replied Fakhreddin. "Islamism was propagated by men who were previously idolaters, and our principle may be established by those whose practice at the present time is directly opposed to it." "I still cling to my first idea of making the movement from the desert," said Tancred. "The Arabians are entirely unsophisticated. They are now as they were in the time of Mahomet, of Moses, of Abraham. A sublime devotion is natural to them, and equality, properly developed, is in fact the patriarchal principle." "But these are Arabians," said Fakhreddin. "I am an Arabian. There is not a Muqtaji, whatever his present creed, who does not come from Yemen or the Hejaz or the Nejd." "That is a great qualification," said Tancred musingly. "And see what men these are," continued Fakhreddin with great animation. "Lebanon can send forth more than 50,000 well-armed, and yet let enough stay at home to guard the mulberry trees and the women. Then you can keep them for nothing. A Bedouin is not more temperate than a Druze, if he pleases. He will get through a campaign on olives and cheese. They do not require even tents, they bivouac in a sheepskin." "And yet," said Tancred, "though they have maintained themselves, they have done nothing. Now the Arabs have always succeeded." "I will tell you how that is," said Fakhreddin. "It is very true that we have not done much, and that when we descended into the plain, as we did in 63, under the Emir Yousef, we were beaten back even by the Mutualis. It is that we have no cavalry. They have always contrived to enlist the great tribes of the Syrian desert against us, as for instance under Daha, of whom you must have heard. It was that which has prevented our development, but we have always maintained ourselves. Lebanon is the key of Syria, and the country was never unlocked unless we pleased. But this difficulty is now removed. Through Amalek we shall have the desert on our side. He is omnipotent in the Syrian wilderness, and if he sends messengers through Petra to Deria, the Nejd, and through the Hejaz to Yemen and Oman, we could easily get a cavalry as efficient and not less numerous than our foot." "The instruments will be found," said Tancred, "for it is decreed that the deed should be done. But the favor of providence does not exempt man from the exercise of human prudence. On the contrary, it is an agent on whose cooperation they are bound to count. I should like to see something of the great Syrian cities. I should like also to see Baghdad. It appears to me at the first glance that the whole country to the Euphrates might be conquered in a campaign, but then I want to know how far artillery is necessary, whether it be indispensable. Then again, the Lesser Asia. We should never lose sight of the Lesser Asia as the principal scene of our movements, the richest regions in the world, almost depopulated, and a position from which we might magnetize Europe. But suppose the Turks, through Lesser Asia, conquer Lebanon while we are overrunning the Babylonian and Assyrian monarchies. That will never do. I see your strength here with your own people and the Druzes, and I do not underrate their qualities. But who is to garrison the north of Syria? Who is to keep the passes of the north? What population have you to depend on between Tripoli and Antioch or between Aleppo and Adana? Of all this I know nothing. Fakhreddin had entirely imbibed the views of Tancred. He was sincere in his professions, fervent in his faith. A great feudal proprietor, he was prepared to forsake his beautiful castle, his farms and villages, his vineyards and mulberry orchards and forests of oaks, to assist in establishing, by his voice and his sabre, a new social system, which was to substitute the principle of association for that of dependence as the foundation of the Commonwealth, under the sanction and superintendence of the God of Sinai and of Calvary. True it was that the young Syrian emir intended that among the consequences of the impending movement should be his enthronement on one of the royal seats of Asia. But we should do him injustice were we to convey the impression that his ardent cooperation with Tancred at this moment was impelled merely, or even principally, by these coarsely selfish considerations. Men certainly must be governed, whatever the principle of the social system, and Fakhreddin felt born with a predisposition to rule. But greater even than his desire for empire was his thirst for action. He was wearied with the glittering cage in which he had been born. He panted for a wider field and a nobler theatre, interests more vast and incidents more dazzling and comprehensive. He wished to astonish Europe instead of Lebanon, and to use his genius in baffling and controlling the thrones and dominations of the world, instead of managing the simple sheiks and emirs of his mountains. His castle and fine estates were no sources of satisfaction to him. On the contrary, he viewed Cenobia with disgust. It entailed duties and brought no excitement. He was seldom at home and only for a few passing days. Continued residence was intolerable to his restless spirit. He passed his life in perpetual movement, scudding about on the fleetest dromedaries and galloping over the deserts on steeds of the highest race. Though proud of his ancient house, and not unequal, when necessary, to the due representation of his position, unlike the Orientals in general, he disliked pomp, and shrank from the ceremony which awaited him. His restless, intriguing, and imaginative spirit revelled in the incognito. He was perpetually in masquerade. A merchant, a mamluk, a soldier of fortune, a Tartar messenger, sometimes a pilgrim, sometimes a dervish, always in pursuit of some improbable but ingenious object, or lost in the mazes of some fantastic plot. He enjoyed moving alone without a single attendant, and seldom in his mountains. He was perpetually in Egypt, Baghdad, Cyprus, Smyrna, and the Syrian cities. He sauntered away a good deal of his time indeed in the ports and towns of the coast, looking after his creditors, but this was not the annoyance to him which it would be to most men. Fakhreddin was fond of his debts. They were the source indeed of his only real excitement, and he was grateful to them for their stirring powers. The usurers of Syria are as adroit and callous as those of all other countries, and possess no doubt all those repulsive qualities which are the consequence of an habitual control over every generous emotion. But instead of viewing them with feelings of vengeance or abhorrence, Fakhreddin studied them unceasingly with a fine and profound investigation, and found in their society a deep psychological interest. His own rapacious soul delighted to struggle with their rapine, and it charmed him to baffle with his artifice their fraudulent dexterity. He loved to enter their houses with his glittering eye and face radiant with innocence, and when things were at the very worst and they remorseless, to succeed in circumventing them. In a certain sense, and to a certain degree, they were all his victims. True, they had gorged upon his rents and menaced his domains, but they had also advanced large sums, and he had so involved one with another in their eager appetite to prey upon his youth, and had so complicated the financial relations of the Syrian coast in his own respect, that sometimes they tremblingly calculated that the crash of Fakhreddin must inevitably be the signal of a general catastrophe. Even usurers have their weak side. Some are vain, some envious. Fakhreddin knew how to titillate their self-love, or when to give them the opportunity of immolating a rival. Then it was, when he had baffled and deluded them, or with that fatal frankness of which he sometimes blushingly boasted, had betrayed some sacred confidence that shook the credit of the whole coast from Scanderoon to Gaza, and embroiled individuals whose existence depended on their mutual goodwill, that, laughing like one of the blue-eyed hyenas of his forests, he galloped away to Canobia, and, calling for his nargileh, mused in chuckling calculation over the prodigious sums he owed to them, formed whimsical and airy projects for his quittance, or delighted himself by brooding over the memory of some happy expedient or some daring feat of finance. "What should I be without my debts?" he would sometimes exclaim, "dear companions of my life that never desert me. All my knowledge of human nature is owing to them. It is in managing my affairs that I have sounded the depths of the human heart, recognized all the combinations of human character, developed my own powers, and mastered the resources of others. What expedient in negotiation is unknown to me? What degree of endurance have I not calculated? What play of the countenance have I not observed? Yes, among my creditors, I have disciplined that diplomatic ability that shall some day confound and control cabinets. Oh, my debts, I feel your presence like that of guardian angels. If I be lazy, you prick me to action. If elate, you subdue me to reflection. And thus it is that you alone can secure that continuous yet controlled energy which conquers mankind." Notwithstanding all this, Fakhreddin had grown sometimes a little wearied even of the choice excitement of pecuniary embarrassment. It was too often the same story, the adventures monotonous, the characters identical. He had been plundered by every usurer in the Levant, and in turn had taken them in. He sometimes delighted his imagination by the idea of making them disgorge, that is to say, when he had established that supremacy which he had resolved sooner or later to attain. Although he never kept an account, his memory was so faithful that he knew exactly the amount of which he had been defrauded by every individual with whom he had had transactions. He longed to mulct them, to the service of the state, in the exact amount if their unhallowed appropriations. He was too good a statesman ever to confiscate. He confined himself to taxation. Confiscation is a blunder that destroys public credit. Taxation, on the contrary, improves it, and both come to the same thing. That the proud soul of Tancred of Montacute, with its sublime aspirations, its inexorable purpose, its empyrean ambition, should find a votary in one apparently so whimsical, so worldly, and so worthless, may at the first glance seem improbable. Yet a nearer and finer examination may induce us to recognize its likelihood. Fakhreddin had a brilliant imagination and a passionate sensibility. His heart was controlled by his taste, and when that was pleased and satisfied, he was capable of profound feeling and of earnest conduct. Moral worth had no abstract charms for him, and he could sympathize with a dazzling reprobate. But virtue in an heroic form, lofty principle, and sovereign duty, invested with all the attributes calculated to captivate his rapid and refined perception, exercised over him a resistless and transcendent spell. The deep and disciplined intelligence of Tancred, trained in all the philosophy and cultured with all the knowledge of the West, acted with magnetic power upon a consciousness, the bright vivacity of which was only equalled by its virgin ignorance of all that books can teach, and of those great conclusions which the studious hour can alone elaborate. Fakhreddin hung upon his accents like a bee, while Tancred poured forth without an effort the treasures of his stored memory and long musing mind. He went on, quite unconscious that his companion was devoid of that previous knowledge, which with all other persons would have been a preliminary qualification for a profitable comprehension of what he said. Fakhreddin gave him no hint of this. The young emir trusted to his quick perception to sustain him, although his literary training was confined to an Arabic grammar, some sentences of wise men, some volumes of poetry, and mainly and most profitably to the clever Courrier de Smayan, and occasionally a packet of French journals which he obtained from a Levantan consul. It was therefore with a feeling not less than enthusiastic that Fakhreddin responded to the suggestive influence of Tancred. The want that he had long suffered from was supplied, and the character he had long mused over had appeared. Here was a vast theory to be reduced to practice, and a commanding mind to give the leading impulse. However imperfect may have been his general conception of the ideas of Tancred, He clearly comprehended that their fulfillment involved his two great objects, change and action. Compared with these attainments on a great scale, his present acquisition and position sank into nothingness. A futurity consisting of a Syrian emirate and a mountain castle figured as intolerable, and Fakhreddin, hoping all things and prepared for anything, flung to the winds all consideration for his existing ties, whether in the shape of domains or of debts. The imperturbable repose, the grave and thoughtful daring with which Tancred developed his revolutionary projects, completed the power with which he could now dispose of the fate of the young emir. Sometimes, in fluttering moments of disordered reverie, Fakhreddin had indulged in dreams of what, with his present companion, it appeared was to be the ordinary business of their lives, and which he discussed with a calm precision, which alone half convinced Fakhreddin of their feasibility. It was not for an impassioned votary to intimate a difficulty, but if Fakhreddin, to elicit an opinion, sometimes hinted an adverse suggestion, the objection was swept away in an instant by an individual whose inflexible will was sustained by the conviction of divine favor. Chapter 45. The People of Ansari. Do you know anything of a people in the north of this country called the Ansari? Inquired Tancred of Baroni. No, my lord, and no one else. They hold the mountainous country about Antioch and will let no one enter it. A very warlike race, they beat back the Egyptians, but Ibrahim Pasha loaded his artillery with piasters the second time he attacked them, and they worked very well with the Pasha after that. Are they Muslimin? It is very easy to say what they are not, and that is about the extent of any knowledge that we have of them. They are not Muslimin, they are not Christians, they are not Druses, and they are not Jews, and certainly they are not Gebers, for I have spoken of them to the Indians at Jeddah, who are fire-worshippers, and they do not in any degree acknowledge them. And what is their race? Are they Arabs? I should say not, my lord, for the only one I ever saw was more like a Greek or an Armenian than a son of the desert. You have seen one of them. It was at Damascus. There was a city brawl and 1,000. De Sidonia saved the life of a man who turned out to be an Ansari, though disguised. They have secret agents at most of the Syrian cities. They speak Arabic, but I have heard 1,000. De Sidonia say they have also a language of their own. I wonder he did not visit them. The plague raged at Aleppo when we were there, and the Ansari were doubly rigid in their exclusion of all strangers from their country. And this Ansari at Damascus, have you ever seen anything of him since? Yes, I have been at Damascus several times since I travelled with 1,000. De Sidonia, and I have sometimes smoked a nargileh with this man. His name is Darkush, and he deals in drugs. Now this was the reason that induced Tancred to inquire of Baroni respecting the Ansari. The day before, which was the third day of the great hunting party at Canobia, Fakhreddin and Tancred had found themselves alone with Hammud Abunecht, and the lord of Canobia had thought it a good occasion to sound this powerful sheik of the Druses. Hammud was rough, but frank and sincere. He was no enemy of the house of Shehab, but the Abunechts had suffered during the wars and civil conflicts which had of late years prevailed in Lebanon, and he was evidently disinclined to mix in any movement which was not well matured and highly promising of success. Fakhreddin, of course, concealed his ulterior purpose from the Druze, who associated with the idea of union between the two nations merely the institution of a sole government under one head, and that head a Shehab, probably dwelling at Canobia. I have fought by the side of the Emir Bashir, said Hammud, and would he were in his palace of Betedin at this moment. And the Abunechts rode with the Emir Yousef against Jezar. It is not the house of Abunecht that would say there should be two weak nations when there might be one strong one. But what I say is sealed with the signet of truth. It is known to the old, and it is remembered by the wise. The Emir Bashir has said it to me as many times as there are oranges on that tree, and the Emir Yousef has said it to my father. The northern passes are not guarded by Maronite or by Druze. And as long as they are not guarded by us, said Fakhreddin inquiringly. We may have a sole prince and a single government, continued Hammud, and the houses of the two nations may be brothers, but every now and then the Osmanli will enter the mountain, and we shall eat sand. And who holds the northern passes, noble sheik? Inquired Tancred. Truly I believe, replied Hammud, very sons of Eblis, for the whole of that country is in the hands of Ansari, and there never has been evil in the mountain that they have not been against us. They never would draw with the Shehabs, said Fakhreddin, and I have heard the Emir Bashir say that, if the Ansari had acted with him, he would have baffled in 40 both the Port and the Pasha. It was the same in the time of the Emir Yousef, said Sheikh Hamoud. They can bring 25,000 picked men into the plain. And I suppose, if it were necessary, would not be afraid to meet the Osmanli in Anatolia, said Fakhreddin. If the Turkmens or the Kurds would join them, said Sheikh Hamoud, there is nothing to prevent their washing their horses' feet in the Bosphorus. It is strange, said Fakhreddin, but frequently as I have been at Aleppo and Antioch, I have never been in their country. I have always been warned against it, always kept from it, which indeed ought to have prompted my earliest efforts when I was my own master to make them a visit. But I know not how it is, there are some prejudices that do stick to one. I have a prejudice against the Ansari, a sort of fear, a kind of horror. 'Tis vastly absurd. I suppose my nurse instilled it into me and frightened me with them when I would not sleep. Besides, I had an idea that they particularly hated the Shehabs. I recollect so well the Emir Bashir at Betedin bestowing endless imprecations on them. He made many efforts to win them, though, said Sheikh Hamoud, and so did the Emir Yousef. And you think without them, noble Sheikh, said Tancred, that Syria is not secure? I think, with them and peace with the desert, that Syria might defy Turk and Egyptian, and carry the war into the enemy's quarters if necessary, said Fakhreddin. If they would let us alone, I am content to leave them, said Hamoud. Hem, said the Emir Fakhreddin, do you see that gazelle, noble Sheikh, how she bounds along? What if we follow her and the pursuit should lead us into the lands of the Ansari? It would be a long ride, said Sheikh Hamoud, nor should I care much to trust my head in a country governed by a woman. A woman, exclaimed Tancred and Fakhreddin. They say as much, said Sheikh Hamoud. Perhaps it is only a coffee-house tale. I never heard it before, said Fakhreddin. In the time of my uncle, Eldorides was sheikh. I have heard indeed that the Ansari worship a woman. Then they would be Christians, said Sheikh Hamoud, and I never heard that. Chapter 46, The Laurellas. It was destined that Napoleon should never enter Rome and Mahomet never enter Damascus. What was the reason of this? They were not uninterested in those cities that interest all. The emperor selected from the capital of the Caesars the title of his son. The prophet, when he beheld the crown of Syria, exclaimed that it was too delightful, and that he must reserve his paradise for another world. Buonaparte was an Italian, and must have often yearned after the days of Rome triumphant. The son of Abdallah was descended from the patriarchs, whose progenitor had been moulded out of the red clay of the most ancient city in the world. Absorbed by the passionate pursuit of the hour, the two heroes postponed a gratification which they knew how to appreciate, but which, with all their success, all their power, and all their fame, they were never permitted to indulge. What moral is to be drawn from this circumstance? That we should never lose an occasion. Opportunity is more powerful even than conquerors and prophets. The most ancient city of the world has no antiquity. This flourishing abode is older than many ruins, yet it does not possess one single memorial of the past. In vain has it conquered or been conquered. Not a trophy, a column, or an arch records its warlike fortunes. Temples have been raised here to unknown gods and to revealed divinity. All have been swept away. Not the trace of a palace or a prison, a public bath, a hall of justice, can be discovered in this wonderful city, where everything has been destroyed and where nothing has decayed. Men moralize among ruins, or in the throng and tumult of successful cities, recall past visions of urban desolation for prophetic warning. London is a modern Babylon. Paris has aped imperial Rome and may share its catastrophe. But what do the sages say to Damascus? It had municipal rights in the days when God conversed with Abraham. Since then the kings of the great monarchies have swept over it, and the Greek and the Roman, the Tartar, the Arab, and the Turk have passed through its walls, yet it still exists and still flourishes, is full of life, wealth, and enjoyment. Here is a city that has quaffed the magical elixir and secured the philosopher's stone, that is always young and always rich. As yet, the disciples of progress have not been able exactly to match this instance of Damascus, but it is said that they have great faith in the future of Birkenhead. We moralize among ruins. It is always when the game is played that we discover the cause of the result. It is a fashion intensely European, the habit of an organization that, having little imagination, takes refuge in reason and carefully locks the door when the steed is stolen. A community has crumbled to pieces, and it is always accounted for by its political forms or its religious modes. There has been a deficiency in what is called checks in the machinery of government. The definition of the suffrage has not been correct. What is styled responsibility has, by some means or other, not answered. Or, on the other hand, people have believed too much or too little in a future state, have been too much engrossed by the present, or too much absorbed in that which was to come. But there is not a form of government which Damascus has not experienced, excepting the representative, and not a creed which it has not acknowledged, excepting the Protestant. Yet, deprived of the only rule and the only religion that are right, it is still justly described by the Arabian poets as a pearl surrounded by emeralds. Yes, the rivers of Damascus still run and revel within and without the walls, of which the steward of Sheikh Abraham was a citizen. They have encompassed them with gardens, and filled them with fountains. They gleam amid their groves of fruit, wind through their vivid meads, sparkle among perpetual flowers, gush from the walls, bubble in the courtyards, dance and carol in the streets. Everywhere their joyous voices, everywhere their glancing forms, filling the whole world around with freshness and brilliancy and fragrance and life. One might fancy, as we track them in their dazzling course, or suddenly making their appearance in every spot and in every scene, that they were the guardian spirits of the city. You have explained them, says the utilitarian, the age and flourishing fortunes of Damascus. They arise from its advantageous situation. It is well supplied with water. Is it better supplied than the ruins of contiguous regions? Did the Nile save Thebes? Did the Tigris preserve Nineveh? Did the Euphrates secure Babylon? Our scene lies in a chamber vast and gorgeous. The reader must imagine a hall, its form that of a rather long square, but perfectly proportioned. Its coved roof, glowing with golden and scarlet tints, is highly carved in the manner of the Saracens, such as we may observe in the palaces of Moorish Spain, and in the necropolis of the Mamluk sultans at Cairo, deep recesses of honeycomb work, with every now and then pendants of daring grace hanging like stalactites from some sparry cavern. This roof is supported by columns of white marble, fashioned in the shape of palm trees, the work of Italian artists, and which forms arcades around the chamber. Beneath these arcades runs a noble divan of green and silver silk, and the silken panels of the arabesque walls have been covered with subjects of human interest by the finest artists of Munich. The marble floor, with its rich mosaics, was also the contribution of Italian genius, though it was difficult at the present moment to trace its varied, graceful and brilliant designs. So many were the sumptuous carpets, the couches, sofas and cushions that were spread about it. There were indeed throughout the chamber many indications of furniture, which are far from usual even among the wealthiest and most refined Orientals. Indian tables, vases of china, and baskets of agate and porcelain filled with flowers. From one side, the large Saracenic windows of this saloon, which were not glazed, but covered only when required by curtains of green and silver silk, now drawn aside, looked on a garden, vistas of quivering trees, broad parterres of flowers, and everywhere the gleam of glittering fountains, which owned, however, fealty to the superior stream that bubbled in the centre of the saloon, where 4 Negroes, carved in black marble, poured forth its refreshing waters from huge shells of pearl, into the vast circle of a jasper basin. At this moment the chamber was enlivened by the presence of many individuals. Most of these were guests. One was the master of the columns and the fountains, a man much above the middle height, though as well proportioned as his sumptuous hall, admirably handsome, for beauty and benevolence blended in the majestic countenance of Adam Besso. Today his Syrian robes were not unworthy of his palace. The cream-white shawl that encircled his brow with its ample folds was so fine that the merchant who brought it to him carried it over the ocean and the desert in the hollow shell of a pomegranate. In his girdle rested a handjar, the sheath of which was of a rare and vivid enamel, and the hilt entirely of brilliance. A slender man of middle size, who, as he stood by Besso, had a diminutive appearance, was in earnest conversation with his host. This personage was adorned with more than one order, and dressed in the frank uniform of one of the great powers, though his head was shaven, for he wore a tarbouch or red cap, although no turban. This gentleman was Signor Elias de Lorella, a wealthy Hebrew merchant at Damascus, and Austrian consul general ad honorem, a great man, almost as celebrated for his diplomatic as for his mercantile abilities, a gentleman who understood the Eastern question, looked up to for that, but still more, in that he was the father of the two prettiest girls in the Levant. The Mesdemoiselles de Lorella, Therese and Sophonisbe, had just completed their education, partly at Smyrna, the last year at Marseille. This had quite turned their heads. They had come back with a contempt for Syria, the bitterness of which was only veiled by the high style of European nonchalance, of which they had a supreme command, and which is, perhaps, our only match for Eastern repose. The Mesdemoiselles de Lorella were highly accomplished, could sing quite ravishingly, paint fruits and flowers, and drop to each other, before surrounding savages, mysterious allusions to feats in ballrooms which, alas, no longer could be achieved. They signified, and in some degree solaced, their intense disgust at their present position by a haughty and amusingly impassible demeanour, which meant to convey their superiority to all surrounding circumstances. One of their favourite modes of asserting this preeminence was wearing the frank dress, which their father only did officially, and which no female member of their family had ever assumed, though Damascus swarmed with Lorellas. Nothing in the dreams of Madame Carson or Madame Camille or Madame Deville, nothing in the blazoned pages of the almanacs des Dames and Belle Assembly, ever approached the M-deals. Lorella on a day of festival. It was the acme, nothing could be conceived beyond it, nobody could equal it. It was taste exaggerated, if that be possible, fashion baffling pursuit, if that be permitted. It was a union of the highest moral and material qualities, the most sublime contempt and the stiffest cambric. Figure to yourself, in such habiliments, two girls of the same features, the same form, the same size, but of different colour. A nose turned up but choicely moulded, large eyes and richly fringed, fine hair, beautiful lips and teeth, but the upper lip and the cheek bones rather too long and high, and the general expression of the countenance, when not affected, more sprightly than intelligent. Therese was a brunette, but her eye wanted softness as much as the blue orb of the brilliant Sophonisbe. Nature and art had combined to produce their figures, and it was only the united effort of two such first-rate powers that could have created anything so admirable. This was the first visit of the Mesdemoiselles Lorella to the family of Besso, for they had only returned from Marseille at the beginning of the year, and their host had not resided at Damascus until the summer was much advanced. Of course they were well acquainted by reputation with the great Hebrew house of which the lord of the mansion was the chief. They had been brought up to esteem it the main strength and ornament of their race and religion. But the Mesdemoiselles Lorella were ashamed of their race, and not fanatically devoted to their religion, which might be true, but certainly was not fashionable. Therese, who was of a less sanguineous temperament than her sister, affected despair and unutterable humiliation, which permitted her to say before her own people 1,000 disagreeable things with an air of artless frankness. The animated Sophonisbe, on the contrary, was always combating prejudice, felt persuaded that the Jews would not be so much disliked if they were better known, that all they had to do was to imitate as closely as possible the habits and customs of the nation among whom they chanced to live, and she really did believe that eventually. Such was the progressive spirit of the age, a difference in religion would cease to be regarded, and that a respectable Hebrew, particularly if well-dressed and well-mannered, might be able to pass through society without being discovered, or at least noticed. Consummation of the destiny of the favourite people of the Creator of the universe. Notwithstanding their practised nonchalance, the Mesdemoiselles Lorella were a little subdued when they entered the palace of Besso, still more so when they were presented to its master, whose manner, void of all art, yet invested with a natural dignity, asserted in an instant its superiority. Eva, whom they saw for the first time, received them like a queen, and in a dress which offered as complete a contrast to their modish attire as the beauty of her sublime countenance presented to their pretty and sparkling visages. Madame Lorella, the mother of these young ladies, would in Europe have been still styled young. She was a Smyrniote and had been a celebrated beauty. The rose had since then too richly expanded, but even now, with her dark eyelash charged with yamask, her cheek touched with rouge, and her fingers tipped with henna, her still fine hair exaggerated by art or screened by her jewelled turban, she would have been a striking personage, even if it had not been for the blaze of jewels with which she was suffused and environed. The existence of this lady was concentered in her precious gems. An extreme susceptibility on this head is very prevalent among the ladies of the Levant, and the quantity of jewels that they accumulate far exceeds the general belief. Madame Laurella was without a rival in this respect, and resolved to maintain her throne. Diamonds alone did not satisfy her. Immense emeralds, rubies as big as pigeons' eggs, prodigious ropes of pearls, were studded and wound about every part of her. Rich robes, every finger glittered, and bracelets flashed beneath her hanging sleeves. She sat in silent splendor on a divan, now and then proudly moving a fan of feathers, lost in criticism of the jewels of her friends, and in contemplation of her own. A young man, tall and well-looking, dressed as an Oriental, but with an affected, jerking air, more French than Syrian, moved jauntily about the room, speaking to several persons for a short time, shrugging his shoulders and uttering commonplaces as if they were poignant originalities. This was Hillel Besso, the eldest son of the Besso of Aleppo, and the intended husband of Eva. Hillel, too, had seen the world, passed a season at Pera, where he had worn the Frank dress, and, introduced into the circles by the lady of the Austrian internuncio, had found success and enjoyed himself. He had not, however, returned to Syria with any of the disgust shared by the Mademoiselle Laurella. Hillel was neither ashamed of his race nor his religion. On the contrary, he was perfectly satisfied with this life, with the family of Besso in general, and with himself particularly. Hillel was a little philosophical, had read Voltaire, and, free from prejudices, conceived himself capable of forming correct opinions. He listened smiling, and in silence to Eva asserting the splendor and superiority of their race, and sighing for the restoration of their national glory, and then would say, in a whisper to a friend, and with a glance of epigrammatic airiness for my part, I am not so sure that we were ever better off than we are. He stopped and conversed with Therese Laurella, who at first was unbending, but when she found that he was a Besso, and had listened to one or two anecdotes which indicated personal acquaintance not only with ambassadors, but with ambassadors' ladies, she began to relax. In general, however, the rest of the ladies did not speak, or made only observations to each other in a hushed voice. Conversation is not the accomplishment of these climes and circles. They seemed content to show their jewels to their neighbors. There was a very fat lady, of prodigious size, the wife of Signor Jacob Piccoloroni, who was also a consul, but not a consul general in honorum. She looked like a huge Chinese idol. A perpetual smile played upon her immense good-natured cheeks, and her little black eyes twinkled with continuous satisfaction. There were the Murad Farhais and the Nassim Farhais. There were Moses Laurella and his wife, who shone with the reflected splendor of the great Laurellas, but who were really very nice people, sensible and most obliging, as all travellers must have found them. Moses Laurella was vice-consul to his brother. The Farhais had no diplomatic lustre, but they were great merchants, and worked with the house of Besso in all their enterprises. They had married two sisters who were also their cousins. Madame Murad Farhai was in the zenith of her renowned beauty, in the gorgeous Smyrniote style, brilliant yet languid like a panther basking in the sunshine. Her sister also had a rich countenance and a figure like a palm tree, while her fine brow beamed alike with intelligence and beauty. Madame Nassim was highly cultured, enthusiastic for her race, and proud of the friendship of Eva, of which she was worthy. There were also playing about the room 3 or 4 children of such dazzling beauty and such ineffable grace that no pen can picture their seraphic glances or gestures of airy frolic. Sometimes serious from exhaustion not from thought, sometimes wild with the witchery of infant riot, a laughing girl with hair almost touching the ground and large grey eyes bedewed with lustrous mischief, tumbles over an urchin who rises doubtful whether to scream or shout. Sometimes they pull the robe of Besso while he talks, who goes on, as if unconscious of the interruption. Sometimes they rush up to their mother, or Eva for an embrace. Sometimes they run up to the fat lady, look with wondering gravity in her face, and then, bursting into laughter, scud away. These are the children of a sister of Hillel Besso, brought to Damascus for change of air. Their mother is also here, sitting at the side of Eva, a soft and pensive countenance, watching the children with her intelligent blue eyes, or beckoning to them with a beautiful hand. The men in general remained on their legs apart, conversing as if they were on the bourse. Now entered from halls beyond of less dimensions, but all decorated with similar splendor, a train of servants, 2 of whom carried between them a large broad basket of silver filigree, filled with branches of the palm tree entwined with myrtle, while another bore a golden basket of a different shape, and which was filled with citrons just gathered. These they handed to the guests, and each guest took a branch with the right hand and a citron with the left. The conversation of Besso with Elia's Laurella had been broken by their entrance, and a few minutes afterwards, the master of the house, looking about, held up his branch, shook it with a rustling sound, and immediately Eva was at his side. The daughter of Besso wore a vest of white silk, fitting close to her shape and descending to her knees. It was buttoned with large diamonds and restrained by a girdle of pearls. Anklets of brilliance peeped also, every now and then, from beneath her large mamlock trousers of rose-coloured silk that fell over her slippers, powdered with diamonds. Over her vest she wore the Syrian jacket, made of cherry-coloured velvet, its open arms and back richly embroidered, though these were now much concealed by her outer pelisse, a brocade of India, massy with gold, and yet relieved from heaviness by the brilliancy of its light blue tint and the dazzling fantasy of its pattern. This was loosely bound round her waist by a Moorish scarf of the colour of a blood-red orange, and bordered with a broad fringe of precious stones. Her headdress was of the same fashion as when we first met her in the kiosk of Bethany, except that, on this occasion, her Syrian cap on the back of her head was covered only with diamonds, and only with diamonds was braided her long dark hair. "They will never come," said Besso to his daughter. "It was one of his freaks. We will not wait." "I am sure, my father, they will come," said Eva earnestly, and indeed at this very moment, as she stood at his side, holding in one hand her palm branch which was reposing on her bosom, and in the other her fresh citron, the servants appeared again, ushering in two guests who had just arrived. One was quite a stranger, a young man dressed in the European fashion. The other was recognized at once by all present as the Emir of Canobia. Chapter 47, The Feast of Tabernacles. Eva had withdrawn from her father to her former remote position, the moment that she had recognized the two friends, and was therefore not in hearing when her father received them, and said, "Welcome, noble stranger. The noble Emir here, to whom 1,000 welcomes, told me that you would not be averse from joining a festival of my people." "I would seize any opportunity to pay my respects to you," replied Tancred, "but this occasion is most agreeable to me." "And when, noble traveller, did you arrive at Esh-Sham?" "But this morning we were last from Hasbaya." Tancred then inquired after Eva, and Besso led him to his daughter. In the meantime the arrival of the new guests made a considerable sensation in the chamber, especially with the Mademoiselle Laurella. A young prince of the Lebanon, whatever his religion, was a distinguished and agreeable accession to their circle, but in Tancred they recognized a being at once civilized and fashionable, a Christian who could dance the polka. Refreshing as springs in the desert to their long languishing eyes were the sight of his white cravat and his boots of Parisian polish. "It is one of our great national festivals," said Eva, slightly waving her palm branch, "the celebration of the Hebrew vintage, the Feast of Tabernacles. The vineyards of Israel have ceased to exist, but the eternal law enjoins the children of Israel still to celebrate the vintage. A race that persists in celebrating their vintage, although they have no fruits to gather, will regain their vineyards. What sublime inexorability in the law, but what indomitable spirit in the people! It is easy for the happier Sephardim, the Hebrews who have never quitted the sunny regions that are laved by the Midland Ocean. It is easy for them, though they have lost their heritage, to sympathize in their beautiful Asian cities or in their Moorish and Arabian gardens with the graceful rites that are, at least, an homage to a benignant nature. But picture to yourself the child of Israel in the dingy suburb, or the squalid quarter of some bleak northern town, where there is never a sun that can at any rate ripen grapes. Yet he must celebrate the vintage of purple Palestine. The law has told him, though a denizen in an icy clime, that he must dwell for 7 days in a bower, and that he must build it of the boughs of thick trees. And the rabbins have told him that these thick trees are the palm, the myrtle, and the weeping willow. Even Sarmatia may furnish a weeping willow. The law has told him that he must pluck the fruit of goodly trees, and the rabbins have explained that goodly fruit on this occasion is confined to the citron. Perhaps in his despair he is obliged to fly to the candied delicacies of the grocer. His mercantile connections will enable him, often at considerable cost, to procure some palm leaves from Canaan, which he may wave in his synagogue while he exclaims, as the crowd did when the divine descendant of David entered Jerusalem, "Hosanna in the highest." There is something profoundly interesting in this devoted observance of Oriental customs in the heart of our Saxon and Sclavonian cities. In these descendants of the Bedouins, who conquered Canaan more than 3,000 years ago, still celebrating that success which secured their forefathers, for the first time, grapes and wine. Conceive a being born and bred in the Judenstrasse of Hamburg or Frankfurt, or rather in the purlieus of our Houndsditch or Minories, born to hereditary insult, without any education, apparently without a circumstance that can develop the slightest taste, or cherish the least sentiment for the beautiful, living amid fogs and filth, never treated with kindness, seldom with justice, occupied with the meanest, if not the vilest, toil, bargaining for frippery, speculating in usury, existing for ever under the concurrent influence of degrading causes which would have worn out, long ago, any race that was not of the unmixed blood of Caucasus, and did not adhere to the laws of Moses. Conceive such a being, an object to you of prejudice, dislike, disgust, perhaps hatred. The season arrives, and the mind and heart of that being are filled with images and passions that have been ranked in all ages among the most beautiful and the most genial of human experience, filled with a subject the most vivid, the most graceful, the most joyous and the most exuberant, a subject which has inspired poets, and which has made gods, the harvest of the grape in the native regions of the vine. He rises in the morning, goes early to some Whitechapel market, purchases some willow boughs for which he has previously given a commission, and which are brought probably from one of the neighbouring rivers of Essex, hastens home, cleans out the yard of his miserable tenement, builds his bower, decks it even profusely with the finest flowers and fruits that he can procure, the myrtle and the citron never forgotten, and hangs its roof with variegated lamps. After the service of his synagogue, he sups late with his wife and his children in the open air, as if he were in the pleasant villages of Galilee, beneath its sweet and starry sky. Perhaps as he is giving the kiddush, the Hebrew blessing to the Hebrew meal, breaking and distributing the bread, and sanctifying with a preliminary prayer the goblet of wine he holds, the very ceremony which the divine Prince of Israel, nearly 2,000 years ago, adopted at the most memorable of all repasts, and eternally invested with Eucharistic grace, or perhaps as he is offering up the peculiar thanksgiving of the Feast of Tabernacles, praising Jehovah for the vintage which his children may no longer cull, but also for his promise that they may some day again enjoy it, and his wife and his children are joining in a pious hosanna, that is, save us. A party of Anglo-Saxons, very respectable men, 10-pounders, a little elevated it may be, though certainly not in honour of the vintage, pass the house, and words like these are heard. "I say, Buggins, what's that row?" "Oh, it's those cursed Jews, we've a lot of 'em here. It is one of their horrible feasts. The Lord Mayor ought to interfere. However, things are not as bad as they used to be. They used always to crucify little boys at these hullabaloos, but now they only eat sausages made of stinking pork." "To be sure," replies his companion, "we all make progress." In the meantime, a burst of music sounds from the gardens of Besso of Damascus. He advances and invites Tancred and the emir to follow him, and without any order or courtesy to the softer sex, who on the contrary follow in the rear, the whole company step out of the Saracenic windows into the gardens. The mansion of Besso, which was of great extent, appeared to be built in their midst. No other roof or building was in any direction visible, yet the house was truly in the middle of the city, and the umbrageous plane trees alone produced that illimitable air which is always so pleasing and effective. The house, though lofty for an Eastern mansion, was only 1 story in height, yet its front was covered with an external and double staircase. This, after a promenade in the garden, the guests approached and mounted. It led to the roof or terrace of the house, which was of great size, an oblong square, and which again was a garden. Myrtle trees of a considerable height, and fragrant with many flowers, were arranged in close order along the 4 sides of this roof, forming a barrier which no eye from the city beneath or any neighbouring terrace could penetrate. This verdant bulwark, however, opened at each corner of the roof, which was occupied by a projecting pavilion of white marble, a light cupola of checkered carving supported by wreathed columns. From these pavilions the most charming views might be obtained of the city and the surrounding country. Damascus, itself a varied mass of dark green groves, white minarets, bright gardens and hooded domes. To the south and east, at the extremity of its rich plain, the glare of the desert. To the west, the ranges of the Lebanon, while the city was backed on the north by other mountain regions, which Tancred had not yet penetrated. In the centre of the terrace was a temporary structure of a peculiar character. It was nearly 40 feet long, half as many broad, and proportionately lofty. 12 palm trees clustering with ripe fruit, and each of which seemed to spring from a flowering hedge of myrtles, supported a roof formed with much artifice of the braided boughs of trees. These, however, only furnished an invisible framework, from which were suspended the most beautiful and delicious fruits, citron and pomegranate, orange and fig and banana and melon, in such thickness and profusion that they formed, as it were, a carved ceiling of rich shades and glowing colours, like the Saracenic ceiling of the mansion, while enormous bunches of grapes every now and then descended like pendants from the main body of the roof. The spaces between the palm trees were filled with a natural trellis-work of orange trees in fruit and blossom, leaving at intervals arches of entrance, whose form was indicated by bunches of the sweetest and rarest flowers. Within was a banqueting table covered with thick white damask silk, with a border of gold about a foot in breadth, and before each guest was placed a napkin of the same fashion. The table, however, lacked none of the conveniences and luxuries, and even ornaments of Europe. What can withstand the united influence of taste, wealth, and commerce? The choicest porcelain of France, golden goblets chiselled in Bond Street, and the prototypes of which had perhaps been won at Goodwood or Ascot, mingled with the rarest specimens of the glass of Bohemia, while the triumphant blades of Sheffield flashed in that very Syrian city whose skill in cutlery had once been a proverb. Around the table was a divan of amber-coloured satin with many cushions, so arranged that the guests might follow either the Oriental or the European mode of seating themselves. Such was the bower or tabernacle of Besso of Damascus, prepared to celebrate the 7th day of his vintage feast. Chapter 48. Eva's affianced bridegroom. We ought to have met at Jerusalem, said Tancred to Besso, on whose right hand he was seated, but I am happy to thank you for all your kindness, even at Damascus. My daughter tells me you are not uninterested in our people, which is the reason I ventured to ask you here. I cannot comprehend how a Christian can be uninterested in a people who have handed down to him immortal truths. All the world is not as sensible of the obligation as yourself, noble traveller. But who are the world? Do you mean the inhabitants of Europe, which is a forest not yet cleared, or the inhabitants of Asia, which is a ruin about to tumble? The railroads will clear the forest, said Besso. And what is to become of the ruin? Asked Tancred. God will not forget his land. That is the truth. The government of this globe must be divine, and the impulse can only come from Asia. If your government only understood the Eastern question, said Mr. Consul General Laurella, pricking up his ears at some half-phrase that he had caught, and addressing Tancred across the table. It is more simple than you imagine, and before you return to England to take your seat in your Parliament, I should be very happy to have some conversation with you. I think I could tell you some things, and he gave a glance of diplomatic mystery. Tancred bowed. For my part, said Hillel Besso, shrugging his shoulders and speaking in an airy tone, it seems to me that your Eastern question is a great imbroglio that only exists in the cabinets of diplomatists. Why should there be any Eastern question? All is very well as it is. At least we might be worse. I think we might be worse. I am so happy to find myself once more among you, whispered Fakhreddin to his neighbour, Madame Murad Farhai. This is my real home. All here must be happy and honoured to see you, too, noble Emir. And the good Signor Murad, I am afraid I am not a favourite of his, pursued Fakhreddin, meditating alone. I never heard my husband speak of you, noble Emir, but with the greatest consideration. There is no man I respect so much, said Fakhreddin, no one in whom I have such a thorough confidence. Excepting our dear host, who is really my father, there is no one on whose judgment I would so implicitly rely. Tell him all that, my dear Madame Murad, for I wish him to respect me. I admire his hair so much, whispered Therese Laurella, in an audible voice to her sister, across the broad form of the ever-smiling Madame Piccoloroni. 'Tis such a relief after our dreadful turbans. And his costume, so becoming. I wonder how any civilized being can wear the sort of things we see about us. 'Tis really altogether like a wardrobe of the comedy. Well, Sophonisp, said the sensible Moses Laurella, I admire the Franks very much. They have many qualities which I could wish our Levantins shared, but I confess that I do not think that their strong point is their costume. Oh, my dear uncle, said Therese, look at that beautiful white cravat. What have we like it? So simple, so distinguished, such good taste. And then the boots. Think of our dreadful slippers, powdered with pearls and all sorts of trash of that kind by the side of that lovely French polish. He must be terribly ennuyé here, said Therese to Sophonisp, with a look of the initiated. Indeed, I should think so. No balls, not an opera, I quite pity him. What could have induced him to come here? I should think he must be attached to someone, said Therese. He looks unhappy. There is not a person near him with whom he can have an idea in common. Except Mr. Hillel Besso, said Therese. He appears to be quite enlightened. I spoke to him a little before dinner. He has been a winter at Pera and went to all the balls. Lord Palmerston understood the Eastern question to a certain degree, said Mr. Consul General Laurella. But had I been in the service of the Queen of England, I could have told him some things, and he mysteriously paused. I cannot endure this eternal chatter about Palmerston, said the Emir rather pettishly. Are there no other statesmen in the world besides Palmerston? And what should he know about the Eastern question, who never was in the East? Ah, noble Emir, these are questions of the high diplomacy. They cannot be treated unless by the cabinets which have traditions. I could settle the Eastern question in a month if I were disposed, said Fakhreddin. Mr. Consul General Laurella smiled superciliously, and then said, but the question is, what is the Eastern question? For my part, said Hillel Besso, in a most epigrammatic manner, I do not see the use of settling anything. The Eastern question is who shall govern the Mediterranean, said the Emir. There are only two powers who can do it, Egypt and Syria. As for the English, the Russians, the Franks, your friends the Austrians, they are strangers. They come and they will go, but Syria and Egypt will always remain. Egypt has tried and failed. Then let Syria try and succeed. Do you visit Egypt before you return from the East, noble sir? Asked Besso of Tancred. I have not thought of my return, but I should not be sorry to visit Egypt. It is a country that rather perplexes us in Europe. It has undergone great changes. Besso shook his head and slightly smiled. Egypt, said he, never changes. 'Tis the same land as in the days of the pharaohs, governed on their principles of political economy, with a Hebrew for prime minister. A Hebrew for prime minister. Even so, Artem Bey, the present prime minister of Egypt, formerly the Pasha's envoy at Paris, and by far the best political head in the Levant, is not only the successor but the descendant of Joseph. He must be added then to your friend 1,000. De Sidonia's list of living Hebrew statesmen, said Tancred. We have our share of the government of the world, said Besso. It seems to me that you govern every land except your own. That might have been done in 39, said Besso musingly, but why speak of a subject which can little interest you? Can little interest me, exclaimed Tancred. What other subject should interest me? More than 6 centuries ago the government of that land interested my ancestor, and he came here to achieve it. The stars were shining before they quitted the Arabian tabernacle of Besso. The air was just as soft as a sweet summer English noon, and quite as still. The pavilions of the terrace and the surrounding bowers were illuminated by the varying tints of 1,000 lamps. Bright carpets and rich cushions were thrown about for those who cared to recline, the brothers Farhai, for example, and indeed most of the men, smoking inestimable nargilés. The Consul General Laurella begged permission to present Lord Montacute to his daughters Therese and Sophonisp, who, resolved to show to him that Damascus was not altogether so barbarous as he deemed it, began talking of new dances and the last opera. Tancred would have found great difficulty in sustaining his part in the conversation, had not the young ladies fortunately been requested to favour those present with a specimen of the art in which they excelled, which they did after much solicitation, vowing that they had no voice tonight, and that it was impossible at all times to sing except in a chamber. For my part, said Hillel Besso with an extremely piquant air, music in a chamber is very charming, but I think also in the open air it is not so bad. Tancred took advantage of this movement to approach Eva, who was conversing, as they took their evening walk, with the softied sister of Hillel and Madame Nassim Farhai, a group of women that the drawing grooms of Europe and the harems of Asia could perhaps not have rivalled. The Mademoiselle Laurella are very accomplished, said Tancred, but at Damascus I am not content to hear anything but sackbuts and psalteries. But in Europe your finest music is on the subjects of our history, said Eva. Naturally, said Tancred, music alone can do justice to such themes. They baffle the uninspired pen. There is a prayer which the Mademoiselle Laurella once sang, a prayer of Moses in Egypt, said Madame Nassim, somewhat timidly. It is very fine. I wish they would favour us with it, said Eva. I will ask Hillel to request that kindness. And she beckoned to Hillel, who sauntered toward her, and listened to her whispered wish with a smile of supercilious complacency. At present they are going to favour us with Don Pasquale, he said, shrugging his shoulders. A prayer is a very fine thing, but for my part at this hour I think a serenade is not so bad. And how do you like my father? Said Eva to Tancred in a hesitating tone, and yet with a glance of blended curiosity and pride. He is exactly what Sidonia prepared me for, worthy not only of being your father but the father of mankind. The Moslemin say that we are near paradise at Damascus, said Madame Nassim, and that Adam was fashioned out of our red earth. He much wished to see you, said Eva, and your meeting is as unexpected as to him it is agreeable. We ought to have met long before, said Tancred. When I first arrived at Jerusalem, I ought to have hastened to his threshold. The fault and the misfortune were mine. I scarcely deserved the happiness of knowing you. I am happy we have all met, and that you now understand us a little. When you go back to England, you will defend us when we are defamed. You will not let them persecute us, as they did a few years back, because they said we crucified their children at the feast of our Passover. I shall not go back to England, said Tancred, colouring, and if you are persecuted I hope I shall be able to defend you here. The glowing sky, the soft mellow atmosphere, the brilliant surroundings and the flowers and flashing gems, rich dresses and ravishing music, and every form of splendour and luxury, combined to create a scene that to Tancred was startling, as well from its beauty as its novel character. A rich note of Therese Laurella for an instant arrested their conversation. They were silent while it lingered on their ear. Then Tancred said to the softied sister of Hillel, all that we require here to complete the spell are your beautiful children. They sleep, said the lady, and lose little by not being present, for like the Queen of Sheba, I doubt not they are dreaming of music and flowers. They say that the children of our race are the most beautiful in the world, said Eva, but that when they grow up, they do not fulfill the promise of their infancy. That was scarcely possible, said the softied mother. It is the sense of shame that comes on them and dims their lustre, said Eva. Instead of joyousness and frank hilarity, anxiety and a shrinking reserve are soon impressed upon the youthful Hebrew visage. It is the seal of ignominy. The dreadful secret that they are an expatriated and persecuted race is soon revealed to them, at least among the humbler classes. The children of our house are bred in noble thoughts and taught self-respect. Their countenances will not change. And the countenance from whose beautiful mouth issued those gallant words, what of that? It was one that might wilder the wisest. Tancred gazed upon it with serious yet fond abstraction. All heavenly and heroic thoughts gathered around the image of this woman. From the first moment of their meeting at Bethany to this hour of sacred festival, all the passages of his life in which she had been present flashed through his mind. For a moment he was in the ruins of the Arabian desert and recalled her glance of sweet solicitude. When recovered by her skill and her devotion, he recognized the fair stranger whose words had air that touched the recesses of his spirit and attuned his mind to high and holiest mysteries. Now again their eyes met. An ineffable expression suffused the countenance of Lord Montacute. He sighed. At this moment Hillel and Fakhreddin advanced with a hurried air of gaiety. Hillel offered his hand to Eva with jaunty grace, exclaiming at the same time, "Ladies, if you like to follow us, you shall see a casket just arrived from Marseille, and which Eva will favour me by carrying to Aleppo. It was chosen for me by the lady of the Austrian Internuncio, who is now at Paris. For my part, I do not see much advantage in the diplomatic corps, if occasionally they do not execute a commission for one." Hillel hurried Eva away, accompanied by his sister and Madame Nassim. Tancred and Fakhreddin remained behind. "Who is this man?" said Tancred. "'Tis her affianced," said the Emir, "the man who has robbed me of my natural bride." It is to be hoped, however, that when she is married Besso will adopt me as his son, which in a certain sense I am, having been fostered by his wife. If he do not leave me his fortune, he ought at least to take up all my bills in Syria. Don't you think so, my Tancred?" "What?" said Tancred with a dreamy look. There was a burst of laughter in the distance. "Come, come," said Fakhreddin, "see how they are all gathering round the marriage casket. Even Nassim Farhi has risen. I must go and talk to him. He has impulses, that man, at least compared with his brother. Murad is a stone, a precious stone though, and you cannot magnetize him through his wife, for she has not an idea, but Madame Nassim is immensely mesmeric. Come, come, Tancred." "I follow." But instead of following his friend, Tancred entered one of the marble pavilions that jutted out from each corner of the terraced roof, and commanded splendid views of the glittering and gardened city. The moon had risen over that unrivalled landscape, the white minarets sparkled in its beam, and the vast hoods of the cupolaed mosques were suffused with its radiancy or reposed in dark shadow, almost as black as the cypress groves out of which they rose. In the extreme distance beyond the fertile plain was the desert, bright as the line of the sea, while otherwise around him extended the chains of Lebanon and of the north. The countenance of Tancred was more than serious. It was sad, as, leaning against one of the wreathed marble pillars, he sighed and murmured, "If I were thou, most beautiful Damascus, Aleppo should not rob me of such a gem. But I must tear up these thoughts from my heart by their roots, and remember that I am ordained for other deeds." Chapter 49, a discussion about Scammony. After taking the bath on his arrival at Damascus, having his beard arranged by a barber of distinction, and dressing himself in a fresh white suit, as was his custom when in residence, with his turban of the same colour arranged a little aside, for Baroni was scrupulous as to his appearance, he hired a donkey and made his way to the great bazaar. The part of the city through which he proceeded was very crowded and bustling, narrow streets with mats slung across, to shield from the sun the swarming population beneath. His accustomed step was familiar with every winding of the emporium of the city. He threaded without hesitation the complicated mazes of those interminable arcades. Now he was in the street of the armourers, now among the sellers of shawls. The prints of Manchester were here unfolded, there the silks of India. Sometimes he sauntered by a range of shops gay with yellow papooses and scarlet slippers, and then hurried by the stalls and shelves stored with the fatal frippery of the East, in which it is said the plague in some shape or other always lurks and lingers. This locality, however, indicated that Baroni was already approaching the purlieus of the chief places. The great population had already much diminished, the brilliancy of the scene much dimmed. There was no longer the swarm of itinerant traders who live by promptly satisfying the wants of the visitors to the bazaar in the shape of a pipe or an ice, a cup of sherbet or of coffee, or a basket of delicious fruit. The passengers were few and all seemed busy, some Armenians, a Hebrew physician and his page, the gliding phantoms of some winding sheets, which were in fact women. Baroni turned into an arcade, well built, spacious, airy, and very neatly fitted up. This was the bazaar of the dealers in drugs. Here, too, spices are sold, all sorts of dyewoods, and especially the choice gums for which Arabia is still celebrated, and which Syria would fain rival by the aromatic juices of her pistachio and her apricot trees. Seated on what may be called his counter, smoking a nargileh in a mulberry-coloured robe bordered with fur, and a dark turban, was a middle-aged man of sinister countenance and air, a long hook nose and a light blue eye. "Welcome, Effendi," he said when he observed Baroni, "many welcomes, and how long have you been at Sham?" "Not too long," said Baroni, "and have you been here since my last visit?" "Here and there," said the man, offering him his pipe. "And how are our friends in the mountains?" said Baroni, touching the tube with his lips and returning it. "They live," said the man. "That's something," said Baroni. "Have you been in the land of the Franks?" said the man. "I am always in the land of the Franks," said Baroni, "and about." "You don't know anyone who wants a parcel of Scammony," said the man. "I don't know that I don't," said Baroni mysteriously. "I have a very fine parcel," said the man. "It is very scarce." "No starch or myrrh in it?" asked Baroni. "Do you think I am a Jew?" said the man. "I never could make out what you were, friend Darkush." But as for Scammony, I could throw a good deal of business in your way at this moment, to say nothing of Gauls and Tragacanth. As for Tragacanth, said Darkush, it is known that no one in Sham has pure Tragacanth except me. As for Gauls, every foundling in Syria thinks he can deal in a fees, but is it a fees of Mousul Effendi? What you say are the words of truth, good Darkush. I could recommend you with a safe conscience. I dreamt last night that there would many piasters pass between us this visit. What is the use of friends unless they help you in the hour of adversity? Exclaimed Darkush. You speak ever the words of truth. I am myself in a valley of dark shadows. I am travelling with a young English Capitani, a prince of many tales, and he has declared that he will entirely extinguish my existence unless he pays a visit to the Queen of the Ansari. Let him first pay a visit to King Solomon in the cities of the Jinn, said Darkush doggedly. I am not sure that he will not some time or other, replied Baroni, for he is a man who will not take nay. But now let us talk of Scammony, he added, vaulting on the counter and seating himself by the side of Darkush. One might get more by arranging this visit to your mountains than by enjoying an appalto of all its gums, friend Darkush. But if it cannot be, it cannot be. It cannot be. Let us talk then of Scammony. You remember my old master Darkush. There are many things that are forgotten, but he is not one. This Capitani with whom I travel, this prince of many tales, is his friend. If you serve me now, you serve also him who served you. There are things that can be done, and there are things that cannot be done. Let us talk then of Scammony. But 15 years ago, when we first met, friend Darkush, you did not say nay to 1,000. De Sidonia, it was the plague alone that stopped us. The snow on the mountain is not the same snow as 15 years ago, Effendi. All things change. Let us talk then of Scammony. The Ansari have friends in other lands, but if they will not listen to them, many kind words will be lost. Things also might happen which would make everybody's shadow longer, but if there be no sun, their shadows cannot be seen. Darkush shrugged his shoulders. If the sun of friendship does not illumine me, resumed Baroni, I am entirely lost in the bottomless vale. Truly, I would give 1,000 piasters if I could save my head by taking the Capitani to your mountains. The princes of Frankston cannot take off heads, observed Darkush. All they can do is to banish you to islands inhabited by demons. But the Capitani of whom I speak is prince of many tales, is the brother of queens. Even the great queen of the English, they say, is his sister. He who serves queens may expect bakshish. And you serve a queen, Darkush, which is the reason I cannot give you a pass for the mountains, as I would have done 15 years ago in the time of her father. Are her commands then so strict that she should see neither Moslem nor Christian? She is at war with both and will be forever, for the quarrel between them is beyond the power of man to remove. And what may it be? That you can learn only in the mountains of the Ansari, said Darkush with a malignant smile. Baroni fell into a musing mood. After a few moments' thought he looked up and said, What you have told me, friend Darkush, is very interesting, and throws light on many things. This young prince whom I serve is a friend to your race, and knows well why you are at war both with Moslem and Christian, for he is so himself. But he is a man sparing of words, dark in thought, and terrible to deal with. Why he wishes to visit your people I dared not inquire, but now I guess from what you have let fall that he is an Ansari himself. He has come from a far land merely to visit his race, a man who is a prince among the people to whom piasters are as water. I doubt not he has much to say to your queen. Things might have happened that would have lengthened all our shadows, but never mind what cannot be cannot be. Let us talk then of Scammony. You think he is one, said Darkush in a lower tone and looking very inquiringly. I do, said Baroni. And what do you mean by one, said Darkush. That is exactly the secret which I never could penetrate. I cannot give a pass to the mountains, said Darkush, but the sympathy of friends is a river flowing in a fair garden. If this prince, whose words and thoughts are dark, should indeed be one, could I see him, Effendi? It is a subject on which I dare not speak to him, said Baroni. I hinted at his coming here. His brow was the brow of Eblis, his eye flashed like the red lightning of the Kamsin. It is impossible. What cannot be done cannot be done. He must return to the land of his fathers, unseen by your queen, of whom he is perhaps a brother. He will live, hating alike Moslem and Christian, but he will banish me forever to islands of many demons. The queen shall know of these strange things, said Darkash, and we will wait for her words. Wait for the Mecca caravan, exclaimed Baroni. You know not the child of storms, who is my master, and that is ever a reason why I think he must be one of you. For had he been softened by Christianity or civilized by the Quran? Unripe figs for your Christianity and your Quran, exclaimed Darkash. Do you know what we think of your Christianity and your Quran? No, said Baroni quietly, tell me. You will learn in our mountains, said Darkash. Then you mean to let me go there? If the queen permit you, said Darkash. It is 300 miles to your country, if it be an hour's journey, said Baroni. What with sending the message and receiving the answer, to say nothing of the delays which must occur with a woman and a queen in the case, the fountains of Esh-Sham will have run dry before we hear that our advance is forbidden. Darkash shook his head and yet smiled. By the sunset of tomorrow, Effendi, I could say aye or nay. Tell me what scamony you want and it shall be done. Write down in your tablets how much you can let me have, said Baroni, and I will pay you for it tomorrow. As for the goods themselves, you may keep them for me, until I ask you for them. Perhaps the next time I travel with a capitani who is one of yourselves. Darkash threw aside the tube of his nargileh, and putting his hand very gently into the breast of his robe, he drew out a pigeon, dove-coloured, but with large bright black eyes. The pigeon seemed very knowing and very proud, as he rested on his master's 2 fingers. Ha ha, my Karagoos, my black eyes, exclaimed Darkash. What, is he going on a little journey to somebody? Yes, we can trust Karagoos, for he is one of us. Effendi, tomorrow at sunset at your Khan, for the bazaar will be closed, you shall hear from me. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Mountains. At the black gorge of a mountain pass sat, like sentries, 2 horsemen. Their dress was that of the Kurds. White turbans, a black shirt girt with cords, on their backs a long lance, by their sides a crooked sword, and in their girdles a brace of pistols. Before them extended a wide but mountainous landscape. After the small and very rugged plain on the brink of which they were posted, many hilly ridges, finally a lofty range. The general character of the scene was severe and savage. The contiguous rocks were black and riven, the hills barren and stony, the granite peaks of the more eminent heights uncovered, except occasionally by the snow. Yet, notwithstanding the general aridity of its appearance, the country itself was not unfruitful. The concealed vegetation of the valleys was not inconsiderable, and was highly cherished. The less precipitous cliffs, too, were cut into terraces, and covered with artificial soil. The numerous villages intimated that the country was well populated. The inhabitants produced sufficient wine and corn for their own use, were clothed in garments woven by themselves, and possessed some command over the products of other countries by the gums, the beeswax, and the goat's wool which they could offer in exchange. I have seen 2 eagles over Jibal Kiflis twice this morning, said one of the horsemen to his companion. What does that portend? A good backsheesh for our queen, comrade. If these children of Frankston can pay a princess dower to visit some columns in the desert, like Tadma, they may well give us the golden keys of their treasury when they enter where none should go but those who are. But they say that this Frank is one. It has never been known that there were any among the Franks, replied his comrade, shaking his head. The Franks are all Nazarene, and before they were Nazarene they were savages, and lived in caves. But Kepharinis has given the word that all are to guard over the strangers as over the queen herself, and that one is a prince, who is unquestionably one of us. My father had counted 110 years when he left us Azaz, and he had 24 children, and when he was at the point of death he told us 2 things. One was, never to forget what we were, and the other that never in his time had one like us ever visited our country. Eagles again fly over Jibal Kiflis. Methinks the strangers must be at hand. May their visit lead to no evil to them or to us. Have you misgivings? We are alone among men, let us remain so. You are right, I was once at Haleb Aleppo, I will never willingly find myself there again. Give me the mountains of our fathers, and the beautiful things that can be seen only by one of us. they are not to be found in the bazaars of Haleb, in the gardens of Damascus they are not to be sought. Oh, who is like the queen who reigns over us? I know to whom she is to be compared, but I will not say, yet you too know, my brother in arms. Yes, there are things which are not known in the bazaars of Haleb, in the gardens of Damascus they are not to be sought. Karaguz, the black-eyed pigeon, brought tidings to the queen of the Ansari, from her agent Darkush, that two young princes, one a Syrian, the other a Frank, wished to enter her territories to confer with her on grave matters, and that he had reason to believe that one of the princes, the Frank, strange, incredible as it might sound, was one of themselves. On the evening of the next day, very weary, came Rubberlips, the brother of Black Eyes, with the reply of Her Majesty, ordering Darkush to grant the solicited pass, but limiting the permission of entrance into her dominions to the two princes and two attendants. As one of these, Baroni figured, they did not travel very rapidly. Tancred was glad to seize the occasion to visit Hame and Aleppo on his journey. It was after quitting the latter city and crossing the river Cowig that they approached the region which was the object of their expedition. What certainly did not contribute to render their progress less difficult and dangerous was the circumstance that war at this moment was waged between the Queen of the Ansari and the Pasha of Aleppo. The Turkish potentate had levied tribute on some villages which owned her sway, and which, as he maintained, were not included in the ancient composition paid by the Ansari to the Porte in full of all demands. The consequence was that parties of the Ansari occasionally issued from their passes and scoured the plain of Aleppo. There was also an understanding between the Ansari and the Kurds that whenever any quarrel occurred between the mountaineers and the Turks, the Kurds, who resembled the inhabitants of the mountain in their general appearance, should, under the title of Ansari, take this opportunity of ravage. Darkush, however, had given Baroni credentials to the secret agent of the Ansari at Aleppo, and with his instructions and assistance, the difficulties, which otherwise might have been insuperable, were overcome, and thus it was that the sentries stationed at the mouth of the Black Ravine, which led to the fortress palace of the Queen, were now hourly expecting the appearance of the princes. A horseman at full gallop issued from the hills and came bounding over the stony plain. He shouted to the sentries as he passed them, announcing the arrival of the strangers, and continued his pace through the defile. Soon afterwards appeared the cavalcade of the princes, themselves, their two attendants, and a party of horsemen with white turbans and long lances. Tancred and Fakhreddin rode horses of a high race, but great as is the pleasure of being well mounted, it was not that circumstance alone which lit up their eyes with even unwonted fire and tinged their cheeks with a triumphant glow. Their expedition had been delightful, full of adventure, novelty, and suspense. They had encountered difficulties and they had overcome them. They had a great purpose, they were on the eve of a stirring incident. They were young, daring, and brilliant. A strong position, said Tancred, as they entered the defile. Oh, my Tancred, what things we have seen together, exclaimed Fakhreddin, and what is to follow? The defile was not long, and it was almost unbending. It terminated in a tableland of very limited extent, bounded by a rocky chain, on one of the front and more moderate elevations of which was the appearance of an extensive fortification, though, as the travellers approached it, they perceived that, in many instances, art had only availed itself of the natural advantages of the position, and that the towers and turrets were carved out of the living rock, which formed the impregnable bulwarks and escarpments. The cavalcade, at a quick pace, soon gained the ascending and winding road that conducted them to a tall and massy gateway, the top of which was formed of one prodigious stone. The iron portal opening displayed a covered way cut out of the rock, and broad enough to permit the entrance of 2 horsemen abreast. This way was of considerable length, and so dark that they were obliged to be preceded by torch-bearers. Thence they issued into a large courtyard, the sunshine of which was startling and almost painful after their late passage. The court was surrounded by buildings of different styles and proportions, the further end and, as it were, centre of the whole being a broad, square and stunted brick tower, immediately behind which rose the granite peaks of the mountains. There were some horsemen in the court and many attendants on foot, who came forward and assisted the guests to alight. Tancred and Fakhreddin did not speak, but exchanged glances which expressed their secret thoughts. Perhaps they were of the same opinion as Baroni, that, difficult as it was to arrive there, it might not be more easy to return. However, God is great. A a consolatory truth that had sustained Baroni under many trials. They were ushered into a pavilion at the side of the court, and thence into a commodious divan, which opened upon another and smaller court, in which were some acacia trees. As usual, pipes and coffee were brought. Baroni was outside with the other attendant, stowing away the luggage. A man plainly but neatly dressed, slender and wrinkled with a stooping gait but a glittering eye, came into the chamber, and in a hushed voice with many smiles, much humility, but the lurking air of a master, welcomed them to Gindarix. Then, seating himself on the divan, he clapped his hands, and an attendant brought him his nargileh. "I presume," said Tancred, "that the Emir and myself have the honour of conversing with the Lord Kepherinis." Thus he addressed this celebrated eunuch, who is Prime Minister of the Queen of the Ansari. "The Prince of England," replied Kepherinis, bowing and speaking in a very affected voice, and in a very affected manner, "must not expect the luxuries of the world amid these mountains. Born in London, which is surrounded by the sea, and with an immense slave population at your command, you have advantages with which the Ansari cannot compete, unjustly deprived as they have been of their port, and unable in the present diminished supply of the markets to purchase slaves as heretofore from the Turkmens and the Kurds." "I suppose the Russians interfere with your markets," said Fakhreddin. "The noble Emir of the Lebanon has expressed himself with infinite exactitude," said Kepherinis. "The Russians now entirely stock their harems from the north of Asia." "The Lord Kepherinis has been a great traveller, I apprehend," said Tancred. "The Prince of England has expressed himself with extreme exactitude, and with flattering grace," replied Kepherinis. "I have indeed visited all the Syrian cities, except Jerusalem, which no one wishes to see, and which," he added in a sweet calm tone, "is unquestionably a place fit only for hogs." Tancred started but repressed himself. "Have you been in Lebanon?" asked Fakhreddin. "Noble Emir, I have been the guest of princes of your illustrious house. Conversations have passed between me and the Emir Bashir," he added with a significant look. "Perhaps, had events happened which did not occur, the great Emir Bashir might not at this moment have been a prisoner at Stamboul, among those who, with infinite exactitude, may be described as the most obscene sons of very intolerable barbarians." "And why did not you and the Emir Bashir agree?" inquired Fakhreddin eagerly. "Why has there never been a right understanding between your people and the house of Shehab? United, we should not only command Syria, but we might do more. We might control Asia itself." "The noble Emir has expressed himself with inexpressible grace. The power of the Ansari cannot be too highly estimated." "Is it true that your sovereign can bring 25,000 men into the field?" asked Tancred. 25,000 men," replied Kepherinis with insinuating courtesy, "each of whom could beat 9 Maronites, and consequently 3 Druzes." 25,000 figs for your 25,000 men," exclaimed Fakhreddin laughing. At this moment entered 4 pages and 4 maidens bringing sweetmeats from the queen, and goblets of iced water. They bowed, Kepherinis indicated their purpose, and when they had fulfilled their office they disappeared. But the seasonable interruption had turned the conversation, and prevented Fakhreddin making a sharp retort. Now they talked of the queen, who, Kepherinis said, would be graciously pleased not to see them today, and might not even see them for a week, which agreeable intelligence was communicated in the most affable manner, as if it were good news, or a compliment at least. "The name of the queen's father was Sudia," said Fakhreddin. "The name of the queen's father was Sudia," replied Kepherinis. "And the name of the queen's mother is of no consequence," observed Kepherinis, "for she was a slave and not one of us, and therefore may with singular exactitude be described as nothing." "Is she the first queen who has reigned over the Ansari?" inquired Tancred. "The first since we have settled in these mountains," replied Kepherinis. "And where were you settled before?" inquired Fakhreddin. "Truly," replied Kepherinis, "in cities which never can be forgotten, and therefore need never be mentioned." Tancred and Fakhreddin were very desirous of learning the name of the queen, but were too well-bred directly to make the inquiry of Kepherinis. They had endeavoured to obtain the information as they travelled along, but although every Ansari most obligingly answered their inquiry, they invariably found, on comparing notes, that every time they were favoured with a different piece of information. At last, Baroni informed them that it was useless to pursue their researches, as he was, from various reasons, convinced that no ansary was permitted to give any information of his country, race, government, or creed, although he was far too civil ever to refuse an apparently satisfactory answer to every question. As for Cepharinis, although he was very conversable, the companions observed that he always made it a rule to dilate upon subjects and countries with which he had no acquaintance, and he expressed himself in so affected a manner, and with such an amplification of useless phraseology, that though he was always talking, they seemed at the end of the day to be little more acquainted with the Ansari and their sovereign than when Baroni first opened the subject of their visit to Darkash at Damascus. Chapter 51, Queen of the Ansari. Away, away, Cypros, I can remain no more, my heart beats so. Sweet lady, replied Cypros, it is surprise that agitates you. Is it surprise, Cypros? I did not know it was surprise, then I never was surprised before. I think they were surprised, sweet lady, said Cypros, smiling. Hush, you are laughing very loud, my Cypros. Is that laughter, sweet lady? I did not know it was laughter, then I never laughed before. I would they should know nothing either of our smiles or of our sighs, my Cypros. She who said this was a girl of 18 summers, her features very Greek, her complexion radiant, hair dark as night, and eyes of the colour of the violet. Her beautiful countenance, however, was at this moment nearly shrouded by her veil, although no one could possibly behold it, excepting her attendant, younger even than herself, and fresh and fair as a flower. They were hurrying along a wooden gallery, which led behind the upper part of the divan occupied by the travellers, to the great square central tower of the quadrangle, which we have already noticed, and as the truth must always, or at least eventually, come out, it shall not be concealed that, availing themselves of a convenient, perhaps irresistible position, the fair fugitives had peeped into the chamber, and had made even minute observations on its inhabitants with impunity. Suddenly, Fakhreddin rising from his seat, a panic had seized them, and they hurried away. The gallery led to a flight of steps, and the flight of steps into the first of several chambers without decoration, and with no other furniture than an Eastern apartment always offers, the cushioned seat, which surrounds at least 2/3 of the room. At length they entered a small alcove, rudely painted in arabesque, but in a classic Ionic pattern. The alcove opened into a garden, or rather court of myrtles with a fountain. An antelope, an Angora cat, 2 Persian greyhounds were basking on the sunny turf, and there were many birds about, in rude but capacious cages. We are safe, said the lady, dropping on the divan. I think we must have been seen. That was clearly impossible, said Cypros. Well, we must be seen at last, said the lady. Heyo, I never shall be able to receive them if my heart beats so. I would let them wait a few days, sweet lady, said Cypros, and then you would get more used to them. I shall never be more used to them. Besides, it is rude and inhospitable not to see them. Yesterday there was an excuse. They were wearied, or I had a right to suppose they were with their travelling, and today there ought to be an excuse for not receiving them today. What is it, Cypros? I dare say they will be quite content, if today you fix the time when you will receive them, sweet lady. But I shall not be content, Cypros. Having seen them once, I wish to see them again, and one cannot always be walking by accident in the gallery. Then I would see them today, sweet lady. Shall I send for the noble Cepharinis? I wish I were Cypros and you were Hark. What is that? 'Tis only the antelope, sweet lady. I thought it was. Now tell me, my Cypros, which of these 2 princes do you think is he who is one of us? Oh really, sweet lady, I think they are both so handsome. Yet so unlike, said the lady. Well, they are unlike, said Cypros, and yet. And what? The fair one has a complexion almost as radiant as your own, sweet lady. And eyes as blue. No, they are too light, and so as there is a likeness you think he is the one. I am sure I wish they were both belonging to us, said Cypros. Ah me, said the lady, 'tis not the bright-faced prince whom I hold to be one of us. No, no, my Cypros, think a while, sweet girl. The visage, the head of the other, have you not seen them before? Have you not seen something like them? That head so proudly placed upon the shoulders, That hair, that hyacinthine hair, that lofty forehead, that proud lip, that face so refined and yet so haughty, does it not recall anything? Think, Cypros, think. It does, sweet lady. Tell me, whisper it to me, it is a name not to be lightly mentioned. Cypros advanced and, bending her head, breathed a word in the ear of the lady, who instantly, blushing deeply, murmured with a faint smile, yes. It is he then, said Cypros, who is one of us. Chapter 52, A Royal Audience. Our travellers were speculating, not very sanguinely, on the possible resources which Ginderix might supply for the amusement of a week, when, to their great relief, they were informed by Cephrenes that the Queen had fixed noon, on this the day after their arrival, to receive them. And accordingly at that time some attendants, not accompanying, however, the chief minister, waited on Tancred and Facradine, and announced that they were commanded to usher them to the royal presence. Quitting their apartments, they mounted a flight of steps which led to the wooden gallery, along which they pursued their course. At its termination were 2 sentries with their lances. Then they descended a corresponding flight of stairs and entered a chamber where they were received by pages. The next room, of larger size, was crowded, and here they remained for a few minutes. Then they were ushered into the presence. The young Queen of the Ancestry could not have received them with an air more impassive had she been holding a levee at St. James, seated on her divan. She was clothed in a purple robe. Her long dark hair descended over her shoulders and was drawn off her white forehead, which was bound with a broad circlet of pure gold and of great antiquity. On her right hand stood Cephrenes, the captain of her guard, and a priestly-looking person with a long white beard, and then at some distance from these 3 personages, a considerable number of individuals, between whose appearance and that of her ordinary subjects there was little difference. On her left hand were immediately 3 female attendants, young and pretty, at some distance from them a troop of female slaves, and again at a still further distance another body of her subjects in their white turbans and their black dresses. The chamber was spacious and rudely painted in the Ionic style. It is most undoubtedly requested, and in a vein of the most condescending friendship, by the perfectly irresistible Queen, that the princes should be seated, said Cephrenes, and accordingly Tancred occupied his allotted seat on the right of the Queen, though at some distance, and the young Emir filled his on the left. Facradine was dressed in Syrian splendour, a blaze of shawls and jewelled arms, but Tancred retained on this, as he had done on every other occasion, the European dress, though in the present instance it assumed a somewhat more brilliant shape than ordinary, in the dark green regimentals, the rich embroidery, and the flowing plume of the Bellamont yeomanry cavalry. "You are a prince of the English," said the Queen to Tancred. "I am an Englishman," he replied, "and a subject of our Queen, for we also have the good fortune to be ruled over by the young and the fair. My fathers and the house of Shehab have been ever friends," she continued, turning to Facradine. "May they ever continue so," he replied, "for if the Shehabs and the Ancestry are of one mind, Syria is no longer earth but indeed paradise." "You live much in ships," said the Queen, turning to Tancred. "We are an insular people," he answered, somewhat confusedly, but the perfectly informed Cephrenes came to the succour both of Tancred and of his sovereign. "The English live in ships only during 6 months of the year, principally when they go to India, the rest entirely at their country houses." "Ships are required to take you to India," said Her Majesty. Tancred bowed assent. "Is your Queen about my age?" "She was as young as your Majesty when she began to reign." "And how long has she reigned?" "Some 7 years or so." "Has she a castle?" "Her Majesty generally resides in a very famous castle." "Very strong, I suppose?" "Strong enough." "The Emir Bashir remains at Stamboul." "He is now, I believe, at Broussa," replied Facradine. "Does he like Broussa?" "Not as much at Stamboul." "Is Stamboul the largest city in the world?" "I apprehend by no means," said Facradine. "What is larger?" "London is larger, the great city of the English from which the prince comes. Paris is also larger, but not so large as London." How many persons are there in Stamboul? More than 500,000. Have you seen Antakya Antioch? The queen inquired of Tancred. Not yet. You have seen Beirut? I have. Antakya is not nearly so great a place as Beirut, said the queen, yet once Antakya was much larger than Stamboul, as large perhaps as your great city. And far more beautiful than either, said Tancred. Ah, you have heard of these things, exclaimed the queen with much animation. Now tell me, why is Antakya no longer a great city, as great as Stamboul and the city of the English, and far more beautiful? It is a question that might perplex the wise, said Tancred. I am not wise, said the queen, looking earnestly at Tancred, yet I could solve it. Would that your majesty would deign to do so. There are things to be said, and there are things not to be said, was the reply, and the queen looked at Cephrenes. Her majesty has expressed herself with infinite exactitude, and with condescending propriety, said the chief minister. The queen was silent for a moment, thoughtful, and then waved gracefully her hands, whereupon the chamber was immediately cleared. The princes, instructed by Cephrenes, alone remained, with the exception of the minister, who, at the desire of his sovereign, now seated himself, but not on the divan. He sat opposite to the queen on the floor. Princes, said the queen, you are welcome to Gindarix, where nobody ever comes, for we are people who wish neither to see nor to be seen. We are not like other people, nor do we envy other people. I wish not for the ships of the Queen of the English, and my subjects are content to live as their fathers lived before them. Our mountains are wild and barren, our vales require for their cultivation unceasing toil. We have no gold or silver, no jewels, neither have we silk. But we have some beautiful and consoling thoughts, and more than thoughts, which are shared by all of us and open to all of us, and which only we can value or comprehend. When Darkash, who dwells at Damascus and was the servant of my father, sent to us the ever-faithful messenger, and said that there were princes who wished to confer with us, he knew well it was vain to send here men who would talk of the English and the Egyptians, of the Port and of the nations of Frankston. These things to us are like the rind of fruit. Neither do we care for cottons, nor for things which are sought for in the cities of the plains, and it may be, noble Emir, cherished also in the mountains of Lebanon. This is not Lebanon, but the mountains of the Ansari, who are as they have ever been, before the name of Turk or English was known in Syria, and who will remain as they are unless that happens which may never happen, but which is too beautiful not to believe may arrive. Therefore I speak to you with frankness, princes of strange countries. Darkash, the servant of my father and also mine, told me by the ever-faithful messenger that it was not of these things, which are to us like water spilt on sand, that you wished to confer, but that there were things to be said which ought to be uttered. Therefore it is I sent back the faithful messenger, saying, send then these princes to Gindarix, since their talk is not of things which come and go, making a noise on the coast and in the cities of the plains, and then passing away. These we infinitely despise, but the words of truth uttered in the spirit of friendship will last if they be grave, and on matters which authorize journeys made by princes to visit queens. Her Majesty ceased and looked at Cephrenes, who bowed profound approbation. Tancred and Fakhreddin also exchanged glances, but the Emir waved his hand, signifying his wish that Tancred should reply, who, after a moment's hesitation, with an air of great deference, thus ventured to express himself. It seems to me and to my friend, the Prince of the Lebanon, that we have listened to the words of wisdom. They are in every respect just. We know not ourselves, Darkash, but he was rightly informed when he apprised your Majesty that it was not upon ordinary topics, either political or commercial, that we desired to visit Gindarix, nor was it out of such curiosity as animates travellers, for we are not travellers, but men who have a purpose which we wish to execute. The world, that since its creation has owned the spiritual supremacy of Asia, which is but natural, since Asia is the only portion of the world which the creator of that world has deigned to visit, and in which he has ever conferred with man, is unhappily losing its faith in those ideas and convictions that hitherto have governed the human race. We think, therefore, the time has arrived when Asia should make one of its periodical and appointed efforts to reassert that supremacy. But though we are acting, as we believe, under a divine impulse, it is our duty to select the most fitting human agents to accomplish a celestial mission. We have thought, therefore, that it should devolve on Syria and Arabia, countries in which our God has even dwelt, and with which he has been from the earliest days in direct and regular communication, to undertake the solemn task. Two races of men, alike free, one inhabiting the desert, the other the mountains, untainted by any of the vices of the plains, and the virgin vigor of their intelligence not dwarfed by the conventional superstitions of towns and cities, one prepared at once to supply an unrivalled cavalry, the other an army ready equipped of intrepid foot soldiers, appear to us to be indicated as the natural and united conquerors of the world. We wish to conquer that world, with angels at our head, in order that we may establish the happiness of man by a divine dominion, and crushing the political atheism that is now desolating existence, utterly extinguish the grovelling tyranny of self-government. The Queen of the Ansari listened with deep and agitated attention to Tancred. When he had concluded, she said, after a moment's pause, I believe also in the necessity of the spiritual supremacy of our Asia, and since it has ceased, it seems not to me that man and man's life have been either as great or as beautiful as heretofore. What you have said assures me that it is well that you have come hither. But when you speak of Arabia, of what God is it you speak? I speak of the only God, the creator of all things, the God who spoke on the Arabian Mount Sinai and expiated our sins upon the Syrian Mount Calvary. There is also Mount Olympus, said the Queen, which is in Anatolia. Once the gods dwelt there, the gods of poets, said Tancred. No, the gods of the people, who loved the people and whom the people loved. There was a pause, broken by the Queen, who, looking at her minister, said, Noble Cephrenes, the thoughts of these princes are divine, and in every respect becoming celestial things. Is it not well that the gates of the beautiful and the sacred should not be closed? In every sense, irresistible Queen, it is well that the gates of the beautiful and the sacred should not be closed. Then let them bring garlands. Princes, the Queen continued, what the eye of no stranger has looked upon you shall now behold. This also is Asian and divine. Immediately the chamber again filled. The Queen, looking at the two princes and bowing, rose from her seat. They instantly followed her example. One came forward offering to the Queen and then to each of them a garland. Garlands were also taken by Cephrenes and a few others. Cypros and her companions walked first, then Cephrenes and one who had stood near the royal divan. The Queen, between her two guests, followed, and after her a small and ordered band. They stopped before a lofty portal of bronze, evidently of ancient art. This opened into a covered and excavated way, in some respects similar to that which had led them directly to the castle of Gindarix, but although obscure, not requiring artificial light, yet it was of no inconsiderable length. It emerged upon a platform cut out of the natural rock. On all sides were steep cliffs, above them the bright blue sky. The ravine appeared to be closed on every side. The opposite cliff, at the distance of several hundred yards, reached by a winding path, presented at first the appearance of the front of an ancient temple, and Tancred, as he approached it, perceived that the hand of art had assisted the development of an imitation of nature. A pediment, a deep portico supported by Ionic columns, and a flight of steps were carved out of the cliff and led into vast caverns, which art also had converted into lofty and magnificent chambers. When they had mounted the steps, the Queen and her companions lifted their garlands to the skies, and joined in a chorus solemn and melodious, but which did not sound as the language of Syria. Passing through the portico, Tancred found himself apparently in a vast apartment, where he beheld a strange spectacle. At the first glance it seemed that, ranged on blocks of the surrounding mountains, were a variety of sculptured figures of costly materials and exquisite beauty, forms of heroic majesty and ideal grace, and themselves serene and unimpassioned, filling the minds of the beholders with awe and veneration. It was not until his eye was accustomed to the atmosphere, and his mind had in some degree recovered from the first strange surprise, that Tancred gradually recognized the fair and famous images over which his youth had so long and so early pondered. Stole over his spirit the countenance august, with the flowing beard and the lordly locks sublime on his ivory throne, in one hand the ready thunderbolt, in the other the cypress sceptre. At his feet the watchful eagle with expanded wings. Stole over the spirit of the gazing pilgrim, each shape of that refined and elegant hierarchy made for the worship of clear skies and sunny lands, goddess and god, genius and nymph and faun, all that the wit and heart of man can devise and create, to represent his genius and his passion, all that the myriad developments of a beautiful nature can require for their personification. A beautiful and sometimes flickering light played over the sacred groups and figures, softening the ravages of time, and occasionally investing them with, as it were, a celestial movement. "The gods of the Greeks," exclaimed Tancred. "The gods of the Ansari," said the queen, "the gods of my fathers." "I am filled with a sweet amazement," murmured Tancred. "Life is stranger than I deemed. My soul is, as it were, unsphered." "Yet you know them to be gods," said the queen, "and the emir of the Lebanon does not know them to be gods." "I feel that they are such," said Fakhreddin. "How is this then?" said the queen. "How is it that you, the child of a northern isle, should recognize the Olympian Jove?" said Tancred. "It seems strange, but from my earliest youth I learnt these things." "Ah then," murmured the queen to herself, and with an expression of the greatest satisfaction, "Darkush was rightly informed. He is one of us." "I behold then at last the gods of the Ansari," said Fakhreddin. "All that remains of Antioch, noble emir, of Antioch the superb with its 100 towers, and its sacred groves and fanes of flashing beauty." "Unhappy Asia," exclaimed the emir, "thou hast indeed fallen." "When all was over," said the queen, "when the people refused to sacrifice, and the gods, indignant, quitted earth, I hope not forever, the faithful few fled to these mountains with the sacred images, and we have cherished them. I told you we had beautiful and consoling thoughts, and more than thoughts. All else is lost, our wealth, our arts, our luxury, our invention, all have vanished. The niggard earth scarcely yields us a subsistence, we dress like curds, feed hardly as well. But if we were to quit these mountains, and wander like them on the plains with our ample flocks, we should lose our sacred images, all the traditions that we yet cherish in our souls, that in spite of our hard lives preserve us from being barbarians, a sense of the beautiful and the lofty, and the divine hope that, when the rapidly consummating degradation of Asia has been fulfilled, mankind will return again to those gods who made the earth beautiful and happy, and that they, in their celestial mercy, may revisit that world which, without them, has become a howling wilderness." "Lady," said Tancred with much emotion, "we must, with your permission, speak of these things. My heart is at present too full." "Come hither," said the queen in a voice of great softness, and she led Tancred away. They entered a chamber of much smaller dimensions, which might be looked upon as a chapel annexed to the cathedral or pantheon which they had quitted. At each end of it was a statue. They paused before one. It was not larger than life, of ivory and gold, the color purer than could possibly have been imagined, highly polished and so little injured, that at a distance the general effect was not in the least impaired. "Do you know that?" asked the queen as she looked at the statue, and then she looked at Tancred. "I recognize the god of poetry and light," said Tancred, "Phoebus Apollo. Our god, the god of Antioch, the god of the sacred grove. Who could look upon him and doubt his deity?" "Is this indeed the figure," murmured Tancred, "before which 100 steers have bled, before which libations of honeyed wine were poured from golden goblets, that lived in a heaven of incense?" "Ah, you know all. Angels watch over us," said Tancred, "or my brain will turn. And who is this?" "One before whom the pilgrims of the world once kneeled. This is the Syrian goddess, the Venus of our land, but called among us by a name which, by her favor, I also bear, Astarte." Chapter 53, Fakhreddin's Plots. "And when did men cease from worshipping them?" asked Fakhreddin of Tancred, "before the prophet, when truth descended from heaven in the person of Christ Jesus." "But truth had descended from heaven before Jesus," replied Fakhreddin, "since, as you tell me, God spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, and since then to many of the prophets and the princes of Israel." "Of whom Jesus was one," said Tancred, "the descendant of King David as well as the Son of God. But through this last and greatest of their princes, it was ordained that the inspired Hebrew mind should mold and govern the world. Through Jesus God spoke to the Gentiles, and not to the tribes of Israel only. That is the great worldly difference between Jesus and his inspired predecessors. Christianity is Judaism for the multitude, but still it is Judaism, and its development was the deathblow of the pagan idolatry." "Gentiles," murmured Fakhreddin, "Gentiles, you are a Gentile, Tancred." "Alas, I am," he answered, "sprung from a horde of Baltic pirates, who never were heard of during the greater annals of the world, a descent which I have been educated to believe was the greatest of honors. What we should have become, had not the Syro-Arabian creeds formed our minds, I dare not contemplate. Probably we should have perished in mutual destruction. However, though rude and modern Gentiles unknown to the apostles, we also were in time touched with the sacred symbol, and originally endowed with an organization of a high class, for our ancestors wandered from Caucasus. We have become kings and princes. What a droll thing is history, said Fakhreddin. Ah, if I were only acquainted with it, my education would be complete. Should you call me a Gentile? I have great doubts whether such an appellation could be extended to the descendants of Ishmael. I always look upon you as a member of the sacred race. It is a great thing for any man, for you it may tend to empire. Was Julius Caesar a Gentile? Unquestionably. And Iskander, Alexander of Macedon? No doubt, the two most illustrious Gentiles that ever existed, and representing the two great races on the shores of the Mediterranean, to which the apostolic views were first directed. Well, their blood, though Gentile, led to empire, said Fakhreddin. But what are their conquests to those of Jesus Christ, said Tancred, with great animation. Where are their dynasties? Where their subjects, they were both deified, who burns incense to them now? Their descendants, both Greek and Roman, bow before the altars of the house of David. The house of David is worshipped at Rome itself, at every seat of great and growing empire in the world, at London, at St. Petersburg, at New York. Asia alone is faithless to the Asian, but Asia has been overrun by Turks and Tatars. For nearly 500 years, the true Oriental mind has been enthralled. Arabia alone has remained free and faithful to the divine tradition. From its bosom we shall go forth and sweep away the moulding remnants of the Tataric system. And then, when the East has resumed its indigenous intelligence, when angels and prophets again mingle with humanity, the sacred quarter of the globe will recover its primeval and divine supremacy. It will act upon the modern empires, and the faint-hearted faith of Europe, which is but the shadow of a shade, will become as vigorous as befits men who are in sustained communication with the Creator. But suppose, said Fakhreddin in a captious tone that was unusual with him, suppose, when the Tataric system is swept away, Asia reverts to those beautiful divinities that we beheld this morning. More than once since they quitted the presence of Astarte, had Fakhreddin hopped upon this idea. From that interview the companions had returned moody and unusually silent. Strange to say, there seemed a tacit understanding between them to converse little on that subject, which mainly engrossed their minds. Their mutual remarks on Astarte were few and constrained, a little more diffused upon the visit to the temple, but they chiefly kept up the conventional chat of companionship by rather commonplace observations on Cephrenes and other incidents and persons comparatively of little interest and importance. After their audience they dined with the minister, not exactly in the manner of Downing Street, nor even with the comparative luxury of Cenobia, but the meal was an incident and therefore agreeable. A good pilaf was more acceptable than some partridges dressed with oil and honey, but all Easterns are temperate, and travel teaches abstinence to the Franks. Neither Fakhreddin nor Tancred were men who criticized a meal. Bread, rice and coffee, a bird or a fish, easily satisfied them. The emir affected the Moslem when the minister offered him the wine of the mountains, which was harsh and rough after the delicious vino d'oro of Lebanon, but Tancred contrived to drink the health of Queen Astarte without any wry expression of countenance. I believe, said Cephrenes, that the English in their island of London drink only to women, the other natives of Frankston chiefly pledge men. We look upon both as barbarous. At any rate you worship the god of wine, remarked Tancred, who never attempted to correct the self-complacent minister. I observed today the statue of Bacchus. Bacchus, said Cephrenes with a smile half of inquiry, half of commiseration. Bacchus, an English name, I apprehend. All our gods came from the ancient Antakya before either the Turks or the English were heard of. Their real names are in every respect sacred, nor will they be uttered even to the Ansari, until after the divine initiation has been performed in the perfectly admirable and inexpressibly delightful mysteries, which meant, in simpler tongue, that Cephrenes was entirely ignorant of the subject on which he was talking. After their meal, Cephrenes, proposing that in the course of the day they should fly one of the Queen's hawks, left them, when the conversation, of which we have given a snatch, occurred. Yet, as we have observed, they were on the whole moody and unusually silent. Fakhreddin in particular was wrapped in reverie, and when he spoke, it was always in reference to the singular spectacle of the morning. His musing forced him to inquiry, having never before heard of the Olympian hierarchy, nor of the woods of Daphne, nor of the bright lord of the silver bow. Why were they moody and silent? With regard to Lord Montacute, the events of the morning might sufficiently account for the gravity of his demeanour, for he was naturally of a thoughtful and brooding temperament. This unexpected introduction to Olympus was suggestive of many reflections to one so habituated to muse over divine influences, nor need it be denied that the character of the Queen greatly interested him. Her mind was already attuned to heavenly thoughts. She already believed that she was fulfilling a sacred mission. Tancred could not be blind to the importance of such a personage as Astarte in the great drama of divine regeneration, which was constantly present to his consideration. Her conversion might be as weighty as 10 victories. He was not insensible to the efficacy of feminine influence in the dissemination of religious truth, nor unaware how much the greatest development of the Arabian creeds, in which the Almighty himself deigned to become a personal actor, was assisted by the sacred spell of woman. It is not the Empress Helene alone who has rivaled, or rather surpassed, the exploits of the most illustrious apostles. The 3 great empires of the age, France, England, and Russia, are indebted for their Christianity to female lips. We all remember the salutary influence of Clotilde and Bertha, which bore the traditions of the Jordan to the Seine and the Thames. It should not be forgotten that to the fortunate alliance of Waldemir, the Duke of Muscovy, with the sister of the Greek Emperor Basil, is to be ascribed the remarkable circumstance that the intellectual development of all the Russias has been conducted on Arabian principles. It was the fair Giselle, worthy successor of the soft-hearted women of Galilee, herself the sister of the Emperor Henry II, who opened the mind of her husband, the King of Hungary, to the deep wisdom of the Hebrews, to the laws of Moses and the precepts of Jesus. Poland also found an apostle and a queen in the sister of the Duke of Bohemia, and who revealed to the Sarmatian Missislas the ennobling mysteries of Sinai and of Calvary. Sons of Israel, when you recollect that you created Christendom, you may pardon the Christians even their autos de fe. Fakhreddin Shehab, Emir of Canobia, and lineal descendant of the standard-bearer of the Prophet, had not such faith in Arabian principles as to dream of converting the Queen of the Ansari. Quite the reverse, the Queen of the Ansari had converted him. From the first moment he beheld Astarte, she had exercised over him that magnetic influence of which he was peculiarly susceptible, and by which Tancred at once attracted and controlled him. But Astarte added to this influence a power to which the Easterns in general do not very easily bow, the influence of sex. With the exception of Eva, woman had never guided the spirit or moulded the career of Fakhreddin, and in her instance the sovereignty had been somewhat impaired by that acquaintance of the cradle, which has a tendency to enfeeble the ideal, though it may strengthen the affections. But Astarte rose upon him commanding and complete, a star whose gradual formation he had not watched, and whose unexpected brilliancy might therefore be more striking even than the superior splendor which he had habitually contemplated. Young, beautiful, queenly, impassioned, and eloquent, surrounded by the accessories that influence the imagination, and invested with fascinating mystery, Fakhreddin, silent and enchanted, had yielded his spirit to Astarte, even before she revealed to his unaccustomed and astonished mind the godlike forms of her antique theogony. Eva and Tancred had talked to him of gods, Astarte had shown them to him, all visible images of their boasted divinities of Sinai and of Calvary with which he was acquainted were enshrined over the altars of the convents of Lebanon. He contrasted those representations without beauty or grace, so mean and mournful and spiritless, or if endued with attributes of power, more menacing than majestic, and morose rather than sublime, with those shapes of symmetry, those visages of immortal beauty, serene yet full of sentiment, on which he had gazed that morning with a holy rapture. The Queen had said that besides Mount Sinai and Mount Calvary, there was also Mount Olympus. It was true, even Tancred had not challenged her assertion, and the legends of Olympus were as old as, nay, older than those of the convent or the mosques. This was no mythic fantasy of the beautiful Astarte, the fond tradition of a family, a race, even a nation. These were not the gods merely of the mountains. They had been, as they deserved to be, the guards of a great world, of great nations, and of great men. They were the guards of Alexander and of Caius Julius. They were the guards under whose divine administration Asia had been powerful, rich, luxurious, and happy. They were the guards who had covered the coasts and plains with magnificent cities, crowded the midland ocean with golden galleys, and filled the provinces that were now a chain of wilderness and desert with teeming and thriving millions. No wonder the Ansari were faithful to such deities. The marvel was why men should ever have deserted them. But man had deserted them, and man was unhappy. All either Tancred, his own consciousness, the surrounding spectacles of his life, assured him that man was unhappy, degraded, or discontented, at all events miserable. He was not surprised that a Syrian should be unhappy, even a Syrian prince, for he had no career. He was not surprised that the Jews were unhappy, because they were the most persecuted of the human race, and in all probability very justly so, for such an exception as Eva proved nothing. But here was an Englishman, young, noble, very rich, with every advantage of nature and fortune, and he had come out to Syria to tell them that all Europe was as miserable as themselves. What if their misery had been caused by their deserting those divinities who had once made them so happy? A great question. Fakhreddin indulged in endless combinations while he smoked countless nargilés. If religion were to cure the world, suppose they tried this ancient and once popular faith, so very popular in Syria. The queen of the Ansari could command 25,000 approved warriors, and the emir of the Lebanon could summon a host, if not as disciplined, far more numerous. Fakhreddin, in a frenzy of reverie, became each moment more practical. Asian supremacy, cosmopolitan regeneration, and theocratic equality all gradually disappeared. An independent Syrian kingdom, framed and guarded by 100,000 sabres, rose up before him, an established Olympian religion, which the Druses at his instigation would embrace, and toleration for the Maronites till he could bribe Bishop Nicodemus to arrange a general conformity, and convert his great principle from the Patriarch into the Pontiff of Antioch. The Jews might remain, provided they negotiated a loan which should consolidate the Olympian institutions and establish the Gentile dynasty of Fakhreddin and Astarte. Chapter 54. Astarte is jealous. When Fakhreddin bade Tancred as usual good night, his voice was different from its accustomed tones. He had replied to Tancred with asperity several times during the evening, and when he was separated from his companion, he felt relieved. All unconscious of these changes and symptoms was the heir of Bellamont. Though grave, one indeed who never laughed and seldom smiled, Tancred was blessed with the rarest of all virtues, a singularly sweet temper. He was grave because he was always thinking, and thinking of great deeds. But his heart was soft, and his nature most kind and remarkably regardful of the feelings of others. To wound them, however unintentionally, would occasion him painful disturbance. Though naturally rapid in the perception of character, his inexperience of life, and the self-examination in which he was so frequently absorbed, tended to blunt a little his observation of others. With a generous failing, which is not uncommon, he was prepared to give those whom he loved credit for the virtues which he himself possessed, and the sentiments which he himself extended to them. Being profound, steadfast, and most loyal in his feelings, he was incapable of suspecting that his elected friend could entertain sentiments towards him less deep, less earnest, and less faithful. The change in the demeanour of the emir was, therefore, unnoticed by him, and what might be called the sullen irritability of Fakhreddin was encountered with the usual gentleness and total disregard of self which always distinguished the behaviour of Lord Montacute. The next morning they were invited by Astarte to a hawking party, and leaving the rugged ravines, they descended into a softer and more cultivated country, where they found good sport. Fakhreddin was an accomplished falconer, and loved to display his skill before the queen. Tancred was quite unpractised, but Astarte seemed resolved that he should become experienced in the craft among her mountains, which did not please the emir, as he caracoled in sumptuous dress on a splendid steed, with the superb falcon resting on his wrist. The princes dined again with Cepharinas. That indeed was to be their custom during their stay. Afterwards, accompanied by the minister, they repaired to the royal divan, where they had received a general invitation. Here they found Astarte alone, with the exception of Cypros and her companions, who worked with their spindles apart, and here, on the pretext of discussing the high topics on which they had repaired to Gindarix, there was much conversation on many subjects. Thus passed 1, 2, and even 3 days. Thus, in general, would their hours be occupied at Gindarix. In the morning the hawks, or a visit to some green valley, which was blessed with a stream and beds of oleander, and groves of acacia or sycamore. Fakhreddin had no cause to complain of the demeanour of Astarte towards him, for it was most gracious and encouraging. Indeed, he pleased her, and she was taken, as many had been, by the ingenuous modesty, the unaffected humility, the tender and touching deference of his manner. He seemed to watch her every glance and hang upon her every accent. His sympathy with her was perfect. He agreed with every sentiment and observation that escaped her. Blushing, boyish, unsophisticated, yet full of native grace, and evidently gifted with the most amiable disposition, it was impossible not to view with interest, and even regard, one so young and so innocent. But while the Emir had no cause to be dissatisfied with the demeanour of Astarte to himself, he could not be unaware that her carriage to Tancred was different, and he doubted whether the difference was in his favour. He hung on the accents of Astarte, but he remarked that the Queen hung upon the accents of Tancred, who, engrossed with great ideas, and full of a great purpose, was unconscious of what did not escape the lynx-like glance of his companion. However, Fakhreddin was not, under any circumstances, easily disheartened. In the present case there were many circumstances to encourage him. This was a great situation, there was room for combinations. He felt that he was not unfavoured by Astarte. He had confidence, and a just confidence, in his power of fascination. He had to combat a rival, who was perhaps not thinking of conquest, at any rate who was unconscious of success. Even had he the advantage which Fakhreddin was not now disposed to admit, he might surely be baffled by a competitor with a purpose, devoting his whole intelligence to his object, and hesitating at no means to accomplish it. Fakhreddin became great friends with Khephrines. He gave up his time and attentions much to that great personage, anointed him with the most delicious flattery, most dexterously applied, consulted him on great affairs which had no existence, took his advice on conjunctures which never could occur, assured Khephrines that in his youth the Emir Bashir had impressed on him the importance of cultivating the friendly feelings and obtaining the support of the distinguished minister of the Ansari, gave him some jewels, and made him enormous promises. On the 4th day of the visit, Fakhreddin found himself alone with Astarte, at least without the presence of Tancred, whom Khephrines had detained in his progress to the royal apartment. The young Emir had pushed on, and gained an opportunity which he had long desired. They were speaking of the Lebanon. Fakhreddin had been giving Astarte at her request a sketch of Canobia, and intimating his inexpressible gratification were she to honour his castle with a visit, when, somewhat abruptly, in a suppressed voice, and in a manner not wholly free from embarrassment, Astarte said, "Whatever surprises me is, that Darkash, who is my servant at Damascus, should have communicated by the faithful messenger that one of the princes seeking to visit Gindarix was of our beautiful and ancient faith, for the Prince of England has assured me that nothing was more unfounded or indeed impossible, that the faith, ancient and beautiful, never prevailed in the land of his fathers, and that the reason why he was acquainted with the godlike forms is, that in his country it is the custom to me most singular, and indeed incomprehensible, to educate the youth by teaching them the ancient poems of the Greeks, poems quite lost to us, but in which are embalmed the sacred legends." "We ought never to be surprised at anything that is done by the English," observed Fakhreddin, "who are, after all, in a certain sense, savages. Their country produces nothing. It is an island, a mere rock, larger than Malta but not so well fortified. Everything they require is imported from other countries. They get their corn from Odessa, and their wine from the ports of Spain. I have been assured at Beirut that they do not grow even their own cotton, but that I can hardly believe. Even their religion is an exotic, and as they are indebted for that to Syria, it is not surprising that they should import their education from Greece." "Poor people," exclaimed the Queen, "and yet they travel, they wish to improve themselves." Darkash, however, continued Fakhreddin, without noticing the last observation of Astarte, was not wrongly informed. "Not wrongly informed? No, one of the princes who wished to visit Gindarix was, in a certain sense, of the ancient and beautiful faith, but it was not the Prince of the English." "What are these pigeons that you are flying without letters?" exclaimed Astarte, looking very perplexed. "Ah, beautiful Astarte," said Fakhreddin with a sigh, "you did not know my mother." How should I know your mother, emir of the castles of Lebanon? Have I ever left these mountains, which are dearer to me than the pyramids of Egypt to the great Pasha? Have I ever looked upon your women, Maronite or Druze, walking in white sheets, as if they were the children of 10,000 ghouls, with horns on their heads, as if they were the wild horses of the desert? Ask Kepharinis, said Fakhreddin, still sighing. He has been at Betedin, the court of the Emir Bashir. He knew my mother at least by memory. My mother, beautiful Astarte, was an Ansari. Your mother was an Ansari, repeated Astarte in a tone of infinite surprise. Your mother an Ansari? Of what family was she a child? Ah, replied Fakhreddin, there it is, that is the secret sorrow of my life. A mystery hangs over my mother, for I lost both my parents in extreme childhood. I was at her heart, he added in a broken voice, and amid outrage, tumult and war. Of whom was my mother the child? I am here to discover that, if possible. Her race and her beautiful religion have been the dream of my life. All I have prayed for has been to recognize her kindred, and to behold her gods. It is very interesting, murmured the queen. It is more than interesting, sighed Fakhreddin. Ah, beautiful Astarte, if you knew all, if you could form even the most remote idea of what I have suffered for this unknown faith, and a passionate tear quivered on the radiant cheek of the young prince. And yet you came here to preach the doctrines of another, said Astarte. I came here to preach the doctrines of another, replied Fakhreddin with an expression of contempt, his nostril dilated, his lip curled with scorn. This mad Englishman came here to preach the doctrines of another creed, and one with which it seems to me, he has as little connection as his frigid soil has with palm trees. They produce them, I am told, in houses of glass, and they force their foreign faith in the same manner. But though they have temples and churches and mosques, they confess they have no miracles. They admit that they never produced a prophet. They own that no God ever spoke to their people or visited their land. And yet this race, so peculiarly favored by celestial communication, aspire to be missionaries. I have much misapprehended you, said Astarte. I thought you were both embarked in a great cause. Ah, you learnt that from Darkush, quickly replied Fakhreddin. You see, beautiful Astarte, that I have no personal acquaintance with Darkush. It was the intendant of my companion who was his friend, and it is through him that Darkush has learnt anything that he has communicated. The mission, the project, was not mine, but when I found my comrade had the means, which had hitherto evaded me, of reaching Jindarix, I threw no obstacles in his crotchety course. On the contrary, I embraced the opportunity even with fervour, and far from discouraging my friend from views to which I know he is fatally, even ridiculously, wedded, I looked forward to this expedition as the possible means of diverting his mind from some opinions and, I might add, some influences, which I am persuaded can eventually entail upon him nothing but disappointment and disgrace. And here Fakhreddin shook his head, with that air of confidential mystery which so cleverly piques curiosity. Whatever may be his fate, said Astarte, in a tone of seriousness, the English prince does not seem to me to be a person who could ever experience disgrace. No, no, quickly replied his faithful friend. Of course I did not speak of personal dishonor. He is extremely proud and rash, and not in any way a practical man, but he is not a person who ever would do anything to be sent to the bagnio or the galleys. What I mean by disgrace is that he is mixed up with transactions, and connected with persons who will damage, cheapen, in a worldly sense dishonor him, destroy all his sources of power and influence. For instance, now in his country in England, a Jew is never permitted to enter England. They may settle in Gibraltar, but in England no. Well, it is perfectly well known among all those who care about these affairs that this enterprise of his, this religious military adventure, is merely undertaken because he happens to be desperately enamored of a Jewess at Damascus, whom he cannot carry home as his bride. Enamored of a Jewess at Damascus, said Astarte, turning pale. To folly, to frenzy, she is at the bottom of the whole of this affair. She talks Kabbalah to him and he Nazarene to her. And so, between them, they have invented this grand scheme, the conquest of Asia, perhaps the world, with our Syrian sabres, and we are to be rewarded for our pains by eating Passover cakes. What are they? Festival bread of the Hebrews, made in the new moon with the milk of he-goats. What horrors is? What a reward for conquest! Will the Queen of the English let one of her princes marry a Jewess? Never, he will be beheaded, and she will be burnt alive eventually. But in the meantime, a great deal of mischief may occur unless we stop it. It certainly should be stopped. What amuses me most in this affair, continued Fakhreddin, is the cool way in which this Englishman comes to us for our assistance. First he is at Canobia, then at Gindarix. We are to do the business, and Syria is spoken of as if it were nothing. Now the fact is, Syria is the only practical feature of the case. There is no doubt that if we were all agreed, if Lebanon and the Ansari were to unite, we could clear Syria of the Turks, conquer the plain, and carry the whole coast in a campaign, and no one would ever interfere to disturb us. Why should they? The Turks could not, and the natives of Frankston would not. Leave me to manage them. There is nothing in the world I so revel in as hocussing Guisart and Aberdeen. You never heard of Guisart and Aberdeen? They are the two rise effendis of the King of the French and the Queen of the English. I sent them an archbishop last year, one of my fellows, Archbishop Murad, who led them a pretty dance. They nearly made me king of the Lebanon, to put an end to disturbances which never existed except in the venerable Murad's representations. These are strange things. Has she charms, this Jewess? Very beautiful, I suppose. The Englishman vows so. He is always raving of her, talks of her in his sleep. As you say, it would indeed be strange to draw our sabres for a Jewess. Is she dark or fair? I think when he writes verses to her, he always calls her a moon or a star. That smacks nocturnal and somewhat sombre. I detest the Jews, but I have heard their women are beautiful. We will banish them all from our kingdom of Syria, said Fakhreddin, looking at Astarte earnestly. Why, if we are to make a struggle, it should be for something. There have been Syrian kingdoms. And shall be, beauteous queen, and you shall rule them. I believe now the dream of my life will be realized. Why, what's that? My mother's last aspiration, the dying legacy of her passionate soul, known only to me, and never breathed to human being until this moment. Then you recollect your mother? It was my nurse, long since dead, who was the depositary of the injunction, and in due time conveyed it to me. And what was it? To raise at Deir el-Kamar, the capital of our district, a marble temple to the Syrian goddess. Beautiful idea. It would have drawn back the mountain to the ancient faith. The Druzes are half prepared and wait only my word. But the Nazarene bishops, said the queen, whom you find so useful, what will they say? What did the priests and priestesses of the Syrian goddess say when Syria became Christian? They turned into bishops and nuns. Let them turn back again. Chapter 55, Capture of a Harem. Tancred and Fakhreddin had been absent from Gindarix for 2 or 3 days, making an excursion in the neighbouring districts, and visiting several of those chieftains whose future aid might be of much importance to them. Away from the unconscious centre of many passions and intrigues, excited by the novelty of their life, sanguine of the ultimate triumph of his manoeuvres, and at times still influenced by his companion, the demeanour of the young emir of Lebanon to his friend resumed something of its wonted softness, confidence, and complacence. They were once more in sight of the wild palace fort of Astarte. Spurring their horses, they dashed before their attendants over the plain, and halted at the huge portal of iron while the torches were lit, and preparations were made for the passage of the covered way. When they entered the principal court, there were unusual appearances of some recent and considerable occurrence. Groups of Turkish soldiers, disarmed, reclining camels, baggage and steeds, and many of the armed tribes of the mountain. What is all this? Inquired Fakhreddin. 'Tis the harem of the Pasha of Aleppo, replied a warrior, captured on the plain and carried up into the mountains to our Queen of Queens. The war begins, said Fakhreddin, looking round at Tancred with a glittering eye. Women make war on women, he replied. 'Tis the first step, said the emir, dismounting. I care not how it comes. Women are at the bottom of everything. If it had not been for the Sultana mother, I should have now been prince of the mountain. When they had regained their apartments, the lordly Kefarini soon appeared, to offer them his congratulations on their return. The minister was peculiarly refined and mysterious this morning, especially with respect to the great event, which he involved in so much of obscurity, that after much conversation, the travellers were as little acquainted with the occurrence as when they entered the courtyard of Gindarix. The capture of a pasha's harem is not water spilt on sand, lordly Kepherinis, said the emir. We shall hear more of this. What we shall hear, replied Kepherinis, is entirely an affair of the future, nor is it in any way to be disputed that there are few men who do not find it more difficult to foretell what is to happen than to remember what has taken place. We sometimes find that memory is as rare a quality as prediction, said Tancred. In England, replied the lordly Kepherinis, but it is never to be forgotten, and indeed, on the contrary, should be entirely recollected, that the English, being a new people, have nothing indeed which they can remember. Tancred bowed. And how is the most gracious lady, Queen of Queens? Inquired Fakhreddin. The most gracious lady, Queen of Queens, replied Kepherinis very mysteriously, has at this time many thoughts. If she require any aid, said Fakhreddin, there is not a musket in Lebanon that is not at her service. Kepherinis bent his head, and said, It is not in any way to be disputed that there are subjects which require for their management the application of a certain degree of force, and the noble emir of the Lebanon has expressed himself in that sense with the most exact propriety. There are also subjects which are regulated by the application of a certain number of words, provided they were well chosen, and distinguished by an inestimable exactitude. It does not by any means follow that from what has occurred there will be sanguinary encounters between the people of the gracious lady, Queen of Queens, and those that dwell in plains and cities, nor can it be denied that war is a means by which many things are brought to a final conjuncture. At the same time, courtesy has many charms, even for the Turks, though it is not to be denied, or in any way concealed, that a Turk, especially if he be a pasha, is, of all obscene and utter children of the devil, the most entirely contemptible and thoroughly to be execrated. If I were the queen, I would not give up the harem, said Fakhreddin, and I would bring affairs to a crisis. The garrison at Aleppo is not strong. They have been obliged to march 6 regiments to Deir el-Kama, and though affairs are comparatively tranquil in Lebanon for the moment, let me send a pigeon to my cousin Francis el-Kazin, and young Syria will get up such a stir that old Wager Pasha will not spare a single man. I will have 50 bonfires on the mountain near Beirut in one night, and Colonel Rose will send off a steamer to Sir Canning to tell him there is a revolt in the Lebanon, with a double dispatch for Aberdeen, full of smoking villages and slaughtered women. And the young emir inhaled his nargileh with additional zest as he recollected the triumphs of his past mystifications. At sunset it was announced to the travellers that the Queen would receive them. Astarte appeared much gratified by their return, was very gracious, although in a different way to both of them, inquired much as to what they had seen and what they had done, with whom they had conversed, and what had been said. At length she observed, Something has also happened at Gindarix in your absence, noble princes. Last night they brought part of a harem of the Pasha of Aleppo captive hither. This may lead to events. I have already ventured to observe to the lordly Kepherinis, said Fakhreddin, that every lance in the Lebanon is at your command, gracious queen. We have lances, said Astarte. It is not of that I was thinking, nor indeed do I care to prolong a quarrel for this capture. If the Pasha will renounce the tribute of the villages, I am for peace. If he will not, we will speak of those things of which there has been counsel between us. I do not wish this affair of the harem to be mixed up with what has preceded it. My principal captive is a most beautiful woman, and one, too, that greatly interests and charms me. She is not a Turk, but I apprehend a Christian lady of the cities. She is plunged in grief and weeps sometimes with so much bitterness that I quite share her sorrow, but it is not so much because she is a captive, but because someone who is most dear to her has been slain in this fray. I have visited her and tried to console her, and begged her to forget her grief and become my companion, but nothing soothes her, and tears flow forever from eyes which are the most beautiful I ever beheld. This is the land of beautiful eyes, said Tancred, and Astarte almost unconsciously glanced at the speaker. Cypros, who had quitted the attendant maidens immediately on the entrance of the two princes, after an interval, returned. There was some excitement on her countenance as she approached her mistress, and addressed Astarte in a hushed but hurried tone. It seemed that the fair captive of the Queen of the Ansari had most unexpectedly expressed to Cypros her wish to repair to the divan of the Queen, although, the whole day, she had frequently refused to descend. Cypros feared that the presence of the two guests of her mistress might prove an obstacle to the fulfillment of this wish, as the freedom of social intercourse that prevailed among the Ansari was unknown even among the ever-veiled women of the Maronites and Druzes. But the fair captive had no prejudices on this head, and Cypros had accordingly descended to request the royal permission or consult the royal will. Astarte spoke to Cephrenes, who listened with an air of great profundity and finally bowed assent, and Cypros retired. Astarte had signified to Tancred her wish that he should approach her, while Cephrenes at some distance was engaged in earnest conversation with Fakhreddin, with whom he had not had previously the opportunity of being alone. His report of all that had transpired in his absence was highly favourable. The minister had taken the opportunity of the absence of the emir and his friend to converse often and amply about them with the queen. The idea of an united Syria was pleasing to the imagination of the young sovereign. The suggestion was eminently practicable. It required no extravagant combinations, no hazardous chances of fortune, nor fine expedients of political skill. A union between Fakhreddin and Astarte at once connected the most important interests of the mountains without exciting the alarm or displeasure of other powers. The union was as legitimate as it would ultimately prove irresistible. It ensured a respectable revenue and a considerable force, and with prudence and vigilance, the occasion would soon offer to achieve all the rest. On the next paroxysm in the dissolving empire of the Ottomans, the plain would be occupied by a warlike population descending from the mountains that commanded on one side the whole Syrian coast, and on the other all the inland cities from Aleppo to Damascus. The eye of the young emir glittered with triumph as he listened to the oily sentences of the eunuch. "Lebanon," he whispered, "is the key of Syria, my Cephrenes, never forget that, and we will lock up the land. Let us never sleep till this affair is achieved." "You think she does not dream of a certain person? I tell you he must go, or we must get rid of him. I fear him not, but he is in the way, and the way should be smooth as the waters of El Arish. Remember the temple to the Syrian goddess at Deir el-Kamar, my Cephrenes. The religion is half the battle. How I shall delight to get rid of my bishops and those accursed monks, drones, drivellers, bigots, drinking my golden wine of Canobia and smoking my delicate latakia. You know not Canobia, Cephrenes, but you have heard of it. You have been at Beteddin. Well, Beteddin to Canobia is an Arab moon to a Syrian sun. The marble alone at Canobia cost 1,000,000 of piasters. The stables are worthy of the steeds of Solomon. You may kill anything you like in the forest, from panthers to antelopes. Listen, my Cephrenes, let this be done and done quickly, and Canobia is yours." "Do you ever dream?" said Astrate to Tancred. "They say that life is a dream. I sometimes wish it were. Its pangs are too acute for a shadow." "But you have no pangs." "I had a dream when you were away, in which I was much alarmed," said Astarte. "Indeed. I thought that Gindarix was taken by the Jews. I suppose you have talked of them to me so much that my slumbering memory wandered." "It is a resistless and exhaustless theme," said Tancred, "for the greatness and happiness of everything, Gindarix included, are comprised in the principles of which they were the first propagators." "Nevertheless, I should be sorry if my dream came to be true," said Astarte. "May your dreams be as bright and happy as your lot, royal lady," said Tancred. "My lot is not bright and happy," said the queen. "Once I thought it was, but I think so no longer." "But why?" "I wish you could have a dream and find out," said the queen. "Disquietude is sometimes as perplexing as pleasure. Both come and go like birds." "Like the pigeon you sent to Damascus," said Tancred. "Ah, why did I send it?" "Because you were most gracious, lady." "Because I was very rash, noble prince. When the great deeds are done to which this visit will lead, you will not think so." "I am not born for great deeds. I am a woman, and I am content with beautiful ones." "You still dream of the Syrian goddess," said Tancred. "No, not of the Syrian goddess. Tell me, they say the Hebrew women are very lovely, is it so?" "They have that reputation." "But do you think so?" "I have known some distinguished for their beauty." "Do they resemble the statue in our temple?" "Their style is different," said Tancred. "The Greek and the Hebrew are both among the highest types of the human form." "But you prefer the Hebrew." "I am not so discriminating a critic," said Tancred. "I admire the beautiful." "Well, here comes my captive," said the queen. "If you like, you shall free her, for she wonderfully takes me. She is a Georgian, I suppose, and bears the palm from all of us. I will not presume to contend with her. She would vanquish, perhaps, even that fair Jewess of whom I hear you are so enamoured." Tancred started and would have replied, but Cyprose advanced at this moment with her charge, who withdrew her veil as she seated herself, as commanded, before the queen. She withdrew her veil, and Fakhreddin and Tancred beheld Eva. Chapter 56. Eva a Captive. In one of a series of chambers excavated in the mountains, yet connected with the more artificial portion of the palace, chambers and galleries which in the course of ages had served for many purposes, sometimes of security, sometimes of punishment, treasuries not unfrequently, and occasionally prisons, in one of these vast cells, feebly illumined from apertures above, lying on a rude couch with her countenance hidden, motionless and miserable, was the beautiful daughter of Besso, one who had been bred in all the delights of the most refined luxury, and in the enjoyment of a freedom not common in any land, and most rare among the Easterns. The events of her life had been so strange and rapid during the last few days that, even amid her woe, she revolved in her mind their startling import. It was little more than 10 days since, under the guardianship of her father, she had commenced her journey from Damascus to Aleppo. When they had proceeded about halfway, they were met at the city of Horns by a detachment of Turkish soldiers, sent by the Pasha of Aleppo, at the request of Hilal Besso, to escort them, the country being much troubled in consequence of the feud with the Ansari. Notwithstanding these precautions, and although from the advices they received they took a circuitous and unexpected course, they were attacked by the mountaineers within half a day's journey of Aleppo, and with so much strength and spirit that their guards, after some resistance, fled and dispersed, while Eva and her attendants, after seeing her father cut down in her defence, was carried a prisoner to Gindarix. Overwhelmed by the fate of her father, she was at first insensible to her own, and was indeed so distracted that she delivered herself up to despair. She was beginning in some degree to collect her senses, and to survey her position with some comparative calmness, when she learnt from the visit of Cyprose that Fakhreddin and Tancred were, by a strange coincidence, under the same roof as herself. Then she recalled the kind sympathy and offers of consolation that had been evinced and proffered to her by the mistress of the castle, to whose expressions at the time she had paid but an imperfect attention. Under these circumstances, she earnestly requested permission to avail herself of a privilege, which had been previously offered and refused, to become the companion, rather than the captive, of the Queen of the Ansari, so that she might find some opportunity of communicating with her two friends, of inquiring about her father, and of consulting with them as to the best steps to be adopted in her present exigency. The interview, from which so much was anticipated, had turned out as strange and as distressful as any of the recent incidents to which it was to have brought balm and solace. Recognized instantly by Tancred and the young Emir, and greeted with a tender respect, almost equal to the surprise and sorrow which they felt at beholding her, Astarte, hitherto so unexpectedly gracious to her captive, appeared suddenly agitated, excited, haughty, even hostile. The queen had immediately summoned Fakhreddin to her side, and there passed between them some hurried and perturbed explanations. Subsequently she addressed some inquiries to Tancred, to which he replied without reserve. Soon afterwards, Astarte remaining intent and moody, the court was suddenly broken up, Cepharinis signifying to the young men that they should retire, while Astarte, without bestowing on them her usual farewell, rose, and, followed by her maidens, quitted the chamber. As for Eva, instead of returning to one of the royal apartments which had been previously allotted to her, she was conducted to what was in fact a prison. There she had passed the night, and a portion of the ensuing day, visited only by Cyprose, who, when Eva would have inquired the cause of all this mysterious cruelty and startling contrast to the dispositions which had preceded it, only shook her head and pressed her finger to her lip, to signify the impossibility of her conversing with her captive. It was one of those situations where the most gifted are deserted by their intelligence, where there is as little to guide as to console, where the mystery is as vast as the misfortune, and the tortured apprehension finds it impossible to grapple with irresistible circumstances. In this state the daughter of Besso, plunged in a dark reverie, in which the only object visible to her mind's eye was the last glance of her dying father, was roused from her approaching stupor by a sound distinct yet muffled, as if someone wished to attract her attention without startling her by too sudden an interruption. She looked up. Again she heard the sound, and then in a whispered tone her name. "Eva, I am here." "Hush," said a figure, stealing into the cavern chamber, and then throwing off his Syrian cloak, revealing to her one whom she recognized. "Fakhreddin," she said, starting from her couch, "what is all this?" The countenance of Fakhreddin was distressed and agitated. There was an expression of alarm, almost of terror, stamped upon his features. "You must follow me," he said. "There is not a moment to lose, you must fly." "Why and whither?" said Eva. "This capture is one of plunder, not of malice, or was so a few hours back. It is not sorrow for myself that overwhelmed me. But yesterday, the sovereign of these mountains treated me with a generous sympathy, and if it brought me no solace, it was only because events have borne, I fear, irremediable woe. And now I suddenly find myself among my friends, who of all others I should most have wished to encounter at this moment, and all is changed. I am a prisoner under every circumstance of harshness, even of cruelty, and you speak to me as if my life, my immediate existence, was in peril." "It is. But why?" Fakhreddin wrung his hands and murmured, "Let us go." "I scarcely care to live," said Eva, "and I will not move until you give me some clue to all this mystery." "Well then, she is jealous of you, the Queen Astarte. She is jealous of you with the English prince, that man who has brought us all so many vexations." "Is it he that has brought us so many vexations?" replied Eva. "The Queen jealous of me and with the English prince? 'Tis very strange. We scarcely exchanged a dozen sentences together when all was disturbed and broken up. Jealous of me? Why then was she anxious that I should descend to her divan? This is not the truth, Fakhreddin." "Not all, but it is the truth, it is indeed. The Queen is jealous of you, she is in love with Tancred, a curse be on him and her both, and somebody has told her that Tancred is in love with you. Somebody, when did they tell her? Long ago, long ago. She knew, that is, she had been told, that Tancred was affianced to the daughter of Besso of Damascus, and so this sudden meeting brought about a crisis. I did what I could to prevent it, vowed that you were only the cousin of the Besso that she meant, did everything, in short, I could to serve and save you, but it was of no use. She was wild, is wild, and your life is in peril." Eva mused a moment. Then, looking up, she said, "Fakhreddin, it is you who told the Queen this story. You are the somebody who has invented this fatal falsehood. What was your object I care not to inquire, knowing full well that if you had an object you never would spare friend or foe. Leave me. I have little wish to live, but I believe in the power of truth. I will confront the Queen and tell her all. She will credit what I say. If she do not, I can meet my fate, but I will not now or ever entrust it to you." Thereupon Fakhreddin burst into a flood of passionate tears, and throwing himself on the ground, kissed Eva's feet, and clung to her garments, which he embraced, sobbing and moaning, and bestowing on her endless phrases of affection, mixed with imprecations on his own head and conduct. "O Eva, my beloved Eva, sister of my soul, it is of no use telling you any lies. Yes, I am that villain and that idiot who has brought about all this misery enough to turn me mad, and which, by a just retribution, has destroyed all the brilliant fortunes which were at last opening on me. This frank stranger was the only bar to my union with the sovereign of these mountains, whose beauty you have witnessed, whose power, combined with my own, would found a kingdom. I wished to marry her. You cannot be angry with me, Eva, for that. You know very well that, if you had married me yourself, we should neither of us have been in the horrible situation in which we now find ourselves. Ah, that would have been a happy union, but let that pass. I have always been the most unfortunate of men. I have never had justice done me. Well, she loved this Prince of Frankston. I saw it, nothing escapes me. I let her know that he was devoted to another. Why I mentioned your name I cannot well say, perhaps because it was the first that occurred to me, perhaps because I have a lurking suspicion that he really does love you. The information worked. My own suit prospered. I bribed her minister. He is devoted to me. All was smiling. How could I possibly have anticipated that you would ever arrive here? When I saw you I felt that all was lost. I endeavoured to rally affairs, but it was useless. Tancred has no finesse. His replies neutralized, nay, destroyed all my counter-representations. The Queen is a whirlwind. She is young, she has never been crossed in her life. You cannot argue with her when her heart is touched. In short, all is ruined, and Fakhreddin hid his weeping face in the robes of Eva. "What misery you prepare for yourself and for all who know you," exclaimed Eva, "but that has happened which makes me insensible to further grief." "Yes, but listen to what I say and all will go right. I do not care in the least for my own disappointment. That now is nothing. It is of you only that I think whom I wish to save. Do not chide me, pardon me, as you have done 1,000 times, pardon and pity me. I am so young and really so inexperienced. After all, I am only a child. Besides, I have not a friend in the world except you. I am a villain, a fool, all villains are, I know it, but I cannot help it. I did not make myself. The question now is, how are we to get out of this scrape? How are we to save your life?" "Do you really mean, Fakhreddin, that my life is in peril?" "Yes, I do," said the Emir, crying like a child. "You do not know the power of truth, Fakhreddin. You have no confidence in it. Let me see the Queen." "Impossible," he said, starting up and looking very much alarmed. "Why?" "Because in the first place she is mad. Cepharinis, that is, her minister, one of my creatures and the only person who can manage her, told me this moment that it was a perfect Khamsin, and that, if he approached her again, it would be at his own risk. And in the second place, bad as things are, they would necessarily be much worse if she saw you, because, and it is of no use concealing it any longer, she thinks you already dead." "Dead, already dead?" "Yes." "And where is your friend and companion?" said Eva. "Does he know of these horrors?" "No one knows of them except myself. The Queen sent for me last night to speak to me of the subject generally. It was utterly vain to attempt to disabuse her. It would only have compromised all of us. She would only have supposed the truth to be an invention for the moment. I found your fate sealed. In my desperation, the only thing that occurred to me was to sympathize with her indignation and approve of all her projects. She apprised me that you should not live 24 hours. I rather stimulated her vengeance, told her in secrecy that your house had nearly effected my ruin, and that there was no sacrifice I would not make, and no danger that I would not encounter, to wreak on your race my long-cherished revenge. I assured her that I had been watching my opportunity for years. Well, you see how it is, Eva. She consigned to me the commission which she would have whispered to one of her slaves. I am here with her cognizance. Indeed, by this time she thinks tea's all over. You comprehend. You are to be my executioner. Yes, I have undertaken that office in order to save your life. I care not to save my life. What is life to me, since he perhaps is gone who gave me that life, and for whom alone I lived? Oh, Eva, Eva, don't distract me, don't drive me absolutely mad. When a man is doing what I am for your sake, giving up a kingdom and more than a kingdom to treat him thus. But you never did me justice. And Fakhreddin poured forth renewed tears. Cepharinis is in my pay. I have got the signet of the covered way. Here are 2 mamluk dresses one you must put on. Without the gates are 2 good steeds, and in 48 hours we shall be safe and smiling again." "I shall never smile again," said Eva. "No, Fakhreddin," she added, after a moment's pause, "I will not fly, and you cannot fly. Can you leave alone in this wild place that friend, too faithful, I believe, whom you have been the means of leading hither?" "Never mind him," said the Emir. "I wish we had never seen him. He is quite safe. She may keep him a prisoner, perhaps. What then? He makes so discreet a use of his liberty that a little durance will not be very injurious. His life will be safe enough. Cutting off his head is not the way to gain his heart. But time presses. Come, my sister, my beloved Eva. In a few hours it may not be in my power to effect all this. Come, think of your father, of his anxiety, his grief. One glimpse of you will do him more service than the most cunning leech." Eva burst into passionate tears. "He will never see us again. I saw him fall, never shall I forget that moment," and she hid her face in her hands. "But he lives," said Fakhreddin. "I have been speaking to some of the Turkish prisoners. They also saw him fall, but he was borne off the field, and though insensible, it was believed that the wound was not fatal. Trust me, he is at Aleppo. They saw him borne off the field, safe and, if not well, far from desperate. O God of my fathers," said Eva, falling on her knees, "thine is indeed a Mersisat." Yes, yes, there is nothing like the God of your fathers, Eva. If you knew the things that are going on in this place, even in these vaults and caverns, you would not tarry here an instant. They worship nothing but graven images, and the Queen has fallen in love with Tancred, because he resembles a marble statue older than the times of the pre-Adamite sultans. Come, come. But how could they know that he was far from desperate? "I will show you the man who spoke to him," said Fakhreddin. "He is only with our horses. You can ask him any questions you like. Come, put on your mamluk dress, every minute is golden." "There seems to me something base in leaving him here alone," said Eva. "He has eaten our salt, he is the child of our tents, his blood will be upon our heads." "Well then, fly for his sake," said Fakhreddin. "Here you cannot aid him, but when you are once in safety, 1,000 things may be done for his assistance. I could return, for example." "Now, Fakhreddin," said Eva, stopping him and speaking in a solemn tone, "if I accompany you as you now require, will you pledge me your word that the moment we pass the frontier you will return to him?" "I swear it by our true religion and by my hopes of an earthly crown." Chapter 57, Message of the Pasha. The sudden apparition of Eva at Gindarix, and the scene of painful mystery by which it was followed, had plunged Tancred into the greatest anxiety and affliction. It was in vain that, the moment they had quitted the presence of Astarte, he appealed to Fakhreddin for some explanation of what had occurred, and for some counsel as to the course they should immediately pursue to assist one in whose fate they were both so deeply interested. The emir, for the first time since their acquaintance, seemed entirely to have lost himself. He looked perplexed, almost stunned. His language was incoherent, his gestures those of despair. Tancred, while he at once ascribed all this confused demeanour to the shock which he had himself shared at finding the daughter of Besso a captive, and a captive under circumstances of doubt and difficulty, could not reconcile such distraction, such an absence of all resources and presence of mind, with the exuberant means and the prompt expedients which in general were the characteristics of his companion, under circumstances the most difficult and unforeseen. When they had reached their apartments, Fakhreddin threw himself upon the divan and moaned, and suddenly starting from the couch, paced the chamber with agitated step, wringing his hands. All that Tancred could extract from him was an exclamation of despair, an imprecation on his own head, and an expression of fear and horror at Eva having fallen into the hands of pagans and idolaters. It was in vain also that Tancred endeavoured to communicate with Cephrenes. The minister was invisible, not to be found, and the night closed in, when Tancred, after fruitless counsels with Baroni, and many united but vain efforts to open some communication with Eva, delivered himself not to repose, but to a distracted reverie over the present harassing and critical affairs. When the dawn broke, he rose and sought Fakhreddin, but, to his surprise, he found that his companion had already quitted his apartment. An unusual stillness seemed to pervade Gindarix this day, not a person was visible. Usually at sunrise all were astir, and shortly afterwards Cephrenes generally paid a visit to the guests of his sovereign. But this day Cephrenes omitted the ceremony, and Tancred, never more anxious for companions and counsellors, found himself entirely alone, for Baroni was about making observations and endeavouring to find some clue to the position of Eva. Tancred had resolved, the moment that it was practicable, to solicit an audience of Astarte on the subject of Eva, and to enter into all the representations respecting her which, in his opinion, were alone necessary to secure for her immediately the most considerate treatment, and ultimately a courteous release. The very circumstance that she was united to the Emir of Canobia by ties so dear and intimate, and was also an individual to whom he himself was indebted for such generous aid and such invaluable services, would, he of course assumed, independently of her own interesting personal qualities, enlist the kind feelings of Astarte in her favour. The difficulty was to obtain this audience of Astarte, for neither Fakhreddin nor Cephrenes was to be found, and no other means of achieving the result were obvious. About 2 hours before noon, Baroni brought word that he had contrived to see Cypros, from whom he gathered that Astarte had repaired to the great temple of the gods. Instantly, Tancred resolved to enter the palace, and if possible to find his way to the mysterious sanctuary. That was a course by no means easy, but the enterprising are often fortunate, and his project proved not to be impossible. He passed through the chambers of the palace, which were entirely deserted, and with which he was familiar, and he reached without difficulty the portal of bronze, which led to the covered way that conducted to the temple, but it was closed. Baffled and almost in despair, a distant chorus reached his ear, then the tramp of feet, and then slowly the portal opened. He imagined that the queen was returning, but on the contrary pages and women and priests swept by without observing him, for he was hidden by one of the opened valves, but Astarte was not there. And though the venture was rash, Tancred did not hesitate as the last individual in the procession moved on to pass the gate. The portal shut instantly with a clang, and Tancred found himself alone and in comparative darkness. His previous experience, however, sustained him. His eye, fresh from the sunlight, at first wandered in obscurity, but by degrees habituated to the atmosphere, though dim. The way was sufficiently indicated, and he advanced, till the light became each step more powerful, and soon he emerged upon the platform which faced the mountain temple at the end of the ravine. A still and wondrous scene, more striking now, if possible, when viewed alone with his heart the prey of many emotions. How full of adventure is life! It is monotonous only to the monotonous. There may be no longer fiery dragons, magic rings, or fairy wands to interfere in its course and to influence our career. But the relations of men are far more complicated and numerous than of yore. And in the play of the passions, and in the devices of creative spirits that have thus a proportionately greater sphere for their action, there are spells of social sorcery more potent than all the necromancy of Merlin or Friar Bacon. Tancred entered the temple, the last refuge of the Olympian mind. It was race that produced these inimitable forms, the idealized reflex of their own peculiar organization. Their principles of art, practiced by a different race, do not produce the same results. Yet we shut our eyes to the great truth into which all truths merge, and we call upon the Pict or the Sarmatian to produce the forms of Phidias and Praxiteles. Not devoid of that awe which is caused by the presence of the solemn and the beautiful, Tancred slowly traced his steps through the cavern sanctuary. No human being was visible. Upon his right was the fane to which Astarte led him on his visit of initiation. He was about to enter it, when, kneeling before the form of the Apollo of Antioch, he beheld the fair queen of the Ansari, motionless and speechless, her arms crossed upon her breast, and her eyes fixed upon her divinity in a dream of ecstatic devotion. The splendor of the ascending sun fell full upon the statue, suffusing the ethereal form with radiancy, and spreading around it for some space a broad and golden halo. As Tancred, recognizing the queen, withdrew a few paces, his shadow, clearly defined, rested on the glowing wall of the rock temple. Astarte uttered an exclamation, rose quickly from her kneeling position, and looking round, her eyes met those of Lord Montacute. Instantly she withdrew her gaze, blushing deeply. "I was about to retire," murmured Tancred. "And why should you retire?" said Astarte in a soft voice, looking up. "There are moments when solitude is sacred. I am too much alone. Often, and of late especially, I feel a painful isolation." She moved forward and they re-entered together the chief temple, and then emerged into the sunlight. They stood beneath the broad Ionic portico, beholding the strange scene around. Then it was that Tancred, observing that Astarte cared not to advance, and deeming the occasion very favourable to his wishes, proceeded to explain to her the cause of his venturing to intrude on her this morning. He spoke with that earnestness, and, if the phrase may be used, that passionate repose which distinguished him. He enlarged on the character of Besso, his great virtues, his amiable qualities, his benevolence and unbounded generosity. He sought in every way to engage the kind feelings of Astarte in favour of his family, and to interest her in the character of Eva, on which he dilated with all the eloquence of his heart. Truly, he almost did justice to her admirable qualities, her vivid mind, and lofty spirit, and heroic courage. The occasion was too delicate to treat of the personal charms of another woman, but he did not conceal his own deep sense of obligation to Eva for her romantic expedition to the desert in his behalf. "You can understand then," concluded Tancred, "what must have been my astonishment and grief when I found her yesterday a captive. It was some consolation to me to remember in whose power she had fallen, and I hastened to throw myself at your feet to supplicate for her safety and her freedom." "Yes, I can understand all this," said Astarte in a low tone. Tancred looked at her. Her voice had struck him with pain, her countenance still more distressed him. Nothing could afford a more complete contrast to the soft and glowing visage that a few moments before he had beheld in the fane of Apollo. She was quite pale, almost livid. Her features, of exquisite shape, had become hard and even distorted. All the bad passions of our nature seemed suddenly to have consented in that face, which usually combined perfect beauty of form with an expression the most gentle, and in truth most lovely. "Yes, I can understand all this," said Astarte. But I shall not exercise any power which I may possess to assist you in violating the laws of your country and outraging the wishes of your sovereign. Violating the laws of my country, exclaimed Tancred with a perplexed look. Yes, I know all. Your schemes truly are very heroic and very flattering to our self-love. We are to lend our lances to place on the throne of Syria one who would not be permitted to reside in your own country, much less to rule in it. Of whom, of what do you speak? I speak of the Jewess whom you would marry, said Astarte in a hushed yet distinct voice, and with a fell glance against all laws divine and human. Of your prisoner. Well, you may call her my prisoner, she is secure. Is it possible you can believe that I even am a suitor of the daughter of Besso? Said Tancred earnestly. I wear the cross which is graven on my heart, and have a heavenly mission to fulfill, from which no earthly thought shall ever distract me. But even were I more than sensible to her charms and virtues, she is affianced, or the same as affianced, nor have I the least reason to suppose that he who will possess her hand does not command her heart. Affianced. Not only affianced, but until this sad adventure on the very point of being wedded. She was on her way from Damascus to Aleppo to be united to her cousin, when she was brought hither, where she will, I trust, not long remain your prisoner. The countenance of Astarte changed, but though it lost its painful and vindictive expression, it did not assume one of less distress. After a moment's pause, she murmured, "Can this be true? Who could have told you otherwise?" An enemy of hers, of her family, continued Astarte in a low voice, and speaking as if absorbed in thought, one who admitted to me his long-hoarded vengeance against her house. Then turning abruptly, she looked Tancred full in the face, with a glance of almost fierce scrutiny. His clear brow and unfaltering eye, with an expression of sympathy and even kindness on his countenance, met her searching look. "No," she said, "it is impossible that you can be false." "Why should I be false? Or what is it that mixes up my name and life with these thoughts and circumstances?" "Why should you be false? Ah, there it is," said Astarte in a sweet and mournful voice. "What are any of us to you?" And she wept. "It grieves me to see you in sorrow," said Tancred, approaching her and speaking in a tone of kindness. "I am more than sorrowful." This unhappy lady, and the voice of Astarte was overpowered by her emotion. "You will send her back in safety and with honor to her family," said Tancred soothingly. "I would fain believe her father has not fallen. My intendant assures me that there are Turkish soldiers here who saw him borne from the field. A little time and their griefs will vanish. You will have the satisfaction of having acted with generosity, with that good heart which characterizes you. And as for the daughter of Besso, all will be forgotten as she gives one hand to her father and the other to her husband." "It is too late," said Astarte in an almost sepulchral voice. "What is that?" "It is too late. The daughter of Besso is no more." "Jesu preserve us," exclaimed Tancred, starting. "Speak it again. What is it that you say?" Astarte shook her head. "Woman," said Tancred, and he seized her hand, but his thoughts were too wild for utterance, and he remained pallid and panting. "The daughter of Besso is no more, and I do not lament it, for you loved her." "Oh, grief ineffable," said Tancred with a groan, looking up to heaven and covering his face with his hands. "I loved her as I loved the stars and sunshine." Then, after a pause, he turned to Astarte and said in a rapid voice, "This dreadful deed, how did it happen?" "Is it so dreadful?" "Almost as dreadful as such words from woman's lips. A curse be on the hour that I entered these walls." "No, no, no," said Astarte, and she seized his arm distractedly. "No, no, no curse." "It is not true," said Tancred. "It cannot be true. She is not dead." "Would she were not, if her death is to bring me curses." "Tell me, when was this?" "An hour ago at least." "I do not believe it. There is not an arm that would have dared to touch her. Let us hasten to her. It is not too late." "Alas, it is too late," said Astarte. "It was an enemy's arm that undertook the deed." "An enemy? What enemy among your people could the daughter of Besso have found?" "A deadly one who seized the occasion offered to a long-cherished vengeance, one who for years has been alike the foe and the victim of her race and house. There is no hope." I am indeed amazed. Who could this be? Your friend, at least your supposed friend, the Emir of the Lebanon. Fakhreddin. You have said it. The assassin and the foe of Eva, exclaimed Tancred with a countenance relieved yet infinitely perplexed. There must be some great misconception in all this. Let us hasten to the castle. He solicited the office, said Astarte. He wreaked his vengeance while he vindicated my outraged feelings. By murdering his dearest friend, the only being to whom he is really devoted, his more than friend, his foster sister, nursed by the same heart, the ally and inspiration of his life, to whom he himself was a suitor and might have been a successful one, had it not been for the custom of her religion and her race, which shrink from any connection with strangers and with Nazarenes. His foster sister, exclaimed Astarte. At this moment Cypros appeared in the distance, hastening to Astarte with an agitated air. Her looks were disturbed, she was almost breathless when she reached them, she wrung her hands before she spoke. Royal lady, at length she said, I hastened, as you instructed me at the appointed hour, to the Emir Fakhreddin, but I learnt that he had quitted the castle. Then I repaired to the prisoner, but woe is me, she is not to be found. Not to be found. The raiment that she wore is lying on the floor of her prison. Methinks she has fled. She has fled with him who was false to us all, said Astarte, for it was the Emir of the Lebanon who long ago told me that you were affianced to the daughter of Besso, and who warned me against joining in any enterprise which was only to place upon the throne of Syria one whom the laws of your own country would never recognize as your wife. Intriguer, said Tancred, vile and inveterate intriguer. It is well, said Astarte, my spirit is more serene. Would that Eva were with anyone else, said Tancred thoughtfully and speaking as it were to himself. Your thoughts are with the daughter of Besso, said Astarte. You wish to follow her, to guard her, to restore her to her family. Tancred looked round and caught the glance of the Queen of the Ansari, mortified yet full of affection. It seems to me, he said, that it is time for me to terminate a visit that has already occasioned you, royal lady, too much vexation. Astarte burst into tears. Let me go, she said, you want a throne. This is a rude one, yet accept it. You require warriors, the Ansari are invincible. My castle is not like those palaces of Antioch of which we have often talked, and which were worthy of you, but Gindarix is impregnable, and will serve you for your headquarters until you conquer that world which you are born to command. I have been the unconscious agent in petty machinations, said Tancred. I must return to the desert to recover the purity of my mind. It is Arabia alone that can regenerate the world. At this moment Cypros, who was standing apart, waved her scarf, and exclaimed, Royal lady, I perceive in the distance the ever-faithful messenger. Whereupon Astarte looked up, and as yet invisible to the inexperienced glance of Tancred, recognized what was an infinitely small dusky speck, each moment becoming more apparent, until at length a bird was observed by all of them winging its way towards the Queen. Is it the ever-faithful Caragouze, said Astarte, or is it Rubberlips that ever brings good news? It is Caragouze, said Cypros, as the bird drew nearer and nearer, but it is not Caragouze of Damascus. By the ring on its neck, it is Caragouze of Aleppo. The pigeon now was only a few yards above the head of the Queen. Fatigued, but with an eye full of resolution, it fluttered for a moment, and then fell upon her bosom. Cypros advanced and lifted its weary wing, and untied the cartel which it bore, brief words, but full of meaning and a terrible interest. The Pasha, at the head of 5,000 regular troops, leaves Haleb tomorrow to invade our land. Go, said Astarte to Tancred, to remain here is now dangerous. Thanks to the faithful messenger, you have time to escape with ease from that land which you scorned to rule, and which loved you too well. I cannot leave it in the hour of peril, said Tancred. This invasion of the Ottomans may lead to results of which none dream. I will meet them at the head of your warriors. Chapter 58, 3 Letters of Kabbalah. Is there any news? Asked Adam Besso of Issachar, the son of Selim, the most cunning leech at Aleppo, and who by day and by night watched the couch which bore the suffering form of the pride and mainstay of the Syrian Hebrews. There is news, but it has not yet arrived, replied Issachar, the son of Selim. a man advanced in life but hale, with a white beard, a bright eye, and a benignant visage. "There are pearls in the sea, but what are they worth?" murmured Besso. "I have taken a Kabbalah," said Issachar, the son of Selim, "and 3 times that I opened the sacred book, there were 3 words, and the initial letter of each word is the name of a person who will enter this room this day, and every person will bring news." "But what news?" sighed Besso. "The news of Tophet and of 10,000 demons." "I have taken a Kabbalah," said Issachar, the son of Selim, "and the news will be good." "To whom and from whom?" "Good to the Pasha, but not to me. Good to the people of Haleb, but not perhaps to the family of Besso." "God will guard over his own. In the meanwhile I must replace this bandage, noble Besso. Let me rest your arm upon this cushion, and you will endure less pain." "Alas, worthy Issachar, I have wounds deeper than any you can probe." The resignation peculiar to the Orientals had sustained Besso under his overwhelming calamity. He neither wailed nor moaned. Absorbed in a brooding silence, he awaited the result of the measures which had been taken for the release of Eva, sustained by the chance of success, and caring not to survive if encountering failure. The Pasha of Aleppo, long irritated by the Ansari, and meditating for some time an invasion of their country, had been fired by the all-influential representations of the family of Besso instantly to undertake a step which, although it had been for some time contemplated, might yet, according to Turkish custom, have been indefinitely postponed. 3 regiments of the line, disciplined in the manner of Europe, some artillery and a strong detachment of cavalry, had been ordered at once to invade the contiguous territory of the Ansari. Hillel Besso had accompanied the troops, leaving his uncle under his paternal roof, disabled by his late conflict, but suffering from wounds which in themselves were serious rather than perilous. 4 days had elapsed since the troops had quitted Aleppo. It was the part of Hillel, before they had recourse to hostile movements, to obtain, if possible, the restoration of the prisoners by fair means, nor were any resources wanting to effect this purpose. A courier had arrived at Aleppo from Hillel, apprising Adam Besso that the Queen of the Ansari had not only refused to give up the prisoners, but even declared that Eva had been already released, but Hillel concluded that this was merely trifling. This parleying had taken place on the border. The troops were about to force the passes on the following day. About an hour before sunset, on the very same day that Issachar, the son of Selim, had taken more than 1 Kabbalah, some horsemen in disorder were observed from the walls by the inhabitants of Aleppo, galloping over the plain. They were soon recognized as the cavalry of the Pasha, the irregular heralds, it was presumed, of a triumph achieved. Hillel Besso, covered with sweat and dust, was among those who thus early arrived. He hastened at a rapid pace through the suburb of the city, scattering random phrases to those who inquired after intelligence as he passed, until he reached the courtyard of his own house. "'Tis well," he observed as he closed the gate. "A battle is a fine thing, but, for my part, I am not sorry to find myself at home." "What is that?" inquired Adam Besso, as a noise reached his ear. "'Tis the letter of the first Kabbalah," replied Issachar, the son of Selim. "Uncle, it is I," said Hillel, advancing. "Speak," said Adam Besso in an agitated voice, "my sight is dark." "Alas, I am alone," said Hillel. "Bury me in Jehoshaphat," murmured Besso as he sank back. "But my uncle, there is hope." "Speak then of hope," replied Besso, with sudden vehemence and starting from his pillow. "Truly I have seen a child of the mountains, who persists in the tale that our Eva has escaped." "An enemy's device. Are the mountains ours? Where are the troops?" "Were the mountains ours, I should not be here, my uncle. Look from the ramparts, and you will soon see the plain covered with the troops, at least with all of them who have escaped the matchlocks and the lances of the Ansari." "Are they such sons of fire?" When the Queen of the Ansari refused to deliver up the prisoners, and declared that Eva was not in her power, the Pasha resolved to penetrate the passes in 2 detachments on the following morning. The enemy was drawn up in array to meet us, but fled after a feeble struggle. Our artillery seemed to carry all before it, but, continued Hillel, shrugging his shoulders, war is not by any means a commercial transaction. It seemed that, when we were on the point of victory, we were in fact entirely defeated. The enemy had truly made a feigned defense, and had only allured us into the passes, where they fired on us from the heights, and rolled down upon our confused masses huge fragments of rock. Our strength, our numbers, and our cannon only embarrassed us. There arose a confusion, the troops turned and retreated. And when everything was in the greatest perplexity, and we were regaining the plain, our rear was pursued by crowds of cavalry, Kurds, and other Jowers, who destroyed our men with their long lances, uttering horrible shouts. For my own part, I thought all was over, but a good horse is not a bad thing, and I am here, my uncle, having ridden for 20 hours nearly without a pause. And when did you see this child of the mountains who spoke of the lost one? Asked Besso, in a low and broken voice. On the eve of the engagement, said Hillel. He had been sent to me with a letter, but, alas, had been plundered on his way by our troops, and the letter had been destroyed or lost. Nevertheless, he induced them to permit him to reach my tent, and brought these words, that the ever-adorable had truly quitted the mountains, and that the lost letter had been written to that effect by the chieftain of the Ansari. Is there yet hope? What sound is that? 'Tis the letter of the second Kabbalah, said Issachar, the son of Selim. And at this moment entered the chamber a faithful slave, who made signs to the physician, upon which Issachar rose, and was soon engaged in earnest conversation with him who had entered, Hillel tending the side of Besso. After a few minutes, Issachar approached the couch of his patient, and said, Here is one, my lord and friend, who brings good tidings of your daughter. God of my fathers, exclaimed Besso passionately and springing up. Still we must be calm, said Issachar, still we must be calm. Let me see him, said Besso. It is one you know and know well, said Issachar, it is the Emir Fakhreddin. The son of my heart, said Besso, who brings me news that is honey in my mouth. I am here, my father of fathers, said Fakhreddin, gliding to the side of the couch. Besso grasped his hand and looked at him earnestly in the face. Speak of Eva, he at length said, in a voice of choking agitation. She is well, she is safe. Yes, I have saved her, said Fakhreddin, burying his face in the pillow, exhausted by emotion. Yes, I have not lived in vain. Your flag shall wave on 1,000 castles, said Besso. My child is saved, and she is saved by the brother of her heart. Entirely has the God of our fathers guarded over us. Henceforth, my Fakhreddin, you have only to wish we are the same. And Besso sank down almost insensible. Then he made a vain effort to rise again, murmuring Eva. She will soon be here, said Fakhreddin. She only rests a while after many hardships. Will the noble Emir refresh himself after his long journey? Said Hillel. My heart is too elate for the body to need relief, said the Emir. That may be very true, said Hillel. At the same time, for my part, I have always thought that the body should be maintained as well as the spirit. Withdraw from the side of the couch, said Issachar, the son of Selim, to his companions. My lord and friend has swooned. Gradually the tide of life returned to Besso, gradually the heart beat, the hand grew warm. At length he slowly opened his eyes and said, I have been dreaming of my child, even now I see her. Yes, so vivid had been the vision that even now, restored entirely to himself, perfectly conscious of the locality and the circumstances that surrounded him, knowing full well that he was in his brother's house at Aleppo, suffering and disabled, keenly recalling his recent interview with Fakhreddin, notwithstanding all these tests of inward and outward perception. Still before his entranced and agitated vision hovered the lovely visage of his daughter, a little paler than usual, and an uncommon anxiety blended with its soft expression, but the same rich eyes and fine contour of countenance that her father had so often gazed on with pride, and recalled in her absence with brooding fondness. Even now I see her, said Besso. He could say no more, for the sweetest form in the world had locked him in her arms. 'Tis the letter of the third Kabbalah, said Issachar, the son of Selim. Chapter 59, Tancred returns to Jerusalem. Tancred had profited by his surprise by the children of Rechab in the passes of the stony Arabia, and had employed the same tactics against the Turkish force. By a simulated defense on the borders, and by the careful dissemination of false intelligence, he had allowed the Pasha and his troops to penetrate the mountains, and principally by a pass which the Turks were assured by their spies that the Ansari had altogether neglected. The success of these maneuvers had been as complete as the discomfiture and rout of the Turks. Tancred, at the head of the cavalry, had pursued them into the plain, though he had halted for an instant before he quitted the mountains to send a courier to Astarte from himself with the assurance of victory and the horsetails of the Pasha for a trophy. It so happened, however, that, while Tancred with very few attendants was scouring the plain, and driving before him a panic-struck multitude, who, if they could only have paused and rallied, might in a moment have overwhelmed him, a strong body of Turkish cavalry who had entered the mountains by a different pass from that in which the principal engagement had taken place, but who, learning the surprise and defeat of the main body, had thought it wise to retreat in order and watch events, debouched at this moment from the high country into the plain and in the rear of Tancred. Had they been immediately recognized by the fugitives, it would have been impossible for Tancred to escape. But the only impression of the routed Turks was that a reinforcement had joined their foe, and their disorder was even increased by the appearance in the distance of their own friends. This misapprehension must, however, in time, have been at least partially removed, but Baroni, whose quick glance had instantly detected the perilous incident, warned Tancred immediately. "We are surrounded, my lord. There is only one course to pursue. To regain the mountains is impossible. If we advance, we enter only a hostile country and must be soon overpowered. We must make for the eastern desert." Tancred halted and surveyed the scene. He had with him not 20 men. The Turkish cavalry, several hundred strong, had discovered their quarry, and were evidently resolved to cut off their retreat. "Very well," said Tancred, "we are well mounted, we must try the mettle of our steeds. Farewell, Gindarica, farewell, guards of Olympus, to the desert which I ought never to have quitted," and so speaking, he and his band dashed towards the east. Their start was so considerable that they baffled their pursuers, who, however, did not easily relinquish their intended prey. Some shots in the distance, towards nightfall, announced that the enemy had given up the chase. After 3 hours of the moon, Tancred and his companions rested at a well not far from a village, where they obtained some supplies. An hour before dawn, they again pursued their way over a rich flat country, unenclosed yet partially cultivated, with every now and then a village nestling in a jungle of Indian fig. It was the commencement of December, and the country was very parched, but the short though violent season of rain was at hand. This renovates in the course of a week the whole face of nature, and pours into little more than that brief space the supplies which in other regions are distributed throughout the year. On the third day before sunset, the country having gradually become desolate and deserted, consisting of vast plains covered with herds, with occasionally some wandering Turkmens or Kurds, Tancred and his companions came within sight of a broad and palmy river, a branch of the Euphrates. The country round, far as the eye could range, was a kind of downs covered with a scanty herbage, now brown with heat and age. When Tancred had gained an undulating height, and was capable of taking a more extensive survey of the land, it presented, especially towards the south, the same features through an illimitable space. "The Syrian desert," said Baroni, "a fortnight later, and we shall see this land covered with flowers and fragrant with aromatic herbs." "My heart responds to it," said Tancred. "What is Damascus with all its sumptuousness to this sweet liberty?" Quitting the banks of the river, they directed their course to the south, and struck as it were into the heart of the desert. Yet on the morrow the winding waters again met them. And now there opened on their sight a wondrous scene. As far as the eye could reach innumerable tents, strings of many hundred camels going to or returning from the waters, groups of horses picketed about, processions of women with vases on their heads visiting the palmy banks, swarms of children and dogs, spreading flocks, and occasionally an armed horseman bounding about the environs of the vast encampment. Although scarcely a man was visible, when Tancred first caught a glimpse of this Arabian settlement, a band of horsemen suddenly sprang from behind a rising ground and came galloping up to them to reconnoitre and to inquire. "We are brothers," said Baroni, "for who should be the master of so many camels but the lord of the Syrian pastures?" "There is but one God," said the Bedouin, "and none are lords of the Syrian pastures but the children of Rechab." "Truly, there is only one God," said Baroni. "Go tell the great sheik that his friend the English prince has come here to give him a salam of peace." Away bounded back the Bedouins, and were soon lost in the crowded distance. "All is right," said Baroni. "We shall sup tonight under the pavilion of Amalek." I visit him then at length in his beautiful pastures, said Tancred, but alas, I visit him alone. They had pulled up their horses, and were proceeding leisurely towards the encampment, when they observed a cavalcade emerging from the outer boundary of the settlement. This was a Malik himself, on one of his steeds of race, accompanied by several of his leading sheiks, coming to welcome Tancred to his pavilion in the Syrian pastures. A joyful satisfaction sparkled in the bright eyes of the old chieftain, as at a little distance he waved his hand with graceful dignity, and then pressed it to his heart. 1,000 salams, he exclaimed when he had reached Tancred. There is but one God, I press you to my heart of hearts. There are also other friends, but they are not here. Salam, great sheik, I feel indeed we are brothers. There are friends of whom we must speak, and indeed of many things. Thus conversing and riding side by side, Malik and Tancred entered the camp. Nearly 5,000 persons were collected together in this wilderness, and 2,000 warriors were prepared at a moment's notice to raise their lances in the air. There were nearly as many horses, and 10 times as many camels. This wilderness was the principal and favourite resting place of the great sheik of the children of Rechab, and the abundant waters and comparatively rich pasturage permitted him to gather around him a great portion of his tribe. The lamps soon gleamed and the fires soon blazed. Sheep were killed, bread baked, coffee pounded, and the pipe of honour was placed in the hands of Tancred. For an Arabian revel, the banquet was long and rather elaborate. By degrees, however, the guests stole away, the women ceased to peep through the curtains, and the children left off asking Baroni to give them bakshish. At length, Malik and Tancred being left alone, the great sheik, who had hitherto evinced no curiosity as to the cause of the presence of his guest, said, There is a time for all things, for eating and for drinking, also for prayers. There is also a season to ask questions. Why is the brother of the Queen of the English in the Syrian desert? There is much to tell and much to inquire, said Tancred, but before I speak of myself, let me know whether you can get me tidings of Eva, the daughter of Besso. Is she not living in rooms with many divans? Said Malik. Alas, said Tancred, she was a prisoner and is now a fugitive. What children of Jinn have done this deed? Are there strange camels drinking at my wells? Is it some accursed Kurd that has stolen her sheep, or some Turkman, blacker than night, that has hankered after her bracelets? Nothing of all this, yet more than all this. All shall be told to you, great sheik, yet before I speak, tell me again, can you get me tidings of Eva, the daughter of Besso? Can I fire an arrow that will hit its mark? Said Malik. Tell me the city of Syria where Eva, the daughter of Besso, may be found, and I will send her a messenger that would reach her even in the bath, were she there. Tancred then gave the great sheik a rapid sketch of what had occurred to Eva, and expressed his fear that she might have been intercepted by the Turkish troops. Malik decided that she must be at Aleppo, and, instantly summoning one of his principal men, he gave instructions for the departure of a trusty scout in that direction. Ere the 10th day shall have elapsed, said the great sheik, we shall have sure tidings. And now let me know, Prince of England, by what strange cause you could have found yourself in the regions of those children of hell, the Ansari, who, it is well known, worship Eblis in every obscene form. It is a long tale, said Tancred, but I suppose it must be told. But now that you have relieved my mind by sending to Aleppo, I can hardly forget that I have ridden for more than 3 days, and with little pause. I am not, alas, a true Arab, though I love Arabia and Arabian thoughts, and indeed, my dear friend, had we not met again, it is impossible to say what might have been my lot, for I now feel that I could not have much longer undergone the sleepless toil I have of late encountered. If Eva be safe, I am content, or would wish to feel so. But what is content, and what is life, and what is man? Indeed, great sheik, the longer I live and the more I think and hear. The chibouque dropped gently from Tancred's mouth, and he himself sunk upon the carpet. Chapter 60. The Road to Bethany. Besso is better, said the consul Pasquiligo to Barezi of the Tower, as he met him on a December morning in the Via Dolorosa. Yes, but he is by no means well, quickly rejoined Barezi. The physician of the English prince told me. He has not seen the physician of the English prince, screamed Pasquiligo triumphantly. I know that, said Barezi, rallying, but the physician of the English prince says for flesh wounds. There are no flesh wounds, said the consul Pasquiligo. They have all healed. 'Tis an internal shock. For internal shocks, said Barezi of the Tower, there is nothing like rosemary stewed with salt, and so keep on till it simmers. That is very well for a bruise, said the consul Pasquiligo. A bruise is a shock, said Barezi of the Tower. Besso should have remained at Aleppo, said the consul. Besso always comes to Jerusalem when he is indisposed, said Barezi. As he well says, 'tis the only heir that can cure him, and if he cannot be cured, why, at least, he can be buried in the valley of Jehoshaphat. He is not at Jerusalem, said the consul Pasquiligo maliciously. How do you mean, said Barezi, somewhat confused. I am now going to inquire after him and smoke some of his latakia. He is at Bethany, said the consul. Hem, said Barezi mysteriously. Bethany, will that marriage come off now, think you? I always fancy when She will not marry till her father has recovered, said the consul. This is a curious story, said Barezi. The regular troops beaten by the Kurds. They were not Kurds, said the consul Pasquiligo. They were Russians in disguise. Some cannon have been taken which were cast at St. Petersburg, and besides there is a portfolio of state papers found on a Cossack, habited as a Turkman, which betrays all. The documents are to be published in numbers with explanatory commentaries. Consul General Laurella writes from Damascus that the Eastern question is more alive than ever. We are on the eve of great events. You don't say so, said Barezi of the Tower, losing his presence of mind from this overwhelming superiority of information. I always thought so. Palmerston will never rest till he gets Jerusalem. The English must have markets, said the consul Pasquiligo. Very just, said Barezi of the Tower. There will be a great opening here. I think of doing a little myself in cottons, but the House of Besso will monopolize everything. I don't think the English can do much here, said the consul, shaking his head. What have we to give them in exchange? The people here had better look to Austria if they wish to thrive. The Austrians also have cottons, and they are Christians. They will give you their cottons and take your crucifixes. I don't think I can deal in crucifixes, said Barezi of the Tower. I tell you what, if you want, your cousin Barezi of the Gate will. I know he has given a great order to Bethlehem. The traitor, exclaimed Barezi of the Tower. Well, if people will purchase crucifixes and nothing else, they must be supplied. Commerce civilizes man. Who is this? Exclaimed the consul Pasquiligo. A couple of horsemen, well mounted but travel-worn and followed by a guard of Bedouins, were coming up the Via Dolorosa and stopped at the house of Hassan Nejid. "'Tis the English prince," said Barezi of the Tower. "He has been absent 6 months, he has been in Egypt. To see the temples of the fire worshippers and to shoot crocodiles. They all do that," said the consul Pasquiligo. "How glad he must be to get back to Jerusalem," said Barezi of the Tower. "There may be larger cities, but there are certainly none so beautiful." "The most beautiful city in the world is the city of Venice," said Pasquiligo. "You have never been there," said Barezi. "But it was built principally by my ancestors," said the consul, "and I have a print of it in my hall." "I never heard that Venice was comparable to Jerusalem," said Barezi. "Jerusalem is, in every respect, an abode fit for swine compared with Venice," said Pasquiligo. "I would have you to know, Monsieur Pasquiligo, who call yourself consul, that the city of Jerusalem is not only the city of God, but has ever been the delight and pride of man." "Pish," said Pasquiligo. "Po," said Barezi. "I am not at all surprised that Besso got out of it as soon as he possibly could." "You would not dare to say these things in his presence," said Barezi. "Who says dare to the representative of a European power?" "I say dare to the son of the Janissary of the Austrian vice-consul at Sidon." "You will hear more of this," said Pasquiligo fiercely. "I shall make a representation to the internancy at Stamboul." "You had better go there yourself, as you are tired of Elcuds." Pasquiligo, not having a repartee ready, shot at his habitual comrade a glance of withering contempt and stalked away. In the meantime, Tancred dismounted and entered for the first time his house at Jerusalem, of which he had been the nominal tenant for half a year. Baroni was quite at home, as he knew the house in old days, and had also several times visited on this latter occasion the suite of Tancred. Freeman and Truman, who had been forwarded on by the British consul at Beirut like bales of goods, were at their post, bowing as if their master had just returned from a club. But none of the important members of the body were at this moment at hand. Colonel Brace was dining with the English consul on an experimental plum pudding, preliminary to the authentic compound, which was to appear in a few days. It was supposed to be the first time that a Christmas pudding had been concocted at Jerusalem, and the excitement in the circle was considerable. The colonel had undertaken to supervise the preparation, and had been for several days instilling the due instructions into a Syrian cook, who had hitherto only succeeded in producing a result which combined the specific gravity of lead with the general flavour and appearance of a mass of kneaded dates, in a state of fermentation after a lengthy voyage. The Rev. Mr. Bernard was at Bethlehem, assisting the bishop in catechizing some converts who had passed themselves off as true children of Israel, but who were in fact older Christians than either of their examinants, being descendants of some Nestorian families who had settled in the south of Palestine in the earlier ages of Christianity. As for Dr. Roby, he was culling simples in the valley of the Jordan, and thus it happened that, when Tancred at length did evince some disposition to settle down quietly under his own roof, and avail himself of the services and society of his friends, not one of them was present to receive and greet him. Tancred roamed about the house, surveyed his court and garden side, while Baroni rewarded and dismissed their escort. "I know not how it is," he at length said to his intendant, "but I never could have supposed that I could have felt so sad and spiritless at Jerusalem." "It is the reaction, my lord, after a month's wandering in the desert. It is always so, the world seems tame." "I am disappointed that Besso is not here. I am most anxious to see him." "Shall I send for the colonel, my lord?" said Baroni, shaking Tancred's Arabian cloak. "Well, I think I should let him return naturally," said Tancred. "Sending for him is a scene, and I do not know why, Baroni, but I feel unstrung. I am surprised that there are no letters from England, and yet I am rather glad too for a letter received some months after its date," said Baroni, "is like the visit of a spectre. I shudder at the sight of it." "Heyo," said Tancred, stretching his arm and half speaking to himself, "I wish the battle of Gendarix had never ceased, but that, like some hero of enchantment, I had gone on for ever fighting." "Ah, there is nothing like action," said Baroni, unscrewing his pistols. "But what action is there in this world?" said Tancred. "The most energetic men in Europe are mere busybodies. Empires are now governed like parishes, and a great statesman is only a select vestryman. And they are right. Unless we bring man nearer to heaven, unless government become again divine, the insignificance of the human scheme must paralyze all effort." "Hem," said Baroni, kneeling down and opening Tancred's rifle case. The subject was getting a little too deep for him. "I perceive," he said to himself, "that my lord is very restless. There is something at the bottom of his mind which perhaps he does not quite comprehend himself, but it will come out." Tancred passed the day alone in reading, or walking about his room with an agitated and moody step. Often when his eye rested on the page, his mind wandered from the subject, and he was frequently lost in profound and protracted reverie. The evening drew on. He retired early to his room and gave orders that he was not to be disturbed. At a later hour, Colonel Brace returned, having succeeded in his principal enterprise, and having also sung the national anthem. He was greatly surprised to hear that Lord Montacute had returned, but Baroni succeeded in postponing the interview until the morrow. An hour after the colonel, the Rev. Mr. Bernard returned from Bethlehem. He was in great tribulation, as he had been pursued by some of the vagabonds of that ruffianly district. A shot had even been fired after him, but this was only to frighten him. The fact is, the leader of the band was his principal catechumen, who was extremely desirous of appropriating a very splendid copy of the holy writings, richly bound, and adorned with massy golden clasps, which the Duchess of Bellamont had presented to the Rev. Mr. Bernard before his departure, and which he always, as a sort of homage to one whom he sincerely respected, displayed on any eminent instance of conversion. The gates of the city were closed when Dr. Roby returned, laden with many rare balsams. The consequence was, he was obliged to find quarters in a tomb in the valley of Jehoshaphat. As his attendant was without food, when his employer had sunk into philosophically repose, he supped off the precious herbs and roots, and slaked his thirst with a draught from the fountain of Silo. Tancred passed a night of agitating dreams. Sometimes he was in the starry desert, sometimes in the cavern dungeons of Gindarix. Then again the scene changed to Bellamont Castle, but it would seem that Fakhreddin was its lord, and when Tancred rushed forward to embrace his mother, she assumed the form of the Syrian goddess, and yet the face was the face of Eva. Though disturbed, he slept, and when he woke, he was for a moment quite unconscious of being at Jerusalem. Although within a week of Christmas, no sensible difference had yet occurred in the climate. The golden sun succeeded the silver moon, and both reigned in a clear blue sky. You may dine at night on the terrace of your house at Jerusalem in January, and find a serene and benignant atmosphere. Tancred rose early. No one was stirring in the house except the native servants and Mr. Freeman, who was making a great disturbance about hot water. Tancred left a message with this gentleman for the colonel and his companions, begging that they might all meet at breakfast, and adding that he was about to stroll for half an hour. Saying this, he quitted the house and took his way by the gate of Stephen to the Mount of Olives. It was a delicious morn, wonderfully clear and soft and fresh. It seemed a happy and a thriving city, that forlorn Jerusalem, as Tancred from the heights of Olivet gazed upon its noble buildings, and its cupolaed houses of freestone, and its battlemented walls and lofty gates. Nature was fair, and the sense of existence was delightful. It seemed to Tancred that a spicy gale came up the ravines of the wilderness from the farthest Arabia. Lost in prolonged reverie, the hours flew on. The sun was mounting in the heavens when Tancred turned his step, but instead of approaching the city, he pursued a winding path in an opposite direction. That path led to Bethany. Chapter 61. Arrival of the Duke and Duchess. The crest of the palm tree in the garden of Eva glittered in the declining sun, and the Lady of Bethany sat in her kiosk on the margin of the fountain, unconsciously playing with a flower, and gazing in abstraction on the waters. She had left Tancred with her father, now convalescent. They had passed the morning together, talking over the strange events that had occurred since they first became acquainted on this very spot, and now the Lady of Bethany had retired to her own thoughts. A sound disturbed her. She looked up and recognized Tancred. "I could not refrain from seeing the sun set on Arabia," he said. "I had almost induced the noble Besso to be my companion." "The year is too old," said Eva, not very composed. "They should be midsummer nights," said Tancred, "as on my first visit here, that hour thrice blessed. We know not what is blessed in this world," said Eva mournfully. "I feel I do," murmured Tancred, and he also seated himself on the margin of the fountain. "Of all the strange incidents and feelings that we have been talking over this day," said Eva, "there seems to me but one result, and that is sadness." "It is certainly not joy," said Tancred. "There comes over me a great despondency," said Eva. "I know not why, my convictions are as profound as they were, my hopes should not be less high, and yet—" "And what?" said Tancred in a low, sweet voice, for she hesitated. "I have a vague impression," said Eva sorrowfully, "that there have been heroic aspirations wasted, and noble energies thrown away. And yet perhaps," she added in a faltering tone, "there is no one to blame. Perhaps all this time we have been dreaming over an unattainable end, and the only source of deception is our own imagination." "My faith is firm," said Tancred, "but if anything could make it falter, it would be to find you wavering." "Perhaps it is the twilight hour," said Eva with a faint smile. "It sometimes makes one sad." "There is no sadness where there is sympathy," said Tancred in a low voice. I am sad when I am alone, but when I am with you my spirit is sustained and would be, come what might." "And yet," said Eva, and she paused. "And what?" "Your feelings cannot be what they were before all this happened, when you thought only of a divine cause, of stars, of angels, and of our peculiar and gifted land. No, no, now it is all mixed up with intrigue, and politics, and management, and baffled schemes, and cunning arts of men. You are free from all this, but your faith is not the same. You no longer believe in Arabia." "Why thou to me art Arabia," said Tancred, advancing and kneeling at her side. "The angel of Arabia and of my life and spirit. Talk not to me of faltering faith, mine is intense. Talk not to me of leaving a divine cause. Why, thou art my cause, and thou art most divine. O Eva, deign to accept the tribute of my long agitated heart. Yes, I too, like thee, am sometimes full of despair. but it is only when I remember that I love and love perhaps in vain." He had clasped her hand. His passionate glance met her eye as he looked up with adoration to a face infinitely distressed. Yet she withdrew not her hand, as she murmured with averted head, "We must not talk of these things, we must not think of them. You know all." "I know of nothing, I will know of nothing, but of my love. There are those to whom I belong, and to whom you belong." "Yes," she said, trying to withdraw her hand, "fly, fly from me, son of Europe and of Christ." "I am a Christian in the land of Christ," said Tancred, "and I kneel to a daughter of my Redeemer's race. Why should I fly?" "Oh, this is madness." "Say rather inspiration," said Tancred, "for I will not quit this fountain by which we first met until I am told, as you now will tell me," he added, in a tone of gushing tenderness, "that our united destinies shall advance the sovereign purpose of our lives. Talk not to me of others, of those who have claims on you or on myself. I have no kindred, no country, and as for the ties that would bind you, shall such world-worn bonds restrain our consecrated aim? Say but you love me, and I will trample them to the dust." The head of Eva fell upon his shoulder. He impressed an embrace upon her cheek. It was cold, insensible. Her hand, which he still held, seemed to have lost all vitality. Overcome by contending emotions, the principle of life seemed to have deserted her. Tancred laid her reclining figure with gentleness on the mats of the kiosk. He sprinkled her pale face with some drops from the fountain. He chafed her delicate hand. Her eyes at length opened, and she sighed. He placed beneath her head some of the cushions that were at hand. Recovering, she slightly raised herself, leant upon the marble margin of the fountain, and looked about her with a wildered air. At this moment a shout was heard, repeated and increased, soon the sound of many voices and the tramp of persons approaching. The vivid but brief twilight had died away. Almost suddenly it had become night. The voices became more audible, the steps were at hand. Tancred recognized his name, frequently repeated. Behold a crowd of many persons, several of them bearing torches. There was Colonel Brace in the van, on his right was the Rev. Mr. Bernard, on his left was Dr. Roby. Freeman and Truman and several guides and native servants were in the rear, most of them proclaiming the name of Lord Montacute. "I am here," said Tancred, advancing from the kiosk, pale and agitated. "Why am I wanted?" Colonel Brace began to explain, but all seemed to speak at the same time. The Duke and Duchess of Bellamont had arrived at Jerusalem,